The United States stood at the crossroads of victory in World War II and the dawn of a new era defined by nuclear weapons, intercontinental warfare, and rapidly advancing technology. This video will cover how these developments led the U.S. military to seek help from civilian experts, eventually resulting in the creation of Project RAND, an organization designed to bridge the gap between military needs and scientific innovation. You'll learn how RAND was born out of wartime collaboration, how it struggled to gain independence from corporate ties, and how it evolved into one of the most influential think tanks shaping U.S. defense policy throughout the Cold War. This is not just a story about RAND, but about how America began to think differently about war, technology, and the future of global conflict. RAND is a nonprofit organization filled with civilian researchers and strategists that came into being after World War II to provide advisory support to the U.S. military on a variety of crucial matters. Warfare had become so intricate due to advancements in science and technology that the military acknowledged the need to include civilian experts in planning, operations, and weaponry to stay at the forefront of technological innovation. The military began collaborating with civilian scientists during World War II, initially focusing on operations research related to radar and anti-submarine tactics, establishing analysis teams made up of civilian scientists and mathematicians. These operations researchers used a quantitative and interdisciplinary approach, merging applied mathematics and formal sciences, employing methods like mathematical modeling, statistics, and algorithms to solve complex problems effectively. Over time, civilians were brought into military planning, notably highlighted by the B-29 Special Bombardment Project. This initiative started in 1944 under Dr. Edward L. Bowles, who worked closely with General H. Hap Arnold, the Army Air Force chief. The goal was to create a study team aimed at enhancing the B-29's capabilities as a strategic bomber, which eventually inspired the concept for Project RAND. Bowles recruited talented individuals for this project, including Arthur C. Raymond, the chief engineer at Douglas Aircraft Corporation, and his assistant, Frank Colbaum. The project exceeded all expectations, leading to the Army Air Force adopting the team's recommendations. As 1944 drew to a close, informal talks began within the War Department and the Office of Scientific Research, which was harmonizing the efforts of military, industry, and academic researchers, discussing how to maintain the successful partnership between military and civilian scientists once the war concluded, and these experts returned to their previous roles. Given the evolving complexity of modern warfare, the role of these scientists was becoming even more vital for military success. From this discussion emerged the notion of partnering with a private organization to aid the military in planning, particularly in aligning that planning with decisions around research and development. This idea eventually led to the formation of Project RAND, largely driven by the Douglas Company, where Raymond and Colbaum had returned in mid-summer 1945. Colbaum traveled to Washington several times to advocate for the concept, and in the fall of 1945, he suggested bringing together a team of civilians at Douglas to help the Army Air Force with weapon development planning. General Arnold found Colbaum's idea compelling, and on October 1, 1945, at Hamilton Airfield near San Francisco, he and Dr. Bowles met with representatives from Douglas Aircraft, including Donald Douglas, Arthur Raymond, Frank Colbaum, and Fred Conant, to establish the foundation of what would become known as Project RAND. However, there were varying opinions about the precise structure and objectives of the partnership. The concept was clarified and strengthened by General Curtis LeMay, who led the new Office of Deputy Chief of Air Staff for Research and Development in December 1945. Soon after LeMay took office, during a meeting with members of the Air Staff and the Wright Field Materiel Command, the Wright Field team raised concerns that RAND would intrude on its responsibilities. LeMay dismissed their concerns, asserting that Project RAND's goal was to conduct long-range research that could inform future military needs, and that the Air Force should not dictate requirements to members of Project RAND. Following this meeting, a work statement was prepared instructing Project RAND to undertake a wide-ranging research initiative on intercontinental warfare, excluding surface-based operations, aimed at advising the Army Air Forces on devices and techniques. This expansive mandate essentially granted RAND the autonomy to develop its own research agendas. Thus began RAND's connection with the Air Force, a relationship that evolved and grew more robust after the Air Force gained status as an independent military branch in 1947. As the youngest of the three services, the Air Force lacked the established technical bureaus that the Army and Navy had long since developed. RAND had to rely more on outside experts and was more receptive to the ideas offered by RAND. On March 2, 1946, the Army Air Force signed an agreement with Douglas Aircraft to launch Project RAND, beginning with a core team of 4, who were based at the company but kept separate from other staff. Frank Kohlbaum was chosen to lead the initiative while waiting for a permanent director to be appointed. The Army Air Force was prepared to provide financial backing for a few years, without demanding immediate results. Although this allowed RAND to establish itself, the tie to Douglas Aircraft raised concerns about conflicts of interest. Competitors were hesitant to share information with Project RAND, fearing it might benefit a rival. The Army Air Force itself had reservations about the partnership with Douglas, uneasy that it could face criticism for favoritism in contract awards. At the same time, RAND struggled to attract and keep top talent due to the general mistrust academics had towards industry. Many at RAND believed they would struggle to gain a reputation for impartial research as long as they remained associated with Douglas. Meanwhile, Douglas wanted to distance itself from RAND. Faced with a tough period resulting from significant reductions in government orders after World War II, which created a surplus of aircraft and led to major layoffs, Douglas felt that RAND was hindering its chances of securing new contracts. They believed the Air Force was taking extra care to avoid any appearance of favoritism toward Douglas in contract decisions. In May 1947, RAND relocated from Douglas to rented space in downtown Santa Monica. The staff at RAND grew uneasy with the ongoing connection to Douglas. To gain greater flexibility in its operations, Frank Kohlbaum, now the permanent director, sought help from H. Rowan Gaither, a lawyer and friend from San Francisco, to establish RAND as an independent nonprofit corporation. The Air Force, which had become a separate branch, agreed to transfer its contract only after confirming that the new corporation was set up and capable of fulfilling contract responsibilities as effectively as Douglas had. To fund the new corporation, Kohlbaum and Gaither determined they needed $1 million in working capital to operate independently and reassure the Air Force of their ability to meet contractual obligations. To obtain credit from several San Francisco banks, RAND had to demonstrate they had sufficient operating funds. In the summer of 1948, 3 RAND representatives discovered that Dr. Carl Compton, a trustee from the Ford Foundation, would be on a train from New York to Boston. They arranged to share a compartment with him. During the journey, they persuaded Compton to support RAND. Subsequently, Henry Ford VI agreed to provide RAND with a $100,000 interest-free loan and to guarantee $300,000 in bank credit. This financial backing enabled RAND to secure a loan from Wells Fargo. With financing in place, Frank Kohlbaum recruited a distinguished board of trustees to enhance the corporation's reputation and assure the Air Force of its capable leadership and support from the scientific and industrial sectors. On November 4, 1948, the Air Force announced a formal contract with RAND. By 1950, RAND had matured, establishing a skilled research staff. Their efforts reached a critical mass, leading to an increase in research productivity. The long-lasting relationship with the Air Force was firmly in place. According to the agreement, the Air Force would provide RAND with financial backing to ensure continuity while granting them the independence to select their own research pursuits. In return, RAND would undertake specific research projects and offer various forms of assistance as requested by the Air Force. This arrangement meant that RAND would conduct foundational research to pinpoint future military needs and evaluate the implications of advancements in science and technology to bolster national security, which at the time was heavily influenced by the Air Force's exclusive control of nuclear weapons. By 1957, RAND's workforce would expand to around 1,000 people. Initially in 1946, RAND's investigations focused on hardware research, either of a theoretical engineering nature or aimed at solving issues akin to those tackled by operations researchers during World War II. During the 1950s, RAND transformed into a strategic think tank, producing studies that combined various complex factors, some of which were qualitative, into a wide-ranging context for decision-making. Notable strategic thinkers such as Herman Kahn, Albert Wohlstetter, William W. Kaufman, Bernard Brodie, and Thomas C. Schelling emerged at RAND, establishing strategic thought as a key element of its research program. RAND researchers revolutionized systems analysis, broadening it from a technical exercise to a novel application of diverse professional skills aimed at optimal resource allocation for policy objectives. A prime example was the strategic base study conducted in the early 1950s, which assessed the most efficient basing system for strategic air command bombers over a projected 5-year period. This study tackled significant issues such as the vulnerability of overseas bases to potential enemy nuclear strikes, and challenged several core assumptions of existing Air Force strategic doctrine. Yet, the number of true generalists, those skilled at integrating specialized research into a broader policy framework, never exceeded 15% of RAND's professional staff. Most of RAND's endeavors remained traditional research and technical advisory services. However, the strategic insight of these generalists set RAND apart from other advisory organizations. It was this blend of operations research and strategic studies that RAND brought to its efforts in Southeast Asia during the 1960s and 1970s. The narrative of RAND's role in the Vietnam War is intertwined with its quest for influence and funding beyond its principal supporter, the Air Force, which continued to be its main source of backing in the early 1960s, when the war became a pressing foreign policy concern for the United States. This story also reflects America's shift in strategic thinking from the 1950s concept of massive thermonuclear retaliation against the Soviet Union, its primary adversary during the Cold War, to a more flexible response aimed at countering what was seen as the threat of communist insurgency in Third World nations during the 1960s. It showcases how RAND, seeking to remain relevant to a major national security issue of the time, opted to delve into research on. A new kind of warfare was developed to tackle an insurgency in a distant nation, leading to varied outcomes. As the narrative unfolds, it will reveal that while many studies gained respect, a few, though they briefly elevated RAND's prestige in Washington, ultimately tarnished its reputation. Aside from Communist China, which saw some examination in the 1950s, Asia wasn't a major focus at RAND, and counterinsurgency did not dominate the research landscape. One notable piece on Asia was by Alexander L. George, who studied the cohesiveness of fighting units based on interviews with Chinese communist POWs from the Korean War. A specialist in political military studies, George was a humble figure who commanded respect through his intellect and analytical skills. He earned his doctorate in political science from the University of Chicago and became the head of RAND's social science department in the winter of 1960. His work would lead to a similar project involving interviews with communist defectors and prisoners of war in Vietnam. The economics department also contributed a handful of studies on Asia during this time. Among these, Charles Wolfe Jr. emerged as a key figure. A Harvard-trained economist with experience in the U.S. State Department, Wolfe sparked controversy among some colleagues at RAND due to his perceived hawkish stance on the Vietnam War. Alongside his colleagues in the economics department, he adopted a systems analysis approach in the mid-1950s, generating a series of studies on the U.S. Economic Assistance Program. The first report, released in 1956, introduced a mathematical model designed to assist policymakers in effectively targeting foreign aid to promote political stability, outlining the necessary amounts and types of aid for different recipients. The report's exploration of the link between political vulnerability and 3 key factors: economic aspirations, living standards, and economic expectations, eventually paved the way for further study on the connection between economic aspirations and political rebellion. Subsequently, Wolf and his team turned their attention to evaluating the impact of U.S. military aid in developing countries across South and Southeast Asia. The first study examining the effectiveness of U.S. military assistance programs through a systems analysis approach was published in 1956. Its goals were to enhance military performance to deter communist invasions or uprisings and to improve the beneficial economic and political impacts of military aid. Iran and Vietnam served as case studies. This research would later influence RAND's work with the U.S. Agency for International Development to align economic assistance with military support in Vietnam. At that time, RAND's primary focus was on the Soviet Union and the potential for a thermonuclear confrontation, envisioning Europe as the main battleground where the Air Force would take on a central strategic role rather than just a supportive one. However, the Korean War prompted analysts at RAND to rethink their approach, as they anticipated that limited wars would become more prevalent, with the Communist bloc using such tactics to challenge American authority while sidestepping the severe consequences of a full-scale nuclear conflict. They predicted these skirmishes would not unfold in Europe, but rather in the developing regions of Asia and the Middle East. In these limited wars, the Air Force would take on a secondary role, focusing on support rather than strategy. To examine the potential tactical functions of the Air Force in such conflicts, Ed Paxson from the mathematics department led a series of war games known as Project Sierra. From 1954 onwards, these simulations spanned several years and emphasized Southeast Asia, South Asia, and the Middle East, exploring the Air Force's tactical involvement alongside the Army and Navy. Among the numerous scenarios simulated, Paxson's Sierra included guerrilla warfare tactics, reflecting the ongoing struggles of the Viet Minh against the French in Vietnam and Chinese insurgents against the British in Malaya, along with other scenarios involving Thailand and Burma. George Tanham, a military historian and consultant who would later lead RAND's Washington office, was also part of this effort. It was noted that the war games focused on Vietnam were not realistic because the Project Sierra team was assuming that the Viet Minh guerrillas fought like the U.S. Army. Ed Paxson acknowledged this flaw and accepted Tanham's proposal to write a handbook on Viet Minh strategies and tactics. Tanham, a Princeton graduate and a highly decorated World War II veteran who had fought in Europe, was an engaging individual who blended intellect with management skills, easily transitioning between the upper levels of RAND's administration and key government roles. As an Air Force veteran, he had a deep affection and loyalty towards that branch of service. After the war, he earned a doctorate in history from Stanford University. A year after starting full-time at RAND in 1955, he was sent to Paris to research the Viet Minh, who had defeated the French. He spent 8 months examining French war records. By the time he completed the promised manual in 1957, the war games were wrapping up, and it was no longer necessary. RAND published it as a classified document, which was largely overlooked until 1961, when President John Kennedy's interest in guerrilla warfare suddenly made it relevant. Prager then released a declassified version that became one of RAND's top-selling books and the first work on communist insurgency by a U.S. author. A year after finishing his manual, Tanham became the first person from RAND to visit Vietnam, though not officially. In 1958, he took a side trip from a RAND journey to Asia, spending several weeks in peaceful South Vietnam to gain better insight into a country he had studied. In remote villages, he was uncomfortable seeing images of communist leader Ho Chi Minh hanging in homes, indicating that loyalty to the Viet Minh endured 4 years after the country was divided into a communist North and a non-communist South. American policy in Vietnam would underestimate this deep-seated loyalty, leading to support for the Viet Cong in later years. Charlie Wolf became the first RAND representative to visit Vietnam officially as part of a presidential commission under General William H. Draper to assess the situation in Southeast Asia in the early 1960s. The commission also included General Lightning Joe Collins, the former Chief of Staff of the Army, and Ed Lansdale, A renowned counterinsurgency specialist who aided President Ramon Magsaysay of the Philippines in overcoming the Hukbalahap insurgency and played a pivotal role in establishing Ngo Dinh Diem as the first president of a free South Vietnam. In his conversation with the author, Wolf recalled his role as the economic expert on this commission, which traveled to the Philippines, Indonesia, Burma, and Vietnam. While in Vietnam, the commission held several private meetings with President Ngo Dinh Diem. Wolf remembered Diem laying out a map detailing the locations of the communist insurgents, disparagingly referred to as Viet Cong by the South Vietnamese government, and outlining his troop deployments and strategies. Wolf was deeply impressed by Diem, viewing him as intelligent, dignified, and commanding a significant presence. These meetings led the entire commission to believe that backing Diem was the right path for the United States, seeing him as a leader who could rival Ho Chi Minh, despite some drawbacks. Being a Catholic in a predominantly Buddhist country, his dependence on his autocratic brother, Ngo Dinh Nhu, for counsel and governance, and his tolerance of Ngu's overbearing wife in political affairs. The news inspired fear and resentment among many South Vietnamese. Wolf continued to support Diem, later opposing the power struggles that led to the president's ousting with U.S. approval. Studies on limited war and tactical air operations uncovered that the Air Force, and the U.S. overall, was not ready to engage in this type of warfare. However, these findings had minimal impact on RAND and the Air Force, which remained focused on strategic warfare. Consequently, RAND's interest in limited conflict stayed relatively low. Among the limited war studies were projects led by Alex George and a team of social scientists whose goal was to encourage the Air Force to take limited war more seriously. They believed that one lesson from Korea was the unavoidable reality that, whether welcomed or not, limited wars would likely be a part of the future. They conducted a thorough military and political analysis to understand the dynamics of such a war, particularly how to avoid unnecessary escalation and how to use force effectively for limited objectives with constrained resources. George explained that in general, wars like World War II, the goal is to overpower the enemy, secure an unconditional surrender, and occupy their territory, as was seen in Germany and Japan. In contrast, limited wars have narrower goals. They can range from simply not losing, as the United States experienced in Korea, to stopping the opponent from reaching their goals, or delivering a significant blow that prevents future threats. It's essential to keep the conflict contained, which means imposing limits on the forces used, the targets chosen, the types of weapons deployed or avoided, and the geographical scope of the conflict. For instance, in the Korean War, the United States engaged in North Korea but steered clear of China. These constraints would later be significant in Vietnam. Another point of interest for Alex George was the concept of sanctuary in limited war, which led other RAND analysts to delve into issues like border control and North Vietnam's role in the Southern insurgency. In 1961, RAND began its research into the insurgency in South Vietnam, a pivotal year when various events pushed Vietnam into the spotlight of Washington's concerns and made RAND more open to projects beyond the Air Force. RAND aimed not to miss out on the evolving policy landscape regarding national security, while also reassessing its reliance on the Air Force amidst shifts in the Department of Defense's power dynamics. This reassessment was jolted in 1959 when the Air Force froze RAND's budget for the 1960 fiscal year, maintaining it at the previous year's level due to tighter funding for research and development. This freeze highlighted RAND's vulnerability from being overly reliant on a single client. To fill the budget gap, RAND secured a contract with the Advanced Research Projects Agency and began developing satellite communication systems. This relationship would grow stronger as the Vietnam War escalated. ARPA was established in the Defense Department in 1958 following the Soviet Union's launch of the Sputnik satellite in 1957. This unexpected launch caused concern in the United States, suggesting that the Soviets had taken the lead in space technology. Consequently, ARPA's formation aimed to surpass the advancements of the Soviets and other adversaries in military technology, prevent future surprises, and uphold America's technological superiority. Additionally, Rand sought more sponsors due to rising tensions with the Air Force. During the Eisenhower administration, the Strategic Air Command, led by General Curtis E. LeMay, held a dominant role in national defense, possessing the only long-range manned bombers capable of delivering a nuclear strike against the Soviet Union if needed. SAC was crucial to Eisenhower's doctrine of massive retaliation. Rand, in a well-known basing study directed by Albert Wohlstetter, revealed that SAC's strategy of deploying bombers at overseas bases was flawed, as a preemptive Soviet attack could decimate its forces, leaving the U.S. with diminished nuclear response options and exposed. This analysis criticized SAC's strategic approach, facing significant pushback, particularly from those advocating for overseas bases, as noted by Frank Kolbohm, Rand's first president. In 1958, the Navy was developing a submarine-based intercontinental nuclear missile system called Polaris, challenging the Air Force's dominance in atomic weapons delivery. In an effort to find vulnerabilities that could aid its struggle against this new weapon, the Air Force asked Rand to study Polaris. To their disappointment, Rand's analysts concluded that Polaris was nearly immune to Soviet attacks. Furthermore, in 1959, another Rand analysis as part of the Strategic Offensive Force study frustrated General LeMay and the Air Force, as it aimed to evaluate the future composition and mix of forces for the Air Force. Gus Schubert, a veteran of the Korean War and a Yale sociology graduate who also earned a master's in English literature from Columbia, joined Rand in 1959 and became vice president in 1968. He later recounted that a study's findings took aim at some of the sacred beliefs within the Air Force, specifically questioning the effectiveness of the B-70 triple supersonic bombers backed by General LeMay. The study concluded that the B-70 was not justifiable on any logical grounds and should be scrapped. During this tumultuous time for the Air Force, the centralization of authority within the Department of Defense prompted Rand to turn its focus to this new power dynamic. In 1961, once he became Secretary of Defense, Robert S. McNamara began implementing the rational management techniques he had used in the auto industry. This shift concentrated budgetary and military policy-making power in his office and transformed how the Department of Defense operated. The consolidation of power in his office further weakened the Air Force, which was already losing ground. Not only did their monopoly on atomic weapon delivery face challenges from the Navy's new intercontinental missiles with nuclear capabilities, but under Kennedy's flexible response strategy, the Air Force was also losing prominence. This strategy aimed to enhance America's conventional military capabilities, giving more influence to the Army. Flexible response prepared the U.S. to tackle a variety of threats, from guerrilla warfare to nuclear conflict, while ensuring that nuclear arms, critical to the nation's strategy, would remain inappropriate in certain scenarios. This direction frustrated General LeMay, who preferred to focus on preparing for total war with full resource deployment and massive retaliation. To bring about what became known as the McNamara Revolution, the Secretary of Defense enlisted several Rand staff members, including economists like Charles Hitch, Harry Rowan, and Alan Enthoven, who formed a group known as the Whiz Kids. To carry out the desired changes using the systems analysis and program budgeting methods first developed at Rand in the 1940s and 1950s. The planning programming budgeting system aimed to enhance the distribution and use of resources through systematic analysis of different allocation strategies, ultimately maximizing U.S. military power and national security. In addition to improving defense management, the group was tasked with a comprehensive examination of general war, limited war, and counterinsurgency strategies. As power shifted from the Air Force to the Office of the Secretary of Defense, Rand began to build a partnership with the Office of International Security Affairs. During the Kennedy administration, this office emerged as the primary national security policy-making entity, surpassing the State Department and the National Security Council. Yet Rand also established a broader connection with ARPA, which led to its involvement in counterinsurgency research in Vietnam. While limited warfare had piqued little interest during the Eisenhower administration, it gained significant importance under President John F. Kennedy. In January 1961, the National Liberation Front for South Vietnam was announced, with the goal of toppling President Ngo Dinh Diem's government and forming a coalition government that would negotiate with Hanoi for reunification. That same month, Premier Nikita Khrushchev declared the Soviet Union's support for national liberation wars, and Communist China later asserted that all communist nations should back such efforts. Faced with this new challenge, President Kennedy and his advisors believed that Eisenhower's strategy of massive nuclear retaliation against the Soviet Union, irrespective of the attack's location, made American military power too inflexible to adequately address the insurgency warfare promoted by the communists. Throughout the Third World, Kennedy's administration recognized numerous opportunities for exploitation by the Communist bloc, which was still perceived as a unified entity despite the Sino-Soviet split. In Southeast Asia and Africa, the exit of Western colonial powers and the weak governments that arose afterward created an unstable environment ripe for subversion by the Communist bloc. In Latin America, Fidel Castro seized power in Cuba through guerrilla tactics, while instability loomed over nations where poverty, corruption, and oppression seemed commonplace. This fear of subversion concerned Kennedy and his administration, fueling the belief that if these small-scale wars weren't contained, the Communist bloc would steadily encroach on the Western bloc, potentially jeopardizing the security of the United States and its key Western European allies, much like dominoes falling in succession. This anxiety permeated Washington and influenced Rand as well. In light of the instability in Latin America, Joseph Kershaw, head of the economics department, voiced a need for a specialist on the region in February 1961. While expanding U.S. nuclear capabilities, Kennedy and Defense Secretary McNamara turned their attention to tackling insurgencies through a strategy they called flexible response. Kennedy believed that addressing this issue required more than military action. It also needed economic, diplomatic, and psychological efforts working together in a cohesive strategy. He tasked the State Department with managing diplomatic and political concerns and coordinating the actions of other influential agencies. USAID was assigned the mission of nation-building, leveraging economic aid as a counterinsurgency tool to fortify vulnerable countries against subversion. The United States Information Agency was tasked with psychological operations, while the Central Intelligence Agency was set to support irregular forces outside of a country's main military. The Defense Department was to expand its foreign operations to include efforts aimed at influencing local populations, initiatives like military civic action, which came to be known as winning hearts and minds. In August 1961, Deputy Secretary of Defense Roswell L. Gilpatrick reached out to Frank Colbaum, Rand's president, proposing a significant contract with the ISA that would enhance Rand's activities beyond just the Air Force. This contract was to cover research on potential conflicts in areas termed third areas, which consisted of nations that were either allies, satellites, or neutral to the principal Cold War powers. The Air Force strongly opposed this contract, feeling threatened by ISA's growing influence, as it had assumed much of the policy-making authority previously held by the Joint Chiefs of Staff. According to Larry Henderson, who leads Rand's office in Washington, the Air Force was feeling threatened in their role as decision-makers. They were concerned that if Rand produced a report they disagreed with, it might end up with the Assistant Secretary for International Security Affairs, and before they knew it, the Secretary of Defense could be pushing it on them. There was also anxiety among many Air Force officers that some civilians in ISA viewed them with disdain, as if they were less than professional soldiers, and might try to undermine their status. Alex George mentioned that the Air Force was upset with Rand employees who had gone to work for McNamara and sought to retaliate against Rand. However, whenever the Air Force made moves in that direction, Rand would turn to Philip Graham, the publisher of the Washington Post and head of Rand's Air Force Advisory Group, who had a solid rapport with Kennedy. Graham would meet with the president, and Kennedy would intervene, halting the Air Force's attempts to rein Rand in. Frank Colbaum had his own doubts about this contract, worrying that it might pull Rand into the ongoing civilian-military tensions within the Department of Defense. Regardless, The executive committee of the Board of Trustees believed that the contract with ICE would shield RAND from future budget cuts by the Air Force, so they chose to go ahead with it. They were also influenced by strong support for the contract inside RAND, where many analysts realized that if RAND wanted to engage more in national security matters beyond just air power, a closer partnership with McNamara and his team was essential. Many analysts were also drawn to the chance of working on contemporary policy issues, even though this shifted focus away from the long-term and strategic work that had traditionally been RAND's strength. Ultimately, the Air Force remained RAND's major sponsor because they couldn't secure a contract from the Office of the Secretary of Defense, ARPA, ASA, or any other DoD agency that was as substantial and durable as their agreement with the Air Force. After taking on the role of Director of Research and Engineering at the Department of Defense, Harold Brown established Project Agile at ARPA in 1961. The name Agile was selected to reflect the project's capacity to swiftly address urgent research requests with the aim of supporting the U.S. counterinsurgency efforts in Southeast Asia, involved the research and development of weapons, equipment, and techniques, alongside social science studies, with the help of experts in anthropology, psychology, sociology, political science, and economics to deepen understanding of foreign cultures. During this time, the social science community in the United States had not yet grown disenchanted with the Vietnam War or with American attempts to combat insurgencies globally. Insurgencies and liberation movements were seen as forms of communist subversion stemming from coercion and terrorism, and counterinsurgency did not yet carry the troubling implication of stifling legitimate social and economic change in developing nations, which made it easy for social scientists to engage in this research for the Defense Department. In response to a request from Kennedy, Congress allocated $120 million to enhance research and development programs geared toward limited warfare. In August 1961, Harold Brown sent a classified letter to RAND seeking support for the establishment of the Combat Development and Test Center in Saigon, created by ARPA's Research and Development Field Unit. The CDTC's purpose was to evaluate existing weapons and new ones being crafted in American laboratories, including herbicides and communication equipment, assessing their effectiveness for counterinsurgency. The formation of this center was the Department of Defense's reaction to President Kennedy endorsing Deputy Secretary of Defense Gilpatrick's initiative to assist the South Vietnamese government in developing new counterinsurgency strategies. The CDTC was staffed by both U.S. military and civilian personnel who collaborated closely with local military members assigned by the South Vietnamese government. In June and July of 1961, George Tanham joined the Defense Department Research and Development Task Force in Saigon to help set up the CDTC. After returning to Washington, Tanham briefed senior officials at the State Department, the Department of Defense, the CIA, and the White House about his insights, conclusions, and recommendations regarding the situation in Vietnam, based on his experiences in Saigon and visits to rural areas. The United States had invested heavily in President Ngo Dinh Diem, offering both economic and military support, which included sending pilots to assist the Army of the Republic of Vietnam. This was framed in a way that suggested the U.S. was only taking a backseat role, with a Vietnamese pilot included in the mix. Early on, President Kennedy aimed to avoid alarming the American public about U.S. involvement in an active conflict. Yet, despite significant resources directed toward South Vietnam, the insurgency was gaining momentum, expanding from about 2,000 guerrillas in early 1957 to roughly 17,000. In his report, Tanham pointed out the increasingly dire situation, noting that the U.S. team in Vietnam was not effectively addressing the growing crisis. While they recognized that the main threat was from subversion and insurgency, rather than an invasion from the north, their efforts were hampered by a lack of coordination among various agencies. Additionally, the military team faced challenges with a cumbersome administrative structure that stifled their ability to advise, assist, and train the Vietnamese, many of whom they did not fully understand or connect with. Tanum remarked that both Vietnamese civilians and military personnel displayed little motivation or loyalty to President Diem. Although official American reports claimed the South Vietnamese army was performing well, many of these assertions could not be verified. Reports indicated that the South Vietnamese army had engagements where they reported no casualties while losing weapons, whereas the Viet Cong faced losses but left no bodies on the battlefield. Tanum did not propose changing leadership in Vietnam or altering U.S. policy, as such suggestions seemed unfathomable given the circumstances, where failure felt unlikely. Instead, he suggested pragmatic measures to improve conditions, like increasing helicopter support. Tanum's report reflected the prevailing American mindset of that era, believing that better and more weapons would turn the tide, and that the focus was merely on finding improved strategies for fighting the war. It did not question whether the U.S. should deepen its involvement in Vietnam, mirroring the Cold War consensus that it was morally right for the U.S. to confront the communist threat wherever it arose. This conviction was so strong that no one at RAND or in the Defense Department, including those strategists who had joined McNamara's team, was sounding the alarm or urging caution to the Kennedy administration about escalating U.S. engagement in Vietnam. Additionally, by not challenging continued U.S. support for President Diem, Tanum's report reflected the prevailing belief in Washington that the U.S. had no choice but to stand by Diem, embracing the philosophy of sink or swim with him. An internal RAND review from 1969, led by Alfred Goldberg of the Social Science Department, concluded that RAND did not undertake a significant study or analysis of U.S. policy in Vietnam, especially regarding U.S. goals and objectives. They could have initiated such a study as early as 1961 or 1962, as the increasing U.S. involvement in Vietnam highlighted the conflict's importance for the nation. However, RAND's leadership did not pursue this opportunity, and no clients requested it either. The commitment to Vietnam was seen by RAND analysts as part of the broader struggle against the Soviet Union, and as Alex George recounted, most individuals at RAND shared a serious view on this conflict. He noted, "There were no pacifists at RAND." Gus Schubert added that there was an almost missionary fervor at RAND. The staff felt a pressing urgency because they believed the Soviet threat was both serious and imminent, and they thought their work was crucial for laying the groundwork to counter that threat. In November 1961, as the situation in Vietnam remained dire and President Diem sought more assistance, ARPA organized several meetings with representatives from various businesses and nonprofits similar to RAND to discuss Project AGIL and to gain their backing. The meetings focused on what actions the United States should take in Vietnam, while also considering the situation in Laos, where the communist Pathet Lao were poised to seize control of the capital, Vientiane, and defeat the U.S.-backed right-wing government of Phumi Nosavan. Steve Hosmer, a Far Eastern Studies expert who joined the Social Science Department in August 1961, attended these discussions while working out of the RAND Washington office. He noted that the primary focus was on hardware development, stating, "Indeed, during the early days, ARPA was heavily into hardware." Hosmer, a large man with a calm demeanor, specialized in Southeast Asia. He earned his degrees from Yale University, completing his undergraduate studies in 1953, obtaining a master's degree in Southeast Asia Studies in 1955, and finishing his doctorate in international relations in 1961. As a fellow of the Ford Foundation from 1953 to 1956, he conducted field research in Indonesia for the historic 1955 election, the first after independence from Dutch rule, which contributed to his doctoral dissertation. Following that, he served in the U.S. Air Force from 1957 to 1960, where he worked in the Office of the Assistant Chief of Staff for Intelligence. When he arrived at RAND in 1961, he was one of the few staff members who had first-hand experience in Vietnam. On his way to Indonesia in 1955, he reached Saigon just as the French were withdrawing and Americans were arriving to take their place. Like many Americans who visited during that time, he found Saigon to be a remarkable place, describing it as the Paris of the East. He remembered getting caught in a small Citroën amid a French convoy of tanks and fearing that his vehicle would be crushed. These 1961 meetings with ARPA laid the groundwork for RAND's engagement in Southeast Asia. A committee at RAND, chaired by George Clement and Bob Buchheim, crafted a research proposal that Jack Ellis remembered finalizing one Sunday at Buchheim's home before sending it off to ARPA. RAND earned a solid reputation for top-notch research and independence, which led to approval for funding in November 1961 from Project AGLE. This funding allowed RAND to assign staff to the Research and Development Field Unit at the Combat and Development Test Center in Saigon, as well as to the Technical Field Unit in Bangkok, both set up to collaborate on testing weapons, equipment, and counterinsurgency techniques. They also tasked their staff in Santa Monica and Washington with pinpointing major counterinsurgency issues in Southeast Asia and recommending solutions. According to Ellis, these objectives shaped RAND's work during the 4 years he oversaw the program. This marked RAND's cautious entry into Vietnam, with little clarity on how extensive this involvement would become or what its implications would be. This uncertain phase mirrored the American government's own approach, evolving alongside Washington's decisions, more often following than leading, and sometimes facilitating or critiquing instead of pushing for changes in policy. To craft a research program for the ISA, RAND's Research Council, which included 6 senior researchers, created a third-area conflict board featuring Albert Wohlstetter, Charles Wolfe, Terry Green, and consultant Guy Pauker. The board aimed to identify and study conflicts beyond the strategic standoff between the United States and the Soviet Union that might arise globally, with the goal of advancing U.S. interests in these situations. However, it seems this board didn't produce a cohesive, comprehensive research program. The Logistics Department also stepped in to research for the ISA, focusing on potential communist military intervention in Southeast Asia. They generated a report that assessed the logistical capacities of the United States versus communist bloc countries in supporting large-scale limited wars in Laos and South Vietnam. It found that distance was not a disadvantage for the U.S., as it could mobilize and deliver more troops and supplies to potential battle zones within 40 days than the communists could. In an effort to enhance counterinsurgency strategies, Steve Hosmer hosted a symposium of military and civilian experts in Washington in April 1962 to share ideas and experiences on combating guerrilla warfare. He noted that the primary requirement was for attendees to be individuals who had demonstrated success in counterinsurgency. Among those present were David Galula, who had led a French company in Algeria in 1956 and effectively cleared the Kabylie region of insurgents during his time there. Ed Lansdale was also in attendance. The gathering aimed to unite experts with hands-on experience in counterinsurgency from countries like Malaya, the Philippines, Kenya, and Algeria, fostering informal discussions that could inspire new insights and contribute to a comprehensive body of expert knowledge. They explored various topics, including patterns and techniques of counterinsurgency, effective organizational and operational strategies, political actions, psychological warfare, intelligence, and the prerequisites for achieving victory. The outcomes of these dialogues were compiled into a RAND report that was widely distributed. Hosmer reminisced, "We literally papered Washington with it, yet he felt it was like throwing it into a bottomless pit, receiving little attention." Later in 1963, RAND produced separate reports on 6 counterinsurgency campaigns. Alfred Goldberg stated that these documents were merely a collection of information and well-informed perspectives on counterinsurgency conflicts. There was no direct follow-up from either RAND or ARPA. Due to the specialized nature of the assistance being sought by ARPA Agile, Frank Kolbohm appointed Jack Ellis to oversee the Agile contract. Ellis had joined the engineering division at RAND in 1947, back when it was part of the Douglas Aircraft Company, and had focused on tactical warfare concerning Europe's defense. He had studied mechanical engineering at UC Berkeley. From 1942 to 1944, he was on inactive duty in the Navy, and after the war, he served actively in the Philippines, clearing mines in Batangas Bay south of Manila. Following his demobilization in summer 1946, he returned to his studies for a year. He had already worked at Douglas Aircraft Company in Long Beach between his junior and senior years at Berkeley and went back looking for a job. They informed him, "We don't have any positions available. We're also demobilizing after the war, but there's a small outfit in Santa Monica called Rand that's hiring, so why not check them out?" Ellis joined Rand, taking a position in the aircraft division, which was then called the Airborne Vehicle Section. He noted that the organization underwent numerous reorganizations over the years and eventually ended up in the larger engineering division. After securing the contract, Jack Ellis journeyed to Vietnam and Thailand in February 1962, spending a month observing the situation directly and consulting with military and civilian personnel to develop a research program. ARPA was overseeing many operations, and the contract with Rand was fairly modest, leading to limited attention on Rand's efforts. Ellis remembered that there was no formal agreement like Rand had with the Air Force, nor was there an oversight committee akin to the Air Force Steering Group. Despite that, there was a mutual understanding between Rand and ARPA about what tasks Rand was best suited to perform, resulting in no disputes over the activities Rand would take on for ARPA Agile. During the 4 years Ellis managed the program, the funding averaged around $1 million annually. To recruit Rand's staff for these ARPA Agile initiatives, Ellis had to approach various department heads and convince them to allocate team members who were interested in Southeast Asia, willing to travel for fieldwork, and qualified for the studies. Among these criteria, the requirement to spend extended periods in Southeast Asia was the most challenging. Many Rand staff members hesitated to leave their families for months at a time. While Vietnam might seem intriguing, it was distant and known as a hardship post, with many Rand staff members unwilling to endure what they viewed as substandard living conditions. As the conflict escalated, Vietnam grew more perilous, making qualified Rand staff even more hesitant to relocate. Ultimately, most of Rand's work related to Vietnam was conducted by individuals in Santa Monica, primarily using data collected by Rand's research team in the field. For instance, Rand analyst Conrad Kellen authored several studies on Vietnam, but had no desire to go there himself. Having lost family members during World War II, he felt that one war was enough. Although Jack Ellis occasionally traveled to Vietnam and Thailand to assess the situation and consult with military and civilian personnel for potential projects, the studies conducted in Vietnam during that time were scattered, short-term efforts lacking a cohesive, planned research program. Whenever ARPA Agile, the R&D field unit in Saigon, or Rand researchers identified a problem needing a solution, they would initiate a project if Rand could address it. The demands of fighting an insurgency led to projects focusing on operational and technical issues, aiming to provide immediate solutions to pressing problems. Reflecting on the studies conducted under his leadership of the ARPA Agile program, Jack Ellis concluded that much of the work was merely at the fringes of the problems, and that these projects were low-level efforts with little potential to significantly influence Vietnam policy. Even the less operational research, like the projects related to the Strategic Hamlet program, which aimed to restrict villagers' access to insurgents, was short-term and focused on offering quick fixes. In 1963, Ellis sought to expand his research program by proposing a prisoner interrogation study intended to uncover tactical information and gain insights into the motivations of insurgents, similar to concepts explored in Rand consultant Lucian Pai's 1957 book, Guerrilla Communism in Malaya. However, his proposal didn't receive the attention he hoped for. Ellis suspected it was dismissed due to his background as an engineer rather than as a social scientist qualified to conduct such research. Indeed, Ellis felt more at ease with technical data, like bomber sorties, than with social science matters. By 1964, he aimed to shift from the nuts and bolts approach that defined Rand's work in Vietnam toward a more comprehensive examination of counterinsurgency. While ARPA showed some interest, the proposal ultimately did not progress, and the research efforts under his oversight remained disconnected. When Rand first became involved in Vietnam, it didn't have a strong foundation for long-range studies due to a lack of political and military expertise in counterinsurgency, especially compared to its knowledge of strategic nuclear warfare. In fact, very few people in the U.S. possessed that expertise at the time. Rand also didn't have many analysts with a background in Vietnam, except for George Tanham. This was understandable since Vietnam was a small, underprivileged country with little strategic importance to the United States. And it didn't attract the necessary attention from Rand's analysts. One of Rand's key advantages was its ability to bring in outside experts, often from academia, to work on projects as needed, which allowed the organization to avoid maintaining a large staff across various fields that might not be relevant. So when the decision was made to dive into Vietnam, this gap in internal knowledge wasn't a major hurdle. The first two Rand researchers sent to Vietnam under contract for ARPA were consultants Jerry Hickey and John Donnell. Rand couldn't have chosen more qualified experts. Both had a strong familiarity with Vietnam and were fluent in Vietnamese. Hickey, who was teaching at Yale, was an anthropologist focusing on Vietnam's ethnography and had conducted social and economic research in a Mekong Delta village. Known for his Irish charm and sharp storytelling, he graduated from DePaul University in 1950 and earned his master's and doctorate from the University of Chicago. Prior to joining Rand, he was part of the Michigan State University Group, which helped President Dean's administration, a research associate in the anthropology department at Michigan State and Yale, and a consultant for the Ford Foundation's Mekong River Project in 1961. Like Hickey, John Donnell, who was an assistant professor at Dartmouth College at the time, had significant experience in Asia. He learned Vietnamese, then called Annamese, while at Berkeley during 1943 and 1944. While Hickey was outgoing and sociable, Donnell had a more introverted nature. After serving 3 years in the Army, he joined the U.S. Information Agency, which later became the U.S. Information Service, in 1949, and was responsible for opening the USIA branch in Hanoi in the early 1950s. In 1961, he spent 6 months in South Vietnam as part of a Ford Foundation Fellowship for Foreign Area Training. He earned his doctorate in political science from Berkeley in 1964, focusing his thesis on the politics of South Vietnam. Donnell's experience in Asia also included work for the Army in the Philippines and Japan during and after World War II, as well as roles for USIA in Malaya and Taiwan. He was proficient in Vietnamese and also studied Chinese at Yale and Cornell. In addition to his work at Rand, Donnell advised the State Department on matters concerning North Vietnam. Later in 1961, Rand requested Hickey and Donnell to investigate the Montagnard leaders in the Central Highlands of South Vietnam for ARPA, aiming to understand their expectations from the Saigon government. The term Montagnard, meaning mountain people, was used by the French to describe various ethnic minorities in this strategically significant highland region, which had become a route for former Viet Minh moving back south after relocating to the north following the Geneva Accords of 1954. In reaction to this situation, both the South Vietnamese government and the American mission developed new strategies for maintaining control. To succeed, they needed to gain the local people's trust, a challenging endeavor, especially given President Diem's forced integration policies that caused widespread dissatisfaction among the Montagnards. The study by Hickey and Donnell aimed to identify the wants and needs of these leaders to win their loyalty. Hickey viewed himself as a mediator between the Montagnards and the authorities in Saigon, believing this project could enable him to assist the Highlanders by linking their leaders with the American mission and possibly the Saigon government. However, circumstances thwarted their research. As part of a new strategy addressing infiltration, the CIA was organizing village defense in the Central Highlands, and the American leading this effort was not interested in having anthropologists present. Unable to access the Central Highlands, Hickey and Donnell chose to focus on the Strategic Hamlet Program, which aimed to secure the countryside as part of the war effort. This initiative involved relocating peasants from areas controlled or contested by the Viet Cong into fortified hamlets, effectively separating them from the guerrillas. The idea was that by isolating the Viet Cong from the villagers and cutting off their access to the local population, They would become vulnerable to annihilation in the planned general offensive and subsequent cleanup operations. Funded by USAID and supported by Sir Robert Thompson, an expert in counterinsurgency and head of the British mission to Vietnam, the program drew on Thompson's experience from the British fight against insurgents in Malaya, where a similar strategy had succeeded under vastly different circumstances. In Malaya, the insurgents were ethnic Chinese with no support among the native Malays, making them easy to identify and isolate. However, in South Vietnam, the guerrillas blended in with the peasants, sharing personal connections and support, which made separation far more challenging. Thompson believed that as strategic hamlets proliferated, government control would extend, restoring security to the countryside. The French had employed a similar concept called the tache d'huile, or oil spot, while combating the Viet Minh, but they were defeated. There was a belief that U.S. strength and intelligence would succeed where the French had fallen short. Thompson's expertise added an impressive credibility that appealed to those seeking a way out of a tough situation. Initially, Thompson advocated for a program known as the Delta Plan and visited Washington in March 1962 to present his Thompson Report, which outlined strategies for clearing the Mekong Delta of communists and driving them back into the mangroves, minimizing their impact and ultimately starving them out. Viewing the insurgency as a security issue, the plan emphasized restoring safety through police and mobile military forces as the top priority, prior to launching social improvement initiatives meant to incentivize villagers for working with the government. Within this framework, regrouping people into strategic hamlets was just one aspect of the strategy, alongside establishing prohibited areas where the government could shoot anyone on sight, and implementing control measures like curfews, identification cards, and checkpoints to monitor who entered and exited the pacification zones. Although Thompson's plan was adopted for operations in the Mekong Delta, it got overshadowed by the urgent push to create strategic hamlets, which became the central focus of pacification while other components were neglected. Initially disappointed, Thompson later became a strong supporter of the Strategic Hamlet Program and informed President Kennedy in 1963 that he believed the insurgency could be overcome. In March 1962, the pilot for the Strategic Hamlet Program, called Operation Sunrise, began in an area near Saigon, and as part of this pacification effort, the hamlets were constructed at a rapid pace. Jerry Hickey and John Donnell learned about Operation Sunrise and decided to investigate it, looking to understand it from the villagers' point of view rather than the official one, to see how it was impacting their lives. The Operation Sunrise area specifically targeted the Cu Chi district, which had been under Viet Cong control since at least 1945. This district housed a notable network of tunnels built by the Viet Minh and later the Viet Cong, reaching beneath an American base at Dong Du in the area. The region in question had poor, sandy soil and was situated between the fertile Mekong Delta and the lush jungles of the Central Highlands, with peasants living at a subsistence level. When talking to villagers affected by the Strategic Hamlet Program, Hickey discovered a deep sense of dissatisfaction with the forced relocations and resentment regarding how the program was being executed. Villagers expressed their frustration over the unfulfilled promise of funds meant for their lunches and compensation for the labor required in building the strategic hamlets. They were angered by the lack of payment for the land they had lost in their previous hamlets and the bamboo they provided for the fortifications. Additionally, they had to pay for the concrete posts and barbed wire surrounding the strategic hamlets. Their income had sharply declined as they were forced to neglect their farming work for this construction effort. Political and economic reforms were lacking, and the anticipated benefits never came, leaving them with no returns for their struggles. Hickey and Donnell concluded that while the program might bring security, it would fail if it placed economic and social burdens on the villagers. Their critical assessment, contrasting with official optimism, drew adverse reactions from American officials both in Saigon and the United States. During a briefing with Harold Brown at the Pentagon, he turned away from them, staring out the window while they spoke. Marine General Victor Krulak slammed his fist on the desk, insisting that they would compel the peasants to do whatever necessary for the success of the strategic hamlets. Krulak, a hawk alongside Walt Rostow at the State Department, was then the Special Assistant for Counterinsurgency and Special Activities, overseeing the Vietnam conflict. When Hickey and Donnell's report made its way to Washington, ARPA criticized its bleak assessment and sought to attach a two-page rebuttal to each copy. RAND President Frank Colbohm staunchly defended RAND's independence and opposed any interference in their ability to publish and share research findings. Steve Hosmer remembered attending a meeting with Larry Henderson, the vice president overseeing RAND's Washington office, where ARPA's proposal was discussed. Henderson firmly told ARPA that if they pursued this route, RAND would stop conducting research for them in the future. ARPA backed down, and the issue was dropped. The reaction at the Pentagon reflected a consistent trend throughout the Vietnam War. When RAND's findings clashed with official views, they often faced strong pushback and were either ignored or outright dismissed. For Steve Hosmer, this incident highlighted the challenges faced by research that contradicted mainstream policy and was seen as a threat to Washington's objectives. Despite the failures of Operation Sunrise, the construction of strategic hamlets in the Mekong Delta led to even greater disruption and dissatisfaction among the people. In this area, residents typically lived along rivers, canals, and arroyos, rather than in clustered hamlets. As the program expanded, it forced peasants from areas controlled or contested by the Viet Cong into these strategic hamlets, resulting in massive relocations. Many of those displaced saw their homes destroyed. Province chiefs were building strategic hamlets on a large scale to impress President Diem and showcase their progress. The irony was that the Vietnamese government largely succeeded in alienating the peasants without providing any real security. As control shifted like day to night, the government managed the hamlets by day, while Viet Cong operatives took control at night. While Hickey's and Donnell's work gained attention in Washington, a team led by Jack Ellis continued their projects. Ellis noted that their focus was primarily on combat operations and equipment, research that, while practical, lacked the intellectual prestige for which RAND was known. The team, coming from the technical side of RAND, would spend several weeks or months in Vietnam before returning to the U.S. to compile reports on their findings. Their members included Vic Sturdivant from Systems Analysis, George Young from Aeroastronautics, Jim Farmer from Electronics, Jim Wilson from Systems Operations, and Joe Carrier from Cost Analysis. Their work ranged from border control to developing radios more suitable for small South Vietnamese units operating in dense jungle cover, as well as assessing the effectiveness of radio communication. The work mainly involved sifting through vast amounts of technical data, like assessing how many messages the South Vietnamese Army could send and the time needed to broadcast and document them. The key benefit for the researchers being in Vietnam was the easy access to important data. Many didn't think it was necessary to understand the country, its people, the Viet Cong, or the insurgency to complete their tasks. Moreover, Vietnam and Southeast Asia fell outside their usual fields of expertise and only mildly interested them, leading to minimal efforts to gain a wider perspective or explore the intricacies of the situation. The most significant contributions came from Vic Sturdivant, who arrived in Vietnam in March 1962, after ARPA requested RAND's help with the Combat Development Test Center in Saigon to find ways to reduce the infiltration of supplies and personnel from the north. Jack Ellis noted that Sturdivant's work on border control died of its own weight, as ARPA's focus shifted elsewhere. It's possible there was no follow-up, because it became clear that effective border control would be nearly impossible, a conclusion Sturdivant also reached. He determined that, even with potential support from the U.S. and other foreign nations, South Vietnam would struggle to secure its vast land and sea borders. A more cost-effective approach would involve striving for partial control through a sea blockade and establishing bases near the land border for random patrols to detect, ambush, and eliminate infiltrators. However, Sturdivant looked beyond just border control and argued that the ultimate goal should be to restore security throughout the country. He had faith in the strategic hamlets concept and proposed an inside-out security approach, similar to the oil spot idea. He contended that government control should start at cities, villages, and hamlets, gradually expanding outward. Over time, these secure areas would connect to form larger zones until the whole country was safe. With improved security, villagers would be more willing to share information about insurgent activities without fearing reprisals from the Viet Cong. The flow of intelligence would empower the government to execute more effective anti-guerrilla operations, leading to increased security and an even greater influx of intelligence, creating a self-sustaining cycle. Sturtevant believed that restoring security would enable the government to tackle the underlying social, economic, and political issues fueling the insurgency. By improving the lives of peasants and allowing them the opportunity to elect their own leaders through democratic processes, the strategic hamlet approach would encourage villagers to align with the government. Without access to the population and hindered by a lack of popular backing, the insurgency would struggle to survive. This perspective assumed that the peasants in South Vietnam remained neutral, leaning towards whichever side could provide them protection. Many in the South Vietnamese elite shared this belief, viewing peasants as apolitical individuals who only desired to cultivate their land in security and peace. Among the extensive research Rand conducted for ARPA during this period was a study by George Young, who used statistics to analyze the timing, frequency, and nature of Viet Cong activities in relation to the lunar cycle. The goal was to find ways to predict when these activities would likely occur, enabling preemptive countermeasures. Young, a Chinese-American from San Francisco with a master's degree in chemistry from UC Berkeley, joined Rand's Aeroastronautics Department in March 1948 after serving in Berkeley's engineering department. At Rand, he worked on varied projects including missile design, aerodynamics, thermodynamics, nuclear propulsion, and Chinese technology. He arrived in Saigon in July 1962 to become Rand's first permanent representative at the R&D field unit. His analysis revealed that the dark of the moon was the time when insurgents were most likely to act, enabling them to operate undetected. As Seymour Deichmann of ARPA Agile noted in his book, this type of research often yielded dry results that conveyed little beyond what military personnel could already sense instinctively. He noted that, interestingly, no one had previously showcased these facts with organized and cohesive data, but once it was laid out, it seemed so clear that the analysis didn't seem significant. Perhaps of greater interest was the experience of the RAND team in Vietnam before the war escalated into its destructive stages. Joe Carrier, who had spent time in India on a Fulbright grant, volunteered to go to Saigon to escape the monotony of his work in cost analysis. He was eager for a change. Having visited India, he wasn't put off by the idea of living in Vietnam. As a single man, he didn't have family ties back in the United States. Carrier had a modest and kind demeanor that the Vietnamese found appealing, and his affinity for Asia allowed him to connect easily with the locals. His time in India sparked a curiosity about different cultures, something he would later pursue as an anthropologist, and he found Vietnam fascinating rather than overwhelming. When he arrived in Saigon in July 1962, he recalled that the ARPA R&D field unit was based at a South Vietnamese Navy base along the Saigon River. The nominal leader was a South Vietnamese Army colonel, supported by an American colonel. Carrier remembered that the unit was testing new firearms like the lighter AR-15, designed to replace the cumbersome M1 used in World War II and the Korean War, which was too heavy for Vietnamese soldiers, who averaged around 5 feet 2 inches tall. They were also testing the CBU, an anti-personnel cluster bomb, and various defoliants. One afternoon, an American Chemical Corps major invited Carrier for a ride. Although unaware of the purpose, he enthusiastically agreed. To his surprise, he was taken on a test run of chemicals intended for defoliation in the Mekong Delta. Carrier noted that, at the time, no one recognized how hazardous Agent Orange, a primary component, really was, and he recalled observing South Vietnamese personnel working with the chemicals without any protective equipment. The herbicide program was approved in mid-1961, and the CDTC was assigned the role of assessing the chemical's effectiveness. The first test of aerial spraying by helicopter took place in August 1961 along a road in the Central Highlands, followed by another test using fixed-wing aircraft along Route 13, about 80 kilometers north of Saigon. Secretary McNamara then chose December 1961 to kick off the program known as Trail Dust. The aim was to enhance the detection of enemy base camps and troop movements along communication lines and infiltration routes, while also destroying their crops. The use of herbicides ramped up in 1965 and 1966, peaking between 1967 and 1969. The U.S. Air Force sprayed a significant quantity of herbicides under Operation Ranch Hand, utilizing C-123 cargo and transport planes. In total, 9.4 million gallons were sprayed in South Vietnam, with dioxin comprising 60% of that, or 11.7 million gallons. Joe Carrier focused on radio communications and teamed up with Vic Sturdivant to analyze Hamlet incidents triggered by the Viet Cong from December 1962 to September 1963 in response to the strategic Hamlet program. While Hickey and Donnell provided a largely negative assessment of the program, Sturdivant and Carrier presented a more balanced perspective. Carrier remembered that they aimed to avoid undermining a program endorsed by high-level officials, yet they still cautioned about its ramifications. For them, the rise and subsequent decline of Viet Cong incidents suggested the program was affecting the situation. Incidents like acts of terror and propaganda peaked as the Viet Cong made a last-ditch attempt to prevent the government from regaining control, but started to decrease once 50 to 60% of the population in a particular area had been moved into strategic hamlets. Even with these positive signs, Sturdivant and Carrier advised a more measured approach, noting that while the data showed military success, it also highlighted the heavy toll on the population. These Viet Cong incidents represented the price paid, the blood, sweat, and tears that civilians endured during the implementation of the program. Faced with challenges in quickly rolling out Operation Sunrise, they recommended a more gradual approach to prevent demoralizing the peasants. They believed that security would be best achieved by moving slowly and expanding the program step by step from the pacified areas. Reflecting on the initiative later, Carrier remarked that the difficulty in distinguishing the Viet Cong from the local population should have shot the program down right then and there. Yet, many at the time were blinded by hope, seeing the program as the answer to the insurgency. The Strategic Hamlet program continued to advance rapidly, and by November 1963, when Sturdivant and Carrier's report was released, it was nearing full implementation. Their experiences would end up being typical for RAND's research during the war. Often by the time a report was published, its findings had been eclipsed by events, whether due to a set course that couldn't be altered, or because policies had already progressed too far to be adjusted. When George Young arrived in Saigon in July 1962, President Diem had survived a bombing at his palace by discontented Air Force pilots, exposing unrest within his military. To support Diem's regime, President Kennedy opted to escalate U.S. military involvement by increasing the number of American advisors from 3,200 to 11,300, establishing the Military Assistance Command Vietnam under General Paul D. Harkins, and providing more equipment like helicopters and light aircraft. Despite these efforts, the guerrillas continued to gain strength and maintain the initiative, while the Saigon Army showed little interest in taking offensive action. Meanwhile, in Saigon, General Harkins and his team were unconcerned, displaying a confidence rooted in America's triumph over Nazism and fascism in World War II. They viewed the guerrillas simply as raggedy-ass little bastards who would inevitably fall to U.S. might. Harkins had formulated a four-phase strategy based on the 3 M's, men, money, and material, which he believed would secure victory over the communists. Phases 1 and 2 were intended to prepare for Phase 3, which would roll out a coordinated effort involving all branches of the South Vietnamese military, set to begin in mid-February 1963 and continue until the guerrillas were defeated. Phase 4 would then focus on eliminating any remaining guerrilla forces and restoring the Saigon government's authority across the nation. The initial plan suggested that victory would come within a year of starting Phase 3. However, during a strategy meeting in Honolulu in July, McNamara, seeking a more realistic outlook, encouraged Harkins to revise the timeline for defeating the Viet Cong to 3 years instead of just 1. This shift led McNamara to ask Harkins to craft a strategy to gradually reduce the American military presence in Vietnam to just 1,500 by December 1965. In January 1963, George Tanham returned to Vietnam after over a year away, having helped establish the Combat Development and Test Center in Saigon. While he noted a strong sense of optimism, he also felt a sense of concern. In his trip report, he mentioned that senior American officials were discussing the possibility of wrapping up the war in 2 or 3 years, with one even saying, "Given a bit of luck, we can finish this in a year." Sir Robert Thompson also expressed a similar enthusiasm. Tanham observed that this optimistic outlook was fueled by the rapid growth of strategic hamlets. From the air, he could see these hamlets, identifiable by their ditches, bamboo fences, and barbed wire, scattered across the countryside. The optimism was further bolstered by the belief that the rural development initiatives, led by the United States Operations Mission, were starting to yield social and economic benefits for the villages, and that grassroots democracy was taking root through local elections for hamlet leaders and councils. Officials envisioned that this grassroots democratic movement would expand from the hamlets to districts and provinces, eventually reaching the central government. On the military front, American officials felt that the deployment of helicopters, substantial U.S. aid, and the assignment of advisors at the battalion and district levels were making a significant impact. The South Vietnamese Army had taken the lead and was pushing the Viet Cong onto the back foot, making them retreat from the major engagements they were hoping would lead to a decisive offensive. However, when Tanham spoke with the press and lower-ranking civilian and military officials, he received a different viewpoint. While senior officials remained confident in the strategic hamlets, those at the lower levels felt that while the Vietnamese government might eventually create a fortified state, in the long run, these strongholds wouldn't lead to victory, as this was a political, not a military conflict. They noticed little change in the peasants' attitudes towards the government or any improvement in the government that could win them over. Tanham himself believed the strategic hamlet program was a valid idea, but its role in winning the war had been overstated, and it was frequently relied upon to address all issues. Ultimately, he felt that the political landscape hadn't shifted much since his visit in 1961, noting a persistent lack of enthusiasm for President Diem among the people, leading him to conclude that the United States couldn't expect to succeed with him in charge. In essence, Tanham believed the official optimism was unfounded and worried it could lead to disaster for both Vietnam and the United States. Given that the Air Force was Rand's primary client, it made sense for George Tanham, who had once been Rand's liaison with the Air Force, to meet with General Roland "Buck" Anthus, who commanded the 2nd Air Force Division based at Tan Son Nhut Airport. In this war, the Army held the dominant role, with the Air Force mainly providing tactical support, reporting to General Harkins. Most of the Air Force missions focused on delivering air support for attacks, escorting convoys, and striking Viet Cong bases, supply depots, and assembly areas during interdiction efforts. Additionally, the 2nd Air Force Division conducted supply missions, transporting personnel and equipment. This was not a favored role for the Air Force, which had been concentrating on strategic air warfare and enhancing its nuclear capabilities to engage in Europe against the Soviet Union. Insurgency was not its preferred type of conflict. Additionally, the Army had developed its own air force and was using helicopters in Vietnam to carry out air missions, except for those needing fighter jets and fighter bombers for close support. Still, the Air Force's presence expanded, with personnel numbers climbing from 400 in 1961 to 2,000 in 1962. The Air Force operated a fleet of about 60 aircraft in the Air Commando Squadron at Bien Hoa and other units, all marked with Vietnamese Air Force insignia to mask direct U.S. involvement in the conflict. The frequency of sorties and the amount of bombs, rockets, and napalm dropped on the land were both increasing. In a meeting with Tanum, Anthus suggested that the U.S. Air Force accounted for a third of Viet Cong casualties in the previous year, with another third attributed to the Vietnamese Air Force, which Anthus was working to strengthen. Anthus stated he was aware of the number of Viet Cong killed by air power because the Army validated those figures, even describing them as conservative. Tracking statistics was a common approach for the U.S. military in Vietnam. In a conflict lacking a front line, where the enemy's aim wasn't to seize territory and the U.S. objective was to weaken the opponent, the primary metric of progress became the number of enemy killed in action, known as the kill ratio or body count. Tan Ham criticized the Air Force's tendency to measure success through numbers, such as the destruction of huts or the number of Viet Cong killed, and he believed a more nuanced evaluation of the Air Force's contributions was necessary. Overall, he felt that General Anthus and the other Air Force generals he met during his visit were performing well and grasping the complexities of the situation. Tanum noted that while the Air Force was proud of its role in the Vietnam War, they felt somewhat overlooked in terms of public acknowledgement. During a meeting with Tanum, General Anthus pointed out several areas where research could aid the Air Force in Vietnam, including the impacts of air operations on various groups, night operations, enhanced surveillance, and air support for strategic hamlets. Tanham believed that examining the effects of air operations could be a suitable project for RAND. Although RAND would eventually research these topics, it's unclear if Anthus's comments were the catalyst for that work. While in Vietnam, Tanham visited Phuoc Binh Special Zone, a region created in late 1962 to disrupt Viet Cong activities near the Cambodian border. This area, known as War Zone D, was labeled an enemy zone, effectively making it a free-fire zone where anything moving was seen as a target. Tan Ham considered it reckless to categorize an entire zone as enemy and to engage in indiscriminate bombings and shootings, assuming any locals were either Viet Cong or their supporters. At that point, the concern over civilian casualties from airstrikes wasn't as prominent as it would become later, when the overwhelming firepower brought by American forces devastated the countryside. Still, some American officers expressed worries that this haphazard destruction was pushing local peasants toward the Viet Cong. General Harkins, planning to significantly increase the rate of fighter-bomber sorties as part of his strategy, dismissed the issue, saying he was weary of the discussion around civilian casualties. General Anthus believed the complaints were overstated or related to isolated incidents. For him, the responsibility for civilian casualties lay with the South Vietnamese, as the airstrikes were conducted at the request of the ARVN and local leaders. It was during George Tanum's visit in January 1963 that the Battle of Ap Bac unfolded in the Mekong Delta, signaling a shift in the insurgency. Up until that point, the guerrillas had been deterred by the armored personnel carriers and helicopters introduced in 1962. On January 2, 1963, in a village located 40 miles southwest of Saigon, 350 guerrillas, entrenched in foxholes along a canal and shielded by trees and shrubs, successfully repelled an assault from a South Vietnamese force that outnumbered them 4-1. This attacking force was backed by armored personnel carriers, helicopters, artillery, and fighter planes dropping napalm and bombs. The guerrillas inflicted significant losses on the South Vietnamese forces, killing 3 Americans, wounding 8 others, and shooting down 5 helicopters. The battle at Ap Bac highlighted the failure of Harkin's 3Ms strategy. Simply pouring in money, manpower, and equipment couldn't transform the South Vietnamese army into an effective fighting force. Nor could it make up for the absence of leadership in an army that President Diem used to safeguard his position rather than engage the Viet Cong directly. Despite this setback, General Harkins remained undeterred and scheduled a general offensive for the end of January 1963, moving up the timeline from mid-February. On January 19th, he sent the final draft of his strategy for achieving victory by the end of 1965 to Admiral Harry Felt, Commander-in-Chief Pacific in Honolulu, as requested by McNamara. However, by the time Harkins departed Vietnam in June 1964, his offensive would prove to be nothing more than a distant dream. While Ap Bok did not dampen the official optimism in Saigon, it raised concerns in Washington. Back in the U.S., Ap Bok made headline news and featured prominently in television broadcasts, bringing to light America's involvement in conflicts in a distant part of the world. President Kennedy and Defense Secretary McNamara sought a reassessment of the situation, prompting a group of senior officers to be sent to Vietnam to address the Joint Chiefs of Staff's question, "Are we winning or losing?" The mission returned with a report filled with optimism, claiming a turnaround in the situation from near desperation to a hopeful prospect for victory, and concluding that no drastic changes were necessary. This reassured Kennedy and McNamara. Meanwhile, the strategic Hamlet program continued without interruption. By mid-June 1963, when George Young returned to the United States from the Research and Development Field Unit, 67% of the rural population was living in 6,800 fortified hamlets. When the 11,246 strategic hamlets were completed by the close of 1963, there was a prevailing belief in Saigon that the Viet Cong would be entirely cut off. Despite the underappreciated significance of Ep Bac, it seemed that circumstances were shifting positively, fostering a sense of optimism among local Vietnamese officials and Americans from various agencies, including the Aid Mission, MACV, and the Embassy, with whom Young engaged about the program. In a report after returning to the United States, Young mirrored this official optimism. He noted that military successes, in conjunction with the strategic Hamlet program, had begun to turn things around in the fall of 1962, bringing victory closer to reach. Young envisioned victory as the point at which the Viet Cong could no longer operate with larger units and would have to revert to smaller-scale terrorism and guerrilla tactics. What struck him even more was how swiftly the situation had changed in just a single year. The key to this breakthrough was the restoration of security, which encouraged villagers to provide intelligence, enabling the government to effectively target the insurgents. In the next step, military actions would push back the Viet Cong, forcing them into guerrilla warfare until they were completely defeated. Young frequently referenced an interview with Colonel F.P. Ted Sarong, which had been published in an English-language paper in Saigon on March 18, 1963. Sarong was an Australian expert in counterinsurgency and a special advisor to General Harkins, commanding a group of 30 Australians assisting in the anti-guerrilla efforts. Though he had built a reputation as a counterinsurgency expert during his time as a strategic advisor to the armed forces of Burma, he wasn't as well known or respected as Sir Robert Thompson, the recognized leading authority. In 1968, Marv Schaefer from RAND's engineering division arranged for Sarong to consult for RAND. Schaefer first encountered Sarong in 1966 while working on a RAND project in Vietnam, and would later mention that he was unaware at the time that Sarong was affiliated with the CIA. According to Ann Blair, who wrote Sarong's biography, he was recruited by the CIA in 1965 and presented as an employee of the State Department, having been seconded from the Australian Army. In 1968, the CIA directed Sarong to establish a contract with RAND to create a cover for his ongoing operations in Vietnam, and he subsequently retired from the Australian Army. Although Sarong didn't make significant contributions at RAND, he would occasionally visit the RAND office in Saigon, leading the staff to question what he was really doing and for whom he was actually working. Some speculated, correctly, that he was on the CIA's payroll. Since he was using RAND as a facade, Sarong preferred to keep people guessing about his true activities. George Tanham, who encountered Sarong in Saigon and later in Bangkok, recalled that Sarong always seemed busy, yet it was often unclear what his focus was. In a March 1963 interview with a Saigon newspaper, Sarong projected optimism and confidence. He stated that the Viet Cong had no answer to the strategic Hamlet program and were being challenged by an expanding South Vietnamese army, supported by American personnel and equipment. While he noted that the war wouldn't end quickly, he asserted, "The end is in sight." When questioned about the perception of the communist guerrillas' fierce determination, Sarong remarked, "There is a lot of woolly thinking and talking about dedication. It is true that some of the VC are dedicated, but that doesn't extend far beyond the hardcore elements. The typical Viet Cong province and hamlet guerrilla are essentially what we would call juvenile delinquents in many countries. They belong to the same age group." Sarong explained that the Viet Cong had attracted these juvenile delinquents in rural areas by presenting an image of romantic adventure and convincing them that their cause was worthwhile. This belittling portrayal of the guerrillas highlighted the disdain that MACV officials had toward the Viet Cong at that time. When asked about how long the war would last, Sarong predicted, "This war will end when the threat no longer poses a major danger to government and order. It will cease to be insurgency and instead become roving bands of bandits. This will turn into a policing issue rather than a military one." Despite his optimistic forecasts, the reality in South Vietnam was deteriorating. By May 1963, political tensions reached a boiling point when President Diem's police clashed with Buddhist demonstrators in Hue, the former imperial capital, resulting in the deaths of a woman and 5 children. The Buddhist majority, frustrated by Diem's favoritism towards the Catholic minority, flooded the streets of major cities, leading to widespread riots. The government's brutal crackdown only escalated the unrest. By August 1963, while Washington and Saigon were preoccupied with the turmoil, the Viet Cong began dismantling the strategic hamlets, destroying outposts, and overpowering the militia meant to provide security. In a twist to the pacification efforts, they initiated a bursting out movement, tearing down fortifications and encouraging locals to return to their villages. The strategy of Harkins, who believed he was achieving a high kill ratio, hadn't weakened the Viet Cong. Rather, they became better armed with supplies from the north and captured U.S. weapons intended for the South Vietnamese army. The assumption that the casualties inflicted on them would deplete their ranks proved false, as the Viet Cong demonstrated a remarkable ability to recruit new members. Reflecting on this period, RAND researchers who were in Vietnam prior to the month of November 1963 coup against President Diem recalled a time when the situation felt relatively calm. Though violence was escalating, the war still seemed like an adventure, offering just enough excitement for those venturing beyond Saigon without the immediate threat of indiscriminate death. During one of his visits to assess projects and explore new research avenues, Jack Ellis visited an outpost in the central region for a first-hand perspective on the countryside. He remembered flying out of Da Nang in a marine helicopter and landing at an outpost beside a small river in the late afternoon, realizing this was going to be different when he spotted villagers washing off after a hot day. At night, he struggled to fall asleep, feeling tense at the thought that Viet Cong territory started just across the river. To make things worse, artillery shells were firing all night long, aimed randomly in a tactic known as harassment and interdiction to keep the Viet Cong on edge. Despite his worst fears, the Viet Cong did not launch an attack that night. For Joe Carrier, the mix of exoticism and adventure in a place that oddly felt laid back and coasting on good times, combined with the challenge of addressing various issues instead of just routine cost analysis, made him hooked on Vietnam. When his projects wrapped up, he did everything possible to extend his stay, but to no avail. Once back in Santa Monica, Carrier was determined to stay engaged with Vietnam research and eventually return to Saigon. Jim Wilson holds fond memories of his short time in Saigon. He had carved out his role as an engineering associate at RAND, which he joined in 1947 when the staff was just about 150 people. He saw no reason to leave Santa Monica, but the allure of Asia piqued his curiosity. When he received a job offer in Vietnam, he accepted it right away, unaware of what lay ahead. He boarded a Pan Am flight and arrived at Tan Son Nhut Airport one night. Life in Saigon proved to be quite enjoyable. Despite the culture shock, Wilson relished every moment. Vietnam was mostly secure at the time, allowing him to travel to locations like Da Nang and Hue. He didn't encounter any fighting and never felt in danger among the Vietnamese, whom he found to be kind and non-threatening. Yet a war was ongoing in parts of the country, adding a thrill to the experience. Living on salaries that were a king's ransom by Vietnamese standards, Americans enjoyed a colonial lifestyle, reminiscent of what the French once had. Separated from the locals, not just physically in overpriced hotels or apartments, but also in style and comfort. This separation, along with language and cultural differences, created a social distance that most Americans, there for only a few months, struggled to bridge. Like Jim Wilson, the only Vietnamese the Americans came to know were those they interacted with at work. Wilson's circle included fellow expatriates like Clancy Briggs, an American colonel, and George Young, who shared the same hotel on Tu Do, the bustling main street in downtown Saigon. The hotel was owned by a Frenchman, likely one of the Corsicans whose deep ties to Vietnam kept him from returning home after the end of French colonialism in 1956. Wilson enjoyed a maid who prepared meals for him, allowing him to savor a leisurely 2-hour lunch paired with local beer called 33, which would later become as familiar to American GIs as Budweiser. In the late afternoons, after work, the three men would meet for drinks in their hotel rooms. Although life had its pleasures, loneliness and separation from loved ones weighed heavily on them, and after a few months, most were eager to leave. Jim Wilson managed this by writing often to his wife Bernice, who worked as a secretary for Frank Colbaum. Among the RAND team in Saigon at that time, Jerry Hickey seemed to relish his experience the most, though he felt disheartened by the changes he observed. Jim Wilson had no frame of reference for judging Saigon, while Hickey remembered it vividly from 1956, when he first arrived as part of the Michigan State University group. This group held a U.S. government contract aimed at transforming the newly formed South Vietnam into a modern state by enhancing the efficiency of the police and different ministries, part of a broader nation-building effort in the Third World to fortify allies against communism. Saigon in 1956 still radiated charm, featuring ornate French buildings, streets shaded by tamarind and flame trees, villas nestled in lush gardens, elegant boutiques lining the main thoroughfare, sidewalk cafes, restaurants offering delightful French cuisine, and chic gatherings at the sports club and other elite venues. Saigon truly earned its affectionate titles, Pearl of the Orient and Paris of the East. President Diem had not yet expelled the French, so legionnaires could still be seen strolling the main streets and enjoying the cafes, symbolizing the unique blend of East and West that contributed to Saigon's vibrant character. Even now, Hickey looks back with nostalgia on what he views as a golden era for Vietnam. When Hickey returned in 1962 with John Donnell, he was stunned by how much the insurgency had transformed Saigon. The road from the airport was jammed with American-supplied military vehicles. From the Caravel Hotel's rooftop at night, he saw flares illuminating the countryside nearby and heard the distant blasts of mortars. In February, as he was preparing for a field trip, a loud explosion caught his attention. Rushing outside, he spotted smoke rising and an airplane flying low over the tall trees. Tanks and troop-filled military trucks rolled by, heading toward the Independence Palace, the official residence of President Diem. What he was witnessing was the aftermath of a bombing carried out on the palace by two disaffected Vietnamese Air Force pilots. The attack destroyed the Grand Second Empire building that the French had constructed for the former Governor-General of Indochina, yet President Diem managed to survive. Hickey could sense the American influence reshaping Vietnam. By that point in 1962, 20,000 Americans were already residing there, and their presence was unmistakable in such a small country. They occupied the finest homes and apartments, lived in hotels converted into bachelor officers' quarters, and drove luxurious American cars. Their affluent lifestyle, along with exposure to the outside world through magazines, radio, and films, inspired many Vietnamese to aspire to the same quality of life. Simultaneously, seeing Americans monopolizing the best resources reminded the Vietnamese of the colonial era when the French held power over them. This led them to start viewing Americans much like the French. Young Vietnamese were particularly enchanted by U.S. culture, raising concerns that their embrace of American values would undermine Vietnamese traditions. Madame Ngo Dinh Nhu, President Diem's powerful sister-in-law, known as the Dragon Lady by the American media, was passing laws aimed at curbing this influence and safeguarding the Vietnamese family unit from fragmentation. Following the chaos that ensued after Diem's overthrow by a military junta in November 1963, the Viet Cong, with help from local villagers, would dismantle the strategic hamlets, ultimately paving the way for their complete destruction. As Diem fell from power, the United States would deepen its involvement in the war, and Rand's presence in Vietnam would grow alongside it. In 1964, the Vietnam War was at a pivotal and turbulent moment. South Vietnam was still grappling with the aftermath of President Diem's overthrow and assassination from the previous year, leaving the new government fragile and uncertain. The Viet Cong were seizing the opportunity to expand their reach into the Mekong Delta and nearby areas. Meanwhile, U.S. policymakers in Washington were uncertain about the best way forward, with President Lyndon Johnson reluctant to escalate military involvement before the upcoming November elections. Military leaders debated whether to gradually increase troop levels or consider withdrawal, while Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara advocated for a strategy of controlled pressure to encourage negotiation from the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong. Amidst this uncertainty, Rand initiated its Viet Cong Motivation and Morale Project, addressing a pressing question that McNamara and others sought to answer. Who are the Viet Cong, and what drives them to fight? This video delves into the origins of the project, the arrival of American researchers like Joe Zasloff in Saigon to spearhead it, and how Rand's mission evolved from technical defense analysis to social science research aimed at understanding a complex adversary. It highlights Rand's initial involvement in Vietnam, the key figures behind the project, and how their findings mirrored and, in some respects, impacted the broader strategic discussions of the era. Joe Zasloff arrived in Saigon in the summer of 1964, accompanied by his wife Tella, to lead the new Rand Research Initiative, tentatively titled Viet Cong Motivation and Morale. Harry Rowan at the Pentagon agreed to finance the project. Like others in similar positions within the Defense Department in Vietnam, Zasloff was required to carry a military rank comparable to the civil service status he would have held. Before his departure, an aide to Rowan contacted Rand to determine the appropriate rank for Zasloff. As Zasloff would be relying on the U.S. Military Assistance Command for everything from housing to transport for his field study, the advice was, get the highest rank possible. It's a tough project. The Pentagon complied, granting Zasloff the rank of general to ease his operations in Vietnam. Traveling to a war zone meant more than just buying a ticket and boarding a plane. The Zasloffs first needed to get clearance from the Department of Defense, but this was straightforward since the Viet Cong Motivation and Morale Project had already received approval from the International Security Affairs Office. For Joe Zasloff, who spoke French, the language still used by much of South Vietnam's elite, going to Vietnam wasn't as surprising as it had been back in 1959, when he was chosen to teach at the University of Saigon. He had applied for a grant to teach abroad with no specific destination in mind, and when he learned he was assigned to Saigon, he quickly found it on a map. Zasloff had studied French throughout high school and college, and his fluency grew while he served in France during World War II and later while pursuing his doctorate at the University of Geneva. In Saigon, he served as a visiting professor at the Faculty of Law, lecturing in French and working with a group from the University of Michigan on a study of local administration in Vinh Long, located in the Mekong Delta. This gave Zasloff a unique perspective among a select group of experts on Vietnam who had first-hand experience and could communicate, albeit in limited ways, with the locals. His time in Vietnam inspired him to write an article that was published in Commentary. The piece captured the interest of Guy Pauker at Rand. Born in Romania in 1916, Pauker fled when he discovered that his name was on a list of anti-Soviet and anti-communist dissidents targeted for purging. He made his way to Austria and eventually to Harvard, where he had been accepted before he escaped. This personal history led him to believe that communism could not tolerate independent thought. At Harvard, he focused on Southeast Asia, deliberately steering clear of Eastern Europe, which might have been a more typical choice for someone with his background. After spending a summer on a Navajo reservation with a Harvard anthropologist, he became intrigued by how an ancient culture adapted to change. This experience sparked his interest in Indonesia, which was undergoing significant transformation after gaining independence from Dutch colonialism. After earning his doctorate at Harvard, he was offered a position in the political science department at Berkeley, which he quickly accepted. During one summer, Rand invited him to spend a sabbatical there. He found Rand to be an exciting and dynamic environment, appreciating its stimulating interdisciplinary approach. His wife Ewa recalled that, at lunchtime, nearly every day, someone would give a lecture in the auditorium on a wide range of topics, from astronomy and physics to politics. It was a place to expand your horizons. For 2 to 3 years, he juggled his responsibilities between Berkeley and his consulting role at Rand, a challenging task back then. Additionally, his work at Rand required him to travel overseas. Consequently, in 1963, he resigned from Berkeley and joined Rand full-time as a Southeast Asia specialist in the Social Science Department. The Social Science Division began in 1948, with Hans Speyer as its chairman. Speyer was born in Berlin in 1905 and completed his doctorate in Heidelberg at the age of 23, majoring in sociology and economics, with minors in philosophy and history. He emigrated to the United States in 1933 and became part of the New School for Social Research in New York. In 1948, he was invited to a Rand conference in New York City, attended by many leading social scientists, including economists, demographers, statisticians, sociologists, political scientists, psychologists, and anthropologists. Speyer later noted that the conference aimed to survey who might contribute to the social sciences at Rand and to find leaders for both the economics and social science divisions. Frank Kohlbaum was keen on recruiting various social scientists to collaborate with the physicists, engineers, and other initial staff at Rand on national security issues, believing that it was impossible to predict which aspects of a problem would be significant in the long term. Prior to this conference, Rand, largely thanks to mathematician John D. Williams, had realized that the role of social science had become essential as their work evolved from the World War II-style operations research focused on mathematics, physics, and engineering to more complex problems requiring a systematic, analytical approach. To Speyer, the conference represented a creative method for exploring new possibilities. The inclusion of social scientists was viewed as essential because, as Hans Speyer noted, the mathematicians, logicians, physicists, and engineers quickly realized that discussing weapon systems required understanding their costs, economics, and the potential enemy. You had to grasp foreign policy to talk about war effectively. By integrating social scientists into its staff, Rand became a trailblazer among think tanks, adopting a comprehensive approach to policy analysis. Initially, Speyer and most of the social science division worked from the Washington office, as Speyer aimed for easy access to government documents and to build relationships across various agencies. In 1957, the social science team moved to Santa Monica to enhance collaboration with other divisions. Speyer believed that the organization's talents would be better utilized if everyone could easily visit each other's offices. As the head of the social science division, Speyer found it straightforward to recruit talent but challenging to keep them, as the books published by his team and Rand's growing reputation attracted interest from universities, leading to numerous offers. Under his guidance, the division expanded its research from strategy to include area studies like Soviet and Chinese studies, featuring renowned experts such as Alex George, Herbert Goldhamer, Myron Rush, Nathan Leitz, and Paul Kekskamady. Ewa Palker appreciated the open, collaborative environment at Rand. Joining the social science department, elevated to department status in 1960, she recalled the ease of wandering into colleagues' offices to discuss their work and exchange ideas. This supportive atmosphere was encouraged by Frank Kohlbaum, who would help fund promising ideas without imposing deadlines or focusing on the bottom line. Frank seldom stayed in his office. He preferred to walk around the building, stopping by to chat with anyone, whether you wanted to visit him or he popped into your space. He'd even drop in to talk with secretaries. It didn't matter if you were a janitor or the president of Rand, everyone was treated alike. Many who worked at Rand have shared similar memories about how approachable Colbaum was and how open the atmosphere felt, devoid of any hierarchy. Colbaum himself acknowledged that he made a point to engage with the staff, stating, "I visited all around the building very regularly. I stopped in to talk to different people, asking how they were doing and what they were working on. Yes, I think that's important." So it was no surprise when, in April 1964, Colbaum tapped lightly on Guy Pawker's office door and asked for a moment of his time. Vietnam was weighing on his mind. Given that Pawker was Rand's leading expert on Southeast Asia, he was the logical person for Colbaum to consult. Pawker recalled Colbaum expressing concern that we are not pulling our weight in Vietnam, a place of significant national interest. Vietnam was just one area where Rand was looking to expand. Latin America was another. In a meeting that included the Air Force Advisory Group and the Board of Trustees, Colbaum talked about Rand's evolution from focusing solely on strategic bombers and defense logistics to tackling broader national issues. Meeting minutes noted that this shift raised concerns among some board members about Rand studying regions like Latin America, South Africa, and Vietnam. In response, Colbaum assured them that both the board and Rand management, along with their clients, should closely monitor the quality of Rand's output. A drop in quality could indicate they were stretching themselves too thin. Still feeling uneasy, the board requested a written explanation before the next meeting, outlining the reasoning behind expanding into new research areas like Latin America. Regardless of the board's hesitation, Rand moved forward with its expansion, with Vietnam emerging as a natural extension of its focus on national security. Pawker would later remember telling Colbaum that he had been to South Vietnam a couple of times in the past decade and believed that American involvement would be a significant mistake, wanting to keep Rand out of it. Given his perspective, it seems unexpected that he would help establish Rand's largest research effort in Vietnam. People familiar with Pawker during that time often described him as someone who enjoyed being in the thick of things, or as someone adaptable enough to see both sides of an argument. Regardless of his reasoning, Pawker went along with Colbaum's direction. He recalled that Frank dismissed his concerns and told him to find ways for the political science department to contribute regarding Vietnam. In response, Pawker suggested that they go to Washington together to get things moving. Colbaum agreed. Once in Washington, they met with Bill Sullivan at the State Department. Sullivan was leading the interagency task force on Vietnam, which included members from key government agencies. This task force was established at McGeorge Bundy's suggestion to examine the Vietnam situation, propose solutions, and create consensus within the administration during a time of significant policy disagreements. Sullivan, who would later become the U.S. ambassador to Laos, had put together a list of around 25 topics for which the task force would have welcomed Rand's research. Pawker noted that most of the topics related to psychological warfare, which he didn't believe in and thus found uninteresting. However, one item lower on the list caught his attention. Who are the Viet Cong? What drives them? When Pawker asked Bill about the origin of this question, he learned that it came directly from McNamara, who kept pressing for answers. Right then, Frank and Pawker decided that Rand would undertake the task of answering the Defense Secretary's query. Pawker thought the work done by Lucian Pai at MIT on the Chinese communists during the Malayan insurgency could serve as a useful blueprint for their project. With the research topic set, Colbaum left Pawker to take care of the arrangements needed to launch the project. Pawker headed to the Pentagon to meet with Harry Rowan, who was serving as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Affairs and was responsible for the Asia-Pacific region under John McNaughton. Right away, Rowan agreed to arrange funding for the project and reportedly said to Pawker, "What a splendid idea for you to go to Vietnam." ISA didn't have the resources for the research, so the funding eventually came from ARPA-AGL's budget. With the financial support in place, Pawker reached out to William Colby, the CIA's director of the Asia-Pacific Division at the time, to seek help in getting access to Viet Cong prisoners and defectors in Vietnam. The CIA operated a detention center in Saigon, allowing Rand's researchers to interview Viet Cong held there. Following Rowan's suggestion, Guy Pawker and Steve Hosmer traveled to Saigon to explore the feasibility of interviewing enemy prisoners of war. The project needed to be communicated to MACV and its commander, General William C. Westmoreland, who had taken over from General Paul Harkins. To facilitate this, John McNaughton wrote to Westmoreland to inform him about the RAND study, explaining that it was sponsored by ISA and cleared with William Sullivan at the State Department, and that it also garnered interest from Colby at the CIA and General Hall of the Defense Intelligence Agency. McNaughton aimed for the study to be low impact on Westmoreland's staff and encouraged him to engage with it as he felt appropriate. He also requested any guidance and support that the RAND team might need. In Westmoreland's response, dated May 28, 1964, he showed neutrality toward the project, but assured McNaughton that it wouldn't strain his staff and expressed optimism for practical outcomes. General John K. Bowles, who led MACV's joint research and test activity, later remarked that Westmoreland actually supported social science research, recognizing its need and desirability. When ARPA Agel inquired, Bowles noted that the U.S. military would welcome such research, emphasizing the importance of understanding the psychology and motivation of the Vietnamese through interviews with prisoners and defectors. The military came to understand that simply focusing on hardware wouldn't solve the challenges of the Vietnam War. This realization paved the way for the Pawker Project, launching it at a time when the military was more receptive to such ideas. It also coincided with a period when the South Vietnamese government was less wary of American research, driven by the urgency of the ongoing conflict. Previously, they had resisted allowing Americans to conduct studies due to fears of revealing information that could tarnish the regime's reputation. Notably, Robert H. Johnson had proposed a Viet Cong interrogation initiative while serving on the Policy Planning Council of the State Department starting in 1962. In a later conversation, Johnson recalled advocating for this project during the Diem administration to explore questions like why individuals joined the Viet Cong, their motivations, the grievances they faced, and how the Viet Cong exploited those grievances. He looked to Lucian Pai's analysis of the Malayan insurgency as a model. Unfortunately, his suggestion didn't move forward because it required American interrogators to obtain answers, and it was well known that President Diem would oppose such an initiative unless the U.S. applied significant pressure, a tactic that Ambassador Frederick Nolting was hesitant to pursue, as tensions with Diem were already building. Johnson noted that such an interrogation program would bring to light highly sensitive political issues and reveal matters that Diem preferred to keep hidden. Joe Zasloff recalled that in 1963, Guy Pawker approached him about initiating a similar interrogation program, prompting Zasloff to take a leave from the University of Pittsburgh. Pawker and Rand believed they had secured approval from the Diem administration, but at the last moment, Saigon withdrew that permission. Zasloff speculated that Diem may have been concerned about Americans delving into intelligence matters by gaining access to Viet Cong prisoners and defectors. Consequently, Rand reassigned Zasloff briefly to its Washington office. He conducted several studies, one focusing on North Vietnam's involvement in the insurgency, utilizing RAND materials and available classified documents. His research on this topic was published in July 1964. The removal of President Diem and the progress made by the Viet Cong shifted the perspective of the South Vietnamese government. In November 1963, as the Buddhist crisis intensified following the harsh repression by Diem and Nhu, and South Vietnam seemed on the edge of collapse, President Kennedy, acting on advice from his newly appointed ambassador, Henry Cabot Lodge, approved the plan to overthrow Diem. Lodge had informed Kennedy in a secret message that the U.S. must take this step, stating, "There is no possibility, in my view, that the war can be won under Diem." Through CIA operative Lou Canine, Lodge authorized a group of dissatisfied South Vietnamese generals eager to remove Diem, fearing that the war was slipping away. Kennedy allowed Lodge to move forward with the coup, on the condition that he ensured its success to avoid another Bay of Pigs embarrassment. The coup was executed on November 1st, 1963. Diem and Nhu initially escaped the presidential palace, but were later captured in a church in Cholon, a Chinese district of Saigon. They were taken to the Joint General Staff headquarters, but were executed en route. Within a week of Diem's removal, the Viet Cong initiated an offensive in the Mekong Delta and surrounding provinces near Saigon, putting the delta on the brink of falling to the enemy. In May 1964, Guy Pauker and Steve Hosmer traveled to Saigon to organize the project. Hosmer mentioned that they spoke with many individuals engaged in interviews who were well informed about the related issues in Vietnam. They concluded that their specific concerns were not being adequately addressed in the existing interrogations. With everything in order, Pauker opted to enlist Lucien Pai to oversee the project, as he preferred to concentrate on Indonesia, his primary interest. However, Pai had other commitments, prompting Pauker to bring in Joe Zasloff and John Donnell instead. We can only speculate about what led McNamara to ask, who are the Viet Cong and what makes them tick? During a talk organized by the Asia Society in Los Angeles in 1999 to promote his book Argument Without End, In Search of Answers to the Vietnam Tragedy, he mentioned that he couldn't recall the RAND study or even the question itself, despite being asked by an audience member. However, it's clear why he was interested in understanding the adversary he was fighting in Vietnam. Instead of succumbing to American pressure, the Viet Cong demonstrated remarkable toughness and resilience. Contrary to the belief in Saigon that the insurgents were merely an ill-disciplined band of terrorists and kidnappers using hit-and-run tactics with little appeal to the local population, the Viet Cong proved to be cohesive and powerful, capitalizing on the chaos that followed Diem's overthrow to expand their influence. As Johnson's key advisor on Vietnam, McNamara likely felt the weight of responsibility for dealing with this elusive enemy and may have wanted to learn more about them. Alternatively, the question could have originated from someone else. David Morrell, a second lieutenant in the J2 intelligence branch at MMACV and project officer for the RAND study, noted that General Paul D. Harkins, who had succeeded Westmoreland at MACV, posed the question during debriefings at the Pentagon after his recall. Why does the other side fight with such spirit? What morale and motivation do they have compared to the ARVN, regional, and popular forces, and other allied forces who didn't fight with the same spirit? Harkins reportedly suggested that a thorough examination of this was necessary. This led to the initiation of Pauker's Viet Cong Motivation and Morale Project, which became RAND's largest research endeavor in Vietnam. Consequently, RAND's social science department began to take the lead. While technical and operational studies had previously dominated RAND's efforts on Vietnam, these would gradually take a back seat as the social science department focused on conducting research in Vietnam and contributing to RAND's role in the war efforts. Alex George, who became the department chair, later remembered that Frank Kolbohm had a keen interest in sending people over there, and many from other departments joined in as well. This raised the question of what the social science department's role would be. It centered around conducting interviews with prisoners of war, how they would be analyzed, who would carry them out, and so on. It turned into a substantial project. However, Alex George firmly decided to stay out of it since he was already occupied with his own research on limited war. When the Viet Cong Motivation and Morale Project kicked off in 1964, President Johnson hadn't yet settled on a definite course of action regarding Vietnam. His primary concern was to avoid any missteps that could threaten his domestic agenda and impact his chances in the presidential election, so he leaned toward postponing tough decisions until after November 1964. The policy options remained open. William Sullivan noted that the Vietnam Interagency Task Force was tasked with exploring all possibilities, from disengagement to major military intervention. Within this spectrum, the Joint Chiefs of Staff preferred a stance of either rapidly engaging and fighting to win, or pulling out entirely. McNamara sought a middle ground, advocating for a strategy of graduated pressure to convey resolve and dissuade the Viet Cong and North Vietnamese from continuing the war. His belief in using military escalation to communicate with an adversary was shaped by Thomas C. Schelling, a Harvard economist and game theory pioneer, who co-won the 2005 Nobel Prize for Economics. Schelling had worked as a consultant at Rand during the late 1950s and 1960s and authored the influential book The Strategy of Conflict. He argued that warfare is a form of bargaining where rational opponents send signals to each other. In limited warfare, violence could be unleashed or restrained in a controlled manner as part of a managed bargaining process. John McNaughton, whom Schelling recommended for the role of Assistant Secretary of Defense, was also heavily influenced by him, as was McNamara, for whom the notion of managing warfare like the Ford assembly line must have been very appealing. The graduated pressure strategy they implemented in Vietnam reflected Schelling's impact. Schelling's theory on strategy and bargaining presumed that all parties in a conflict act as rational decision-makers. In the case of Vietnam, McNamara believed that as the U.S. increased military pressure, the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong would logically realize they couldn't win and would step back. Newton Minow, who was the chairman of the Federal Communications Commission under President Kennedy and served on the Rand board, vividly recalled encountering this assumption during a briefing from one of the generals who regularly updated the board. Minow, having only achieved the rank of Army Sergeant in World War II and being new to the board, felt intimidated by the high-ranking general. Eventually, he found the courage to challenge the general's perspective on Vietnam, which rested on the idea that they were facing a rational adversary. The general's reasoning suggested that if we do this, they'll respond this way, and if we do that, they'll react accordingly. Minow pointed out, "You're assuming you're dealing with someone who thinks rationally. Have you considered that maybe you're facing fanatics who would rather die than surrender? They don't care. They aren't making rational decisions. They're dedicated to their cause to the extent that they won't back down. You've got people willing to sacrifice their own lives for what they believe in, and they won't act in a rational, thoughtful manner." Minow noted that his attempts to convey this perspective didn't make much headway. President Johnson, aiming to present himself as moderate in the upcoming election, leaned towards McNamara's strategy of gradual escalation. This approach seemed likely to avoid a broader war and stabilize South Vietnam, a strategy referred to as hold until November. Gradual pressure began with covert operations like seaborne strikes and raids against North Vietnamese naval facilities, deploying South Vietnamese saboteurs into the north, and sending U.S. destroyers to patrol the North Vietnamese coast. The Viet Cong Motivation and Morale Project wasn't intended to endorse or oppose any policy alternatives or provide recommendations, but in the prevailing atmosphere in Washington, if attitudes hadn't become rigid, it might have changed U.S. policy toward Vietnam. The project was meant to run for just 6 months. When Joe Zasloff was about to head to Saigon in July 1964, he took a moment to meet with Alex George in Santa Monica, one of his intellectual heroes. While Pauker had seen Lucian Pai's study of the Chinese communists in Malaya as a potential model for the project, Zasloff felt that Alex George's work with Chinese communist prisoners of war during the Korean War was particularly relevant. Zasloff remembered how invaluable George's advice was. He offered insightful guidance, Zasloff recalled. "One simple thing he told me really stuck with me. You should draw from your own Army experience in World War II. It helped me understand how soldiers think and what drives them, the bonds and relationships within small units." I remember Alex suggested I read a study on the Wehrmacht in World War II. The core of that study was about how small unit cohesion and the leadership of non-commissioned officers, squad leaders, and platoon leaders were what kept the German army fighting. That insight was crucial for my study of the Viet Cong. George's research on Korea also touched on the role of criticism and self-criticism, which the Viet Cong called Kiem Thao, making Zasloff aware of its significance as a control mechanism. Zasloff and his wife, Tella, arrived in Saigon first, ahead of John Donnell. Among the many tasks Zasloff had was finding housing and office space and recruiting interviewers. He chose one of the large houses offered by MacV, a villa at 176 Rue Pasteur, roomy enough to serve both as residence and office. Gradually, this former French villa became synonymous with Rand's presence in Vietnam. The two-story structure was enclosed by a 10-foot concrete wall, topped with barbed wire for security. An iron gate secured the driveway entrance. The small front yard featured a narrow strip of grass, hanging plants, a hibiscus tree, and flowers. There was a balcony on the second floor overlooking the street, along with front and back verandas. However, the residents rarely went out onto the balcony due to the noise, fumes, humidity, and heat. A tall tree cast a shadow over the side yard, and the household staff claimed its twisting branches and thick leaves concealed some ghosts. The servants insisted that these spirits haunted the villa at night, and they wouldn't go near it after dark. Jerry Hickey often mentioned that he sensed bad vibes whenever he stepped inside and wondered if the place was truly haunted. He had a nagging feeling that something was off, that something sinister had happened there. The villa itself was a square, concrete structure with a spacious interior, perfect for the tropical climate. The windows featured grills and shutters, and ceiling fans ran all day until sunset to help circulate the warm, humid air. Typical of French villas in Vietnam, the layout wasn't particularly practical but emphasized openness and comfort. The ground floor offered a large expanse, comparable to a hotel lobby, serving as both a living room and dining area, separated by a bamboo divider adorned with potted plants. Red tiles covered the floor for a cooling effect. To enhance the tropical vibe, the housing office of Massy furnished the living room with classic rattan furniture. One could easily imagine French colonialists enjoying drinks under the whirling ceiling fan and later moving to the dining area for a lavish multi-course meal attended by diligent servants. A pantry and an additional room occupied the remainder of the ground floor. This side room eventually became the office for the Viet Cong Motivation and Morale Project. During the time of Zasloff and subsequent managers, the ground floor hosted receptions and dinners. As the staff expanded and space became limited, a desk was later set up in a corner of the living room near the entrance for an American secretary. At the back of the dining area, a curved staircase flanked by long windows with purple stained glass led to the upper floor, where the Zasloffs used the rear bedroom and bathroom as their private space, while the other rooms were converted into offices for the 20 interviewers and a team of typists and translators. The house came fully furnished, even down to the kitchen utensils, so Tella Zasloff only needed to hire the staff. Tella enlisted the help of a difficult chief maid named Chi Hai, who managed another maid responsible for much of the daily chores, like mopping the tile floors. She also discovered an excellent cook, An Ba, who had previously worked for a French general and frequently reminded the Zasloffs of his impressive background, especially when he was after a pay increase. John Donnell came on board with the Zasloffs in September. Shortly after, Donnell and Zasloff hired Susan Morel, the wife of David Morel, to serve as their administrative assistant. Susan recalled Donnell as a tense, quiet individual and an old-fashioned scholar with a keen attention to detail. Being younger, she found him intimidating, particularly since he was fixated on minor details. For instance, he was particular about the batten of the typewriter, and he became upset if she used a piece of paper without a backup. Both Susan and her husband noted that Donnell spoke with a formal, sophisticated Vietnamese, which was often difficult for the prisoners and defectors, many of whom came from peasant backgrounds, to understand. David Morel observed that Zasloff took on a more active role, managing the practical aspects of the project, like ensuring enough interviews were completed, while Donnell played the part of the ethereal intellectual. According to David, Donnell was thrilled to have the chance to return. Having been in Hanoi during Dien Bien Phu in 1954, he clearly viewed the National Liberation Front and the Viet Cong as the successors to the Viet Minh, perhaps more so than most Americans did. He brought both his personal experiences and deep knowledge of the situation, understanding far beyond what Joe saw regarding the flaws in American involvement and the post-Diem government structure. The Morels recalled that Zasloff and Donnell had a harmonious working relationship and complemented each other well. For interviews, Joe Zasloff sought out his former colleagues from the Faculty of Law and the Institute of National Administration. He believed he had recruited highly qualified individuals who were genuinely interested in the project rather than just the compensation, although the downside was that most of them only spoke French. They translated their interviews from Vietnamese to French, which wasn't an issue for Zasloff and Donnell. However, when the French version was converted into English for other readers, some nuances got lost in the process. Zasloff found the professors to be knowledgeable and insightful, learning a great deal from them. Initially, these academics had limited understanding of the peasants' desires and the Viet Cong movement. Like the Saigon elite, they thought the peasants simply wanted a small patch of land to tend and live peacefully. Yet, as the project progressed and their understanding deepened, they were taken aback by what truly fueled the insurgency. The grievances the peasants held against the Saigon government and their strong aspirations for education, economic opportunity, equality, and justice for themselves and future generations. Zasloff found this shift in perspective intriguing. He and Donald didn't use a formal questionnaire. Aside from a standard set of questions for demographic data, Zasloff tailored a series of questions relevant to each source. For instance, a young Viet Cong recruit serving 3 months in the military would receive different questions than a seasoned guerrilla. They recorded all questions and answers from each interview. The interviews were conducted privately, either one-on-one with just the Vietnamese interviewer and the respondent, or with an American interviewer using a Vietnamese translator. No officials from either side were present, allowing the respondents to speak freely. To identify suitable interview sources, Zasloff and Donnell consulted with their American contacts who were familiar with the situation. These contacts then connected them with the appropriate Vietnamese authorities to gain access. Initially, they began interviewing in Saigon, but soon opted to venture into the provinces to engage with prisoners and defectors in local holding centers, which allowed them to gather a broader and more varied sample across different regions and types of soldiers involved in the movement. The group comprised Viet Minh, who had remained in the South after 1954, those who regrouped in the North before returning, North Vietnamese, who made their way down the Ho Chi Minh Trail, starting in late 1963, local fighters and guerrillas, as well as unfortunate individuals caught up in the sweep. Traveling by road was perilous, especially at night with the threat of ambushes and mines, while the local airlines didn't serve many routes, forcing reliance on military air transport. Yet, even this mode wasn't without risks. Zasloff recalled a moment when they landed and spotted bullet holes in the small plane they had flown in, making it clear they had been fired upon mid-flight. Military transport was often unpredictable and could be unavailable when needed. During one trip to the Mekong Delta, they couldn't secure a military flight back to Saigon, so they headed to the Central Market to rent a car. The only vehicle they found was an old, large red American sedan that would stand out for miles and serve as a glaring target. John Donnell and some interviewers expressed dismay, asking, "Do we have to drive back in this?" Zasloff reflected on the certain sense of danger he felt while in Vietnam, though he was never terribly frightened. While the Vietnamese authorities generally cooperated, they were limited to interviewing only the POWs and defectors provided by the South Vietnamese forces. Unlike American opinion surveys, it was not possible to select a representative sample, nor could they know the total number of Viet Cong recruits and guerrillas available to define what a representative sample might look like. The best Zasloff and Donnell could do for current information was to seek out fresh defectors and POWs. Zasloff's most valuable source was a senior captain who had infiltrated from the north, cooperating with a South Vietnamese intelligence officer under the promise of favorable treatment post-interrogation. However, the South Vietnamese authorities defaulted on that promise, and he ended up in Chi Hoa, the main prison in Saigon. Furious over this betrayal, he refused to salute the flag when the South Vietnamese national anthem played in the morning. As punishment, the prison officials confined him in his cell, forcing him into a position where he couldn't stand. Zasloff learned about him and requested a meeting. On the day of the interview, the prisoner had to be carried down by his fellow inmates because he had become hunchbacked from being restrained. The mistreatment of POWs and suspects was widespread, and RAND interviewers and team leaders often heard about torture from the detainees. According to Zasloff, as we moved into the provinces, especially closer to the time of their capture, systematic brutalization was a common practice in the intelligence operations in Vietnam. Zasloff and Donnell shared their findings with Guy Pauker, who on the 8th day of December, 1964, sent a letter to John McNaughton, the Assistant Secretary for International Security Affairs in the Department of Defense, detailing these observations along with accounts of prisoner mistreatment that had emerged from the 120 interviews conducted up to that point. Pauker did not focus on the moral implications of torture. Instead, he approached McNaughton from a practical, counterinsurgency perspective, possibly thinking that would have a greater impact in Washington. He stated that the findings needed McNaughton's immediate attention since the harsh treatment of Viet Cong prisoners, defectors, and suspects would likely deter insurgents from turning themselves in. Pauker highlighted instances of execution carried out by senior ARVN officers and harsh interrogation techniques, including repeated torture. He contrasted this with the Viet Cong's more politically savvy and humane approach to handling prisoners, promoting the idea of increasing the number of friends and reducing the number of enemies. Pauker urged the Defense Department to gather more information and consider the consequences of these actions. It's unclear whether McNaughton took any action regarding the harsh treatment of prisoners and defectors, but it remains a fact that mistreatment and torture persisted, and improvements to the Chiahui program were minimal. As the project progressed, concerns regarding methodology began to surface. When Zasloff shared details about the study, people often questioned whether it was truly possible to uncover the truth from prisoners and defectors, particularly defectors, who tended to say what they thought you wanted to hear. In response, Zasloff argued that survey research isn't a rigid science and maintained that you could reach the truth by simply asking them to share their stories. As they talked, they revealed a wealth of information about the political structure, their organization, and their reactions to various events. Zasloff elaborated that when he used the term morale, it didn't refer to studying current morale. Instead, his focus was on understanding the present situation, the political organization, the operations, and how they managed morale. Alex George faced similar methodological challenges in his research on Chinese communist prisoners of war in Korea. He approached the individuals he interviewed not as part of a scientific sample, but as informants, looking for insights about their respective units. Just like in Vietnam, there were numerous enemy units in Korea, making it impractical for George to evenly distribute interviews across all units. Some cases yielded multiple interviews from the same company or battalion, while others did not. He had to strategically organize his interviews to glean insights about the nature of their units. George believed the best way to utilize the prisoners was as informants about their units, which was quite different from treating them as members of a sample. It was far removed from public opinion survey research. Regarding the trustworthiness of what the POWs, and in Vietnam, defectors said, George recalled that the questions he posed in Korea were not ones that would lead them to mislead him. Similar to Zasloff and Donnell in Vietnam, he asked about conditions in the POWs' units and their perspectives on self-criticism sessions, and he felt confident that the prisoners accurately represented their experiences. He observed that there was a significant alignment in the views of the prisoners concerning life in their units and their reactions to the harsh realities of military combat. If you have a solid set of questions and reliable interviewers, you can gather a wealth of valuable information, including some surprisingly candid insights. I found it fairly easy to obtain what I considered useful, concrete intelligence about life within their system and how it operated. Seymour Deichmann recognized the challenges in gathering scientific samples for the interviews run by ARPA-AGL in a war-torn Vietnam. The war limited access to subjects and affected the stability needed for rigorous scientific work. It was impossible to design before and after control groups for the research. The data on the Viet Cong was collected only after they had defected or been captured, meaning there was no way to gather baseline data for comparison prior to their separation. Deichmann noted that under wartime circumstances, integrating quantitative and qualitative approaches in social science research was difficult. While social scientists made considerable efforts to adopt quantitative methods, it became evident that the real value of their research lay in the fascinating and insightful narratives they produced, even if proving these insights statistically as valid or true was challenging. Nevertheless, he believed these insights contributed significantly to understanding the revolutionary movement in Southeast Asia and enabled decision-makers to craft policies based on more than just instinct. To bring some scientific rigor to the project, several months in, Guy Pawker sent David Himmelman to Saigon to create a new interview strategy. Zasloff disagreed with Himmelman, arguing that his methods were unsuitable for the reality of Vietnam, where random sampling and strict scientific standards could not be applied. Himmelman devised a long list of questions that interviewers were required to ask every respondent, regardless of relevance, with multiple-choice answers for them to fill in. The aim was to gather extensive socio-economic background information from the prisoners and defectors involved in the study. Susan Morell recalled that creating this lengthy questionnaire was a time-consuming task. The extensive socio-economic questions took significant time and shifted focus away from other important issues that needed attention. In November, Pawker went to Saigon to assess the project and determined that Himmelman's attempt to quantify the interview data was not effective. The structured questionnaire was discarded, leading to Himmelman's departure from the project. Zasloff remembered that, aside from the disruption caused by Himmelman, the project progressed well. Engrossed in his work and intrigued by the unfolding events, he managed to adapt to life in Vietnam. Their villa served as a refuge in a city that had lost the charming essence he once knew. Although the colonial atmosphere remained, Saigon appeared somewhat worn and overcrowded. Traffic was heavy and chaotic, and the air was thick with pollution. Beggars approached his wife on the streets, and some Vietnamese openly displayed their hostility towards her. Signs of unrest were palpable just beyond the wall of 176 Pasteur, with anti-government protests and terrorist attacks occurring regularly. A pervasive sense of pessimism suffocated the air like the traffic fumes. On the brighter side, their experience in Saigon included an active social life filled with receptions and dinners within the expatriate and diplomatic circles, as well as connections with members of the foreign press, including Francois Sully from Newsweek and some individuals among the Vietnamese elite. Despite McNaughton's attempts to engage Westmoreland with the RAND study, the general showed no interest, nor did the higher-ups at MACV follow it or participate. This left David Morell, a second lieutenant, in charge of facilitating and overseeing the study. Just a year out of graduate school, Morell recognized the significance of the project, seeing it as classic intelligence in the best sense of understanding your enemy. He was surprised that senior officers at MACV entrusted him with this potentially vital study. His main task was to ensure the project operated smoothly and that the information reached MACV. He was also eager to learn what drove the enemy, seeking answers to questions like, what motivated them to join? What kept them so committed even through hardship? As he would later explain, joining is one thing. You watch Civil War movies in the US and the soldiers head off to fight, but then things start happening. Friends get killed. You're stuck in the mud for days without food. What we were really trying to understand was why they kept fighting so fiercely. This was the insight he and J2 couldn't find in the piles of translated VC documents or the multitude of prisoner interrogations pouring into their office, and he hoped the RAND study would shed light on it. He believed RAND could explore the deep reasons behind why the Viet Cong fought and sacrificed themselves, what their cause was, and why they turned away from the offers of economic development and all the things Americans thought would win their hearts and minds. They chose instead to live submerged for months in the tunnels of Cu Chi. If we can grasp this understanding, he felt, then we can certainly improve our chances of defeating them. Morell observed that the Vietnamese government and army played almost no role in this project. MACV never directed him to consult with the general staff of the ARVN or keep them updated on the study's progress. He later remarked, Here we are, Americans in an advisory role, without troops until 1965, yet we were conducting this significant political study in their country without any coordination or communication with the Vietnamese General Staff. At the time, it didn't bother me, but looking back, it's shocking. It reflects colonial attitudes. Who cares what they know or think? While Zaslav was busy launching his project that summer, a previous study he conducted for RAND in 1963, titled The Role of North Vietnam in the Southern Insurgency, caught the attention of General Curtis LeMay. The report had been widely circulated. It was shared with the Air Force in July, and Air Force Secretary Eugene Zuckert sent personal copies to McNamara and William Bundy, the Assistant Secretary of State for Far Eastern Affairs. Additionally, copies were distributed to other officials. The study was presented to key figures in the intelligence community: General Westmoreland, his staff, and top Air Force and embassy personnel in Saigon. Officers from Intelligence and Plans at Air Force Headquarters, ISA, and the State Department also received briefings. Following a suggestion from General Richard Yudkin, Deputy Director of Plans at Air Force Headquarters, General LeMay sent personal copies of the report to the chairman and other Joint Chiefs of Staff members. Since February 1964, General LeMay, the Air Force Chief of Staff, had been advocating for bombing North Vietnam to disrupt its ability and will to support insurgents, dismissing the covert operations favored by McNamara as ineffective pinpricks. On August 2nd, reports surfaced in Washington about North Vietnamese torpedo boats attacking the U.S. destroyer Maddox in the Tonkin Gulf, followed by another reported attack on August 4th against the Maddox and the Turner Joy. The commander of the destroyer task force expressed doubts about the attacks in his review and recommended further evaluation. Nonetheless, President Johnson, eager to counter claims from his Republican rival Barry Goldwater that he was indecisive in foreign policy, commanded reprisal strikes against North Vietnam. The possibility that U.S. naval raids against the North and the De Soto patrols by American destroyers may have provoked the attacks was overlooked amid the uproar following the reports. In the ensuing strikes, U.S. naval pilots executed 64 sorties against North Vietnamese naval vessels and an oil storage facility at Vinh, deemed critical for infiltration into South Vietnam. 2 American planes were downed. 1 pilot lost his life while the other was captured and held for 8.5 years. However, the airstrikes did not continue after this retaliation. Amid this backdrop, on August 17, 1964, LeMay sent a memo and an executive summary of Zaslav's report to General Earl Buss Wheeler, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, to convince him and the JCS that bombing should persist until all 94 identified crucial targets in North Vietnam were destroyed. LeMay argued that air power offered the United States its best chance to win the war without having to send American ground troops or Marines to South Vietnam. He aimed to convince his colleagues that bombing the North was essential to defeat the insurgency in the South. Zaslav's report claimed that North Vietnam was the brains behind the insurgency and its main backer, working to destabilize the South Vietnamese government and push the United States to withdraw. He concluded that much of the strength and complexity of the insurgent organization in South Vietnam resulted from North Vietnam's planning, direction, and support, providing material aid, leadership, and moral justification for the rebellion. Despite this, Hanoi had managed to stay safe from attacks and faced little risk of retaliation. Zaslav presented the study as a straightforward account without recommendations. Washington officials reading his report could draw 2 contrasting conclusions: either to pull back due to North Vietnam's deep commitment, which might escalate the conflict, or to strike at North Vietnam to compel it to abandon its ambitions. General LeMay opted to use the report to advocate for bombings in the North. Within the U.S. military, there was consensus that stronger action was necessary, but disagreement remained about what that action should entail. Each branch believed it held the key answer. The Air Force, particularly its Chief of Staff, thought the insurgency could be defeated through bombing North Vietnam and its infiltration routes, rather than establishing a stable government in Saigon and gaining the loyalty of the southern population. In contrast, the army felt that victory required ground operations and pacification, asserting that bombing the north would not eliminate the insurgency and would only escalate the conflict in the south. General LeMay dismissed the army's strategy, arguing that mixing political, economic, and psychological efforts with military actions wouldn't yield results, and that attempting to create a stable South Vietnam would be futile. Unable to present a unified strategy to President Johnson, the Joint Chiefs of Staff agreed to his policy of gradual pressure, believing that stronger actions would be taken if this method didn't yield the desired results in Vietnam. On August 10th, Congress enacted the Tonkin Gulf Resolution, which granted Johnson the authority to take any necessary actions, including military force, to protect South Vietnam's liberty. Although he had significant freedom to conduct the war and saw his approval ratings rise after retaliatory strikes against North Vietnam, Johnson chose to avoid a prolonged bombing campaign against the North, wanting to keep Vietnam from overshadowing the upcoming Democratic National Convention on August 24. The Tonkin Gulf incident shifted focus to North Vietnam, and as conditions in South Vietnam deteriorated, Johnson's civilian advisors began to consider ramping up pressure on the North as a means to encourage negotiations from Hanoi. Drawing from the lessons of the Cuban Missile Crisis, where a confrontation with Khrushchev led to a retreat, they believed that a similar approach with Ho Chi Minh would force Hanoi to abandon its objectives in the South. They reasoned that since Hanoi was more vulnerable to American power than the elusive guerrillas, they could be persuaded to negotiate under the threat of full American military force. William Bundy at the State Department and John McNaughton at the Defense Department emerged as the key strategists for Vietnam, working alongside McNamara to manage the use of force carefully to achieve results while avoiding escalation into a conflict with the Soviet Union and China. Around this time, Frank Colbaum approached Alex George, chairman of RAND's Social Science Department, with a letter from a high-ranking Air Force general. Colbaum casually mentioned to George that he might find the letter interesting. George, sensing it was a nudge to draft a response, agreed and took the letter. It conveyed that air power had not been effectively utilized in Vietnam and sought Rand's advice on how to mitigate criticism of the Air Force. The letter suggested that with the right application, air power could compel the enemy in Vietnam to surrender. It reminded George of the Cuban Missile Crisis he had been studying, where coercive diplomacy had effectively worked for the United States. However, he believed that this approach would not succeed in Vietnam due to significant differences between the two situations. He pointed out that many people mistakenly generalized from the Cuban Missile Crisis, assuming that if coercive diplomacy worked against the Russians, it should work against a lesser power like the North Vietnamese. He contested this notion as best he could at the time. He shared these insights in his response to the general, which Frank Colbaum forwarded. Later, Alex George was invited to present to the Air Force Advisory Group, which met at RAND twice a year, as well as the Board of Trustees, discussing the comparisons between the Cuban Missile Crisis and Vietnam, and explaining why the lessons from the former did not apply to the latter. He emphasized that a key difference lay in relative motivation. He stated that during the Cuban Missile Crisis, Kennedy needed to show Khrushchev that the United States was more motivated by the stakes in Cuba than the Russians were, and this superiority in motivation played a crucial role in persuading Khrushchev to back down quickly. In contrast, George argued that the U.S. could not claim greater motivation regarding Vietnam than the North Vietnamese. In fact, it was the opposite. This became the core of his presentation, which the Air Force did not appreciate because it criticized their approach. In the spring of 1964, the Joint Chiefs of Staff conducted a war game called Sigma First to evaluate the assumption that air power would diminish North Vietnam's ability to support the insurgency in the South. The results indicated that bombing would not fulfill this aim. Walt Rostow, who chaired the State Department's Policy Planning Committee, challenged the conclusion that air power would succeed. He argued that it only had to persuade North Vietnamese leaders to stop supporting the Viet Cong and didn't need to eliminate the North's capabilities. To explore this idea, the War Games Division of the Joint Chiefs of Staff held a war game known as Sigma II. Harry Rowan, then Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense under John McNaughton, was one of the participants. Other senior officials involved included the Bundy brothers, McGeorge Bundy, LBJ's National Security Advisor, and William Bundy from the State Department, along with John McNaughton and members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Robert McNamara, Secretary of State Dean Rusk, and Walt Rostow watched and were updated on the game's findings. Rowan recalled that by the time the game was held, conditions in South Vietnam were worsening, and the key question for the U.S. was whether to bomb the North. He noted that during the game, the North was bombed, and he took on the role of Ho Chi Minh. According to Rowan, the North Vietnamese were in a tough spot, but our clear conclusion was to keep our approaches the same. We maintained our flow of supplies and personnel to the south, and we didn't back off at all. This continued for several months, until the game wrapped up. In the review afterwards, I remember being criticized for portraying North Vietnam in a way that seemed implausible or unconvincing, but that was how we believed the North Vietnamese viewed the situation. We just kept pushing forward. Sigma II cast serious doubt on Rostow's assumptions. As the game unfolded, American bombing intensified, targeting all industrial sites in North Vietnam, while ports in the north were mined. However, the devastation of the industrial sector had little effect on the North's agrarian economy. Instead of causing Hanoi to retreat, the airstrikes actually strengthened its resolve and prompted an escalation of the conflict in the south. Meanwhile, the Viet Cong managed to sustain their insurgency by tapping into their reserves of weapons and munitions and depending on the civilian population to meet other needs. Facing setbacks in its strategy, the United States ultimately had to deploy ground troops to South Vietnam. The situation in the South remained volatile, and support in the United States began to wane to the extent that the public preferred withdrawing instead of engaging in a prolonged conflict. Though the findings of Sigma II proved to be insightful, they had little impact on U.S. policy regarding Vietnam. The discussions among U.S. leaders took place against a backdrop of increasing instability in the South. Just months after President Diem's overthrow, General Nguyen Thanh executed a coup in January 1964 and took charge of the government. Following this coup, province chiefs and commanders of major military units were replaced by those considered more loyal, which further weakened the government's control over rural areas and diminished the army's morale. Desertion rates surged alarmingly, and prospects for stabilization appeared bleak as many South Vietnamese generals became consumed by plots against Thanh. Public unrest escalated, leading to street riots against the new and unpopular government, as well as sectarian clashes between Catholics and Buddhists. In Saigon, as Zasloff and Donnell wrapped up their interviews, they forwarded them to Guy Pawker in Santa Monica. By December 1964, after conducting 145 interviews, Pawker determined that the insights were valuable and decided to travel to Saigon as the project neared completion. Zasloff recalled Pawker saying, "Let's put out a briefing, I'll push the pencil." They worked late into the night in the study at 176 Pasteur, collaborating smoothly. Pawker, skilled in analysis, took notes and created index cards, including a favorite quote about how peasants simply wanted a small piece of land and to be left in peace. Each of them formulated their own observations, which Pawker organized logically. They then conducted an analysis that would later expand into a RAND report titled Political Motivation and Morale. Before leaving Vietnam in December, Zasloff and Donnell held several briefings, beginning with General Westmoreland, where they summarized their discoveries regarding why the Viet Cong joined the movement, their reasons for fighting against the GVN, and how they maintained morale and internal cohesion. The Viet Cong movement, according to the RAND analysts, included a wide range of supporters, from casual peasants who might occasionally provide supplies to the VC at local markets, to the deeply committed members of their main forces. These committed individuals were often Viet Minh, who had stayed hidden in the South or had moved to North Vietnam in 1954 and returned to the South after 1959. These veterans of the fight for independence from the French, now in their 30s, had deepened their commitment over time and helped form the core of the insurgency. Many were also part of the Lao Dong, or Communist Party. They viewed the struggle in the South as a continuation of the fight for Vietnamese independence, driven by goals of social justice, poverty eradication, and land redistribution for the peasants. The younger Viet Cong joined for various reasons, such as anger over social injustices, frustration with limited educational and job opportunities in their villages, resentment about being drafted into the Army of the Republic of Vietnam, which they saw as serving the interests of the wealthy and landowners, while the Viet Cong represented the poor. They sought to escape difficult personal situations, to have adventures, and to protect their country from what they viewed as American imperialists and their local government. Once they became part of the movement, younger Viet Cong were managed and motivated using strategies influenced by the Chinese Communists. The most effective methods included forming 3-member cells in each squad to foster discipline and solidarity, along with daily criticism and self-criticism sessions designed to boost motivation and morale, address feelings of loneliness, and provide political training and evaluations of their efforts. The analysts noted that as the Viet Cong expanded their influence, they effectively became the governing body in significant parts of the countryside, transforming the context from a mere insurgency led by dedicated communist cadres into a conflict involving an alternative government. General Westmoreland paid close attention to their briefing, and Zasloff sensed that the MAC-CV commander was pleased to learn about the Viet Cong's seriousness in their efforts. Back then, many people still believed the Viet Cong were forcibly recruiting their soldiers, and we presented the idea that the Viet Cong viewed themselves as patriots, fighting for the country's liberation and land redistribution. We detailed their tactics like the Kiem Thao and the 3-man cell, along with the role of indoctrination. It painted a picture of a tightly knit group of fighters. While this portrayal of the Viet Cong may seem outdated now, in 1964 it was quite groundbreaking. Zasloff thought Westmoreland listened intently because our findings provided valuable insight into the nature of the enemy and clarified why he was struggling against the Viet Cong. One question Westmoreland asked lingered in Zasloff's mind. Do they believe in God? He wasn't sure why the general posed that question, nor could he recall his response, admitting, "I don't think I knew the answer." Westmoreland then requested a briefing for General Maxwell Taylor, who had taken over from Henry Cabot Lodge as U.S. ambassador, and he attended that briefing himself. Zasloff remembered Taylor listening closely. During the session, Zasloff and Donnell held nothing back, including their accounts of prisoner brutality. They recounted the case of a senior captain at Chi Hoa prison who had been bound in such a way that it left him deformed, and discussed the widespread physical abuse in Vietnam's intelligence operations. Zasloff recalled seeing Westmoreland and Taylor visibly react to the descriptions of torture. Despite this briefing, which perhaps raised awareness, mistreatment and torture of prisoners persisted. Zasloff noted that references to prisoner abuse were later downplayed in the officially released report in July 1968. Just before this briefing, in late November, General Maxwell Taylor had sent a grim assessment of the situation in South Vietnam to Washington. What Zasloff and Donnell shared likely echoed his worries about the region's future and reinforced his view of the Viet Cong as a significant threat. In early November, the Viet Cong launched a bold attack on the airbase at Bien Hoa, close to Saigon, where McNamara had sent a B-57 bomber unit following the Gulf of Tonkin incidents to demonstrate U.S. resolve. 4 Americans lost their lives and 72 were injured, while 17 out of 36 B-57 aircraft were destroyed. The Viet Cong managed to escape. In his November evaluation, Taylor expressed astonishment at the strength and resilience of the Viet Cong, who were showcasing what he called the recuperative powers of the Phoenix and an amazing ability to maintain morale. He concluded that the chance of improving the South Vietnamese government was limited and believed that only direct strikes against North Vietnam might offer a glimmer of hope in uplifting morale in South Vietnam and keeping the struggling government afloat. After briefing General Westmoreland and Ambassador Maxwell Taylor, Zasloff and Donnell shared their findings with Westmoreland's senior staff at MassCV headquarters, organized by David Morrell. He remembered that several generals were present, including Westmoreland, Richard Stilwell, commander of U.S. Army 24th Corps, Carl Youngdale, Chief of Staff for Intelligence, Colonel Jack T. Young, head of J2, and Colonel B. Ward, a tough-minded colonel from J3. According to Morrell, the presentation hit like a bombshell, and as the RAND analysts spoke, it became increasingly evident that the military leaders were growing uncomfortable. What they were hearing contradicted their expectations and didn't align with the overarching American strategy, which was expanding military involvement in the South and taking a more aggressive stance toward the North. Morrell noted it was shocking for the senior officers at MaxCV to hear a presentation framed within the context of Vietnamese modern history, depicting the Viet Cong as successors to the Viet Minh, peasants with a cause who joined the guerrillas with a sense of commitment, particularly among the more dedicated elements of the Viet Cong. The RAND team was portraying a bleak reality, one that clashed with the beliefs these officers held about the enemy, at a time when American commitment was deepening. Morrell recalled that the senior officers were dissatisfied, skeptical, and critical, but it was less about what they voiced and more about the palpable sense of gloom falling over the room. They highlighted the complexities of Vietnam to challenge the idea that the Viet Cong were simply committed fighters, emphasizing that the U.S. was up against peasant nationalism. There was significant resentment towards government exploitation and official corruption, along with strong opposition to the strategic Hamlet program that forced people to leave their homes and ancestral graves. The villagers saw Saigon and the Americans as their enemies. However, the senior MATV staff struggled to accept this notion, as they viewed the Americans as the good guys in Vietnam. They wondered, how can this be? How are they so angry at us when we're providing roads, electricity, and running water? Aren't the Viet Cong evil? Don't they assassinate village chiefs and civilians? Can we trust what the prisoners and defectors are saying? It simply can't be true that Americans aren't seen as the good guys fighting for the right cause. Based on the responses from the top officers at MassCV, Morrell believed that had they foreseen the project's direction, they would have attempted to halt it. After their briefings in Saigon, Zasloff and Donnell headed to Washington, stopping in Hawaii to share their findings with the Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific. By late January 1965, they conducted their initial briefing for John McNaughton, who backed the study. This was the highest level they reached in Washington. Zasloff recalled sitting in a spacious Pentagon room filled with green and red lights, which lit up with incoming messages about various operations. Harry Rowan, who was dealing with NATO issues, remembered being at the meeting and acknowledged that he couldn't ignore the significant developments happening in Vietnam. He noted that the presentation was impactful, revealing the character, background, and resilience of the Viet Cong organization, which offered new insights and left a lasting impression. The briefing lasted about 45 minutes, and when it ended, there was a notable silence in the room. McNaughton and I exchanged glances, and I said, "John, I think we're on the wrong side here, the side that's going to ultimately lose." He nodded in agreement. The information we had just received painted a vivid picture, and it suggested a formidable opponent in the Viet Cong. We were clearly in deep trouble. Zasloff recalled McNaughton's reaction to the portrayal of the unity among the Viet Cong and the Kiem Thao. "They sound like monks," McNaughton remarked, as the discipline and austerity reminded him of a religious order, something he associated with Asian communism. Though Zasloff and Donnell didn't propose any policy changes, their portrayal of the Viet Cong suggested that the United States was up against a resilient and committed foe that could only be overcome at a tremendous cost, if at all. The responses from Harry Rowan and John McNaughton indicated they had come to the same realization. When Daniel Ellsberg, a RAND analyst who worked closely with McNaughton at that time, was asked about McNaughton's reaction to the Zasloff-Donnell briefing, he revealed that McNaughton privately wanted to withdraw from the war, regardless of how motivated the NLF might be. McNaughton's desire to exit the conflict was not widely known because he publicly aligned with McNamara's viewpoint, which advocated for aggressive actions like bombing. Ellsberg noted that MacNaughton didn't actually support bombing the North or deploying U.S. troops to the South, but he went along with McNamara out of loyalty. Zasloff remembered Ellsberg being at the briefing, although Ellsberg recalled being in the next room and spoke with Zasloff afterward. Zasloff mentioned that Ellsberg was deeply moved by the portrayal of the guerrillas as dedicated Viet Cong fighters who viewed themselves as patriots, especially given the corruption in South Vietnam and the failing army. Afterward, Ellsberg approached Zasloff and asked, "Do they deserve to win?" Zasloff found it a rather romantic question and was somewhat surprised. Ellsberg didn't inquire about the implications of a communist victory or how it would affect Vietnamese interests and American interests. He raised a moral inquiry instead. Zasloff theorized that at that moment, Ellsberg, who had been a hawk, was likely transitioning. He was starting to question his own beliefs. After leaving the Pentagon, Zasloff and Donnell presented their briefing again for the Vietnam Task Force, now under Leonard Unger, along with other State Department officials. The remark that stuck with Zasloff came from Evelyn Colbert, who led the Southeast Asia section of intelligence research. Describing her as an old pro, Zasloff noted her experience in the Office of Strategic Services during World War II and her long tenure at the State Department. He recalled her saying, "Your report takes me back to Foreign Service officers coming out of China for the first time, reporting on the Chinese communists," alluding to figures like John Stuart Service and John Patton Davies, who had returned with similar accounts about the Chinese communists that paralleled what he and Donnell were sharing about the Viet Cong. Essentially, she conveyed that they were offering a fresh viewpoint on the Viet Cong, much like those officers had provided rich insights on the Chinese communists. Before this, many believed the Chinese communists were forcibly recruiting and conscripting their members. The perspective they presented, however, was that the Viet Cong functioned as a revolutionary army fueled by a sense of nationalism. They viewed themselves as Vietnamese patriots fighting against imperialism. The RAND team also shared their findings with the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Defense Intelligence Agency, the Air Staff, and ARPA. Yet, according to Pauker, MacNaughton never conveyed the results to the Defense Secretary, and McNamara didn't request a discussion with the RAND analysts. It remains unclear why MacNaughton chose not to pass along the findings or set up a briefing for him. Perhaps he believed that even if McNamara uncovered the answers to his questions about the Viet Cong, it would be too late, as the United States was already too entrenched in Vietnam to withdraw, irrespective of how well organized and unified the Viet Cong were. By the end of 1964, MacNaughton and William Bundy realized that America's reputation and influence were hanging in the balance in South Vietnam. They believed that withdrawing without first taking decisive military action would harm America's credibility in Asia. Back in September, MacNaughton had put forth the idea of the U.S. as the good doctor, committed to caring for its patient, South Vietnam. He suggested that the United States should be prepared to keep its promises, be tough, take risks, and inflict serious damage on the enemy. Even in failure, it would show a readiness to stand firm, which would strengthen allies' confidence in the U.S. Ultimately, America had put its credibility on the line and had to continue. MacNaughton emphasized that securing the area near Thailand and Malaysia was crucial, as was protecting America's reputation. Enhancing the lives of the South Vietnamese was a lesser priority. Official records reveal that MacNaughton and Bundy concurred with George Ball, the Undersecretary of State, who noted the grim situation in Saigon. He argued that the U.S. should make an effort to maintain its position in Thailand, but be ready to accept defeat. Since failure was a potential outcome, the RAND findings suggesting that the U.S. was in serious trouble and aligned with the losing side only emphasized the dangers ahead. The way the research was delivered highlighted a key issue. By the time the findings were processed and shared, events had likely outpaced them. The Viet Cong Motivation and Morale Project began during a time when U.S. policy on Vietnam wasn't yet firmly established, but by the time analysts presented their findings in Washington, opinions had become more entrenched. While Zasloff and Donnell shared their insights, the situation in South Vietnam had worsened. The Viet Cong controlled half the countryside and a quarter of the rural population, closing in on the possibility of slicing South Vietnam in two by advancing from the central highlands to the coastal provinces, all amidst a politically unstable environment. The opposition to Khan intensified, with Buddhists leading uprisings in major cities and organizing protests that carried strong anti-American sentiments. In Hue, the former imperial capital known for its xenophobia, students vandalized the United States Information Service Library. In Saigon, Ambassador Maxwell Taylor faced increasing pressure from Washington to remove Khan, but the general refused to step down. By the end of January 1965, McNamara urged President Johnson to take decisive action to prevent South Vietnam from the brink of collapse. McGeorge Bundy agreed, telling the president that the time has come for harder choices, and suggested using American power to force a change in communist policy. He warned Johnson that the alternative would be to negotiate a withdrawal to save what little can be preserved without adding to our current military risks. Johnson, not wanting to be the president who lost Vietnam, chose to act on the advice of Bundy and McNamara. However, he needed a legitimate reason to restart air attacks against the North. In an attempt to provoke such an incident, U.S. destroyers were sent back to patrol the Gulf of Tonkin on February 3rd. As Bundy later recalled, it felt like waiting for a streetcar. On February 7th, while Bundy was in Vietnam for a fact-finding mission, the Viet Cong provided Johnson with that reason. Their troops infiltrated the U.S. advisor's compound and airfield in Pleiku, located in the Central Highlands, and launched mortar attacks, resulting in explosions that killed 8 American servicemen, injured over 100, and destroyed 20 aircraft on the airstrip. Bundy, who had previously downplayed U.S. casualties in Vietnam, flew to Pleiku with General Westmoreland and was visibly shaken by the chaos and devastation. The streetcar he had been waiting for had arrived. Bundy proposed a new policy, centering on the bombing of North Vietnam, not because he believed it would win the war, but because, like MacNaughton, he felt that without making a concerted effort, the United States would face criticism both internationally and domestically for not doing everything possible. Though he estimated the chances of achieving a favorable outcome at 25%, he believed the benefits of the effort outweighed the costs. On February 7th, the U.S. launched retaliatory strikes against the North, kicking off Operation Flaming Dart 1, a targeted bombing campaign aimed at specific locations south of the 19th parallel in North Vietnam. Then, on February 18th, the Joint Chiefs of Staff ordered the start of Rolling Thunder 1, an ongoing air assault that would continue for over 3 years, dropping 630,000 tons of bombs on North Vietnam. This prolonged bombing was intended as a message to Hanoi, urging a shift in behavior. By causing damage, Rolling Thunder aimed to reduce the North's support for the insurgency, which would in turn allow the government in South Vietnam to make military gains, improve morale, and enhance effectiveness. While the strikes on North Vietnam may have boosted spirits in the South, they did little to strengthen the resolve of the South Vietnamese government or stabilize the situation. General Khan narrowly avoided a coup attempt involving Colonel Pham Ngoc Thao, a secret Viet Cong agent. The Armed Forces Council, made up of senior South Vietnamese generals, grew frustrated with Khan and demanded his resignation. He fled the country into exile on February 25th. Ambassador Taylor finally succeeded in removing this issue, but the insurgency continued to escalate, with Hanoi intensifying attacks to weaken the South Vietnamese army before the U.S. could fully engage in the war. Casualties for American and South Vietnamese forces rose significantly. Morale within the South Vietnamese army declined, and desertions reached over 350 each day. By the end of February 1965, President Johnson made another definitive move to turn the conflict into an American war. At the request of General Westmoreland and the Joint Chiefs of Staff, he authorized the deployment of a helicopter squadron and 2 Marine battalions to Da Nang, just south of the demilitarized zone, to secure the airbase supporting Rolling Thunder. In Saigon, Ambassador Taylor opposed sending American combat troops, wary that the political repercussions would outweigh any potential military benefits. He feared that American soldiers' presence would remind the Vietnamese of French colonial rule and provoke a negative response from the local population. Moreover, American soldiers were not skilled in battling an insurgency, and their actions were bound to result in civilian casualties, which would only fuel anti-American sentiments and create the impression that the United States was engaged in a white man's war against the brown. He foresaw that instead of strengthening the South Vietnamese army and making it more assertive, the arrival of American troops would likely cause it to weaken and leave the Americans to bear the entire weight of the conflict. Taylor held off for as long as possible, but eventually informed the government of South Vietnam about the upcoming landing and arranged for them to request the deployment of Marines to preserve the appearance of South Vietnamese sovereignty. On the flip side, General Westmoreland had no doubts about the necessity of bringing in U.S. combat units. Following the assault on the Pleiku airfield, he communicated to General Earl Wheeler, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, that U.S. combat forces might be essential for safeguarding American facilities and personnel in Da Nang, the Saigon region, and Nha Trang. He felt bolstered by President Johnson's sanctioning of sending 2 battalions of Marines and pushed for even more Marine deployments in the future. On March 9th, the Marines arrived in Da Nang. While the Viet Cong Motivation and Morale Project was underway, Rand also embarked on other studies related to Vietnam. These were not part of a broad research strategy, but were responses to specific client requests, though there was an attempt in November 1964 to create a more integrated approach. The ad hoc committee formed by Frank Kolbohm and led by Charlie Zwick from the Economics Department convened frequently from November 1964 through January 1965 and delivered its report in February 1965. The committee believed that Rand could play a crucial role in research concerning national policy, doctrine, and techniques related to countering communist revolutionary warfare, presenting a significant opportunity to impact policy and techniques. However, Rand needed to be discerning in selecting research areas that aligned with its expertise. Consequently, the committee recommended that Rand initiate research into revolutionary warfare, concentrating on Vietnam, where it had invested heavily as a case study of insurgency and counterinsurgency, to evaluate U.S. efforts. Rand aimed to analyze communist techniques and strategies while providing a more effective framework for tackling other revolutionary challenges. Additionally, Rand should explore significant policy options the United States might consider in Southeast Asia. The committee suggested merging the various fragmented studies being conducted and synthesizing these pieces to address broader security and policy concerns in the region. They acknowledged that executing such an extensive research agenda would require Rand to substantially increase its efforts. Despite the committee's advice, Rand's renowned systems analysis approach was not applied in Southeast Asia. There is no indication that Rand's management acted on the report because their clients lacked interest in comprehensive syntheses of strategic and policy matters. While certain aspects related to the committee's 2 main research areas continued due to departmental or individual interest, a grand research project was never established. As the Vietnam War intensified, Rand's primary clients, ARPA and the Air Force, shifted their focus toward short-term operational studies to address specific technical issues in the war's execution, prompting Rand to meet this demand. This shift consumed the time and energy of Rand specialists who might have otherwise engaged in more extensive research. In 1964, Rand's varied projects in Vietnam included a study of a village involved in pacification, initiated at the request of General William Westmoreland, who believed in pacification as a winning strategy, a belief that Ambassador Taylor later deemed unrealistic in his November 1964 report to Washington. After General Khan assumed control of the government, he launched a new pacification initiative named Chien Lang, or Victory. This program, loosely based on the unsuccessful Strategic Hamlet program, avoided forced relocation and aimed for improved planning and execution. It also relied on the spreading oil slick concept, consolidating government control in one area before expanding into another, while securing rural areas through military, paramilitary, police, and economic activities, alongside social reforms. General Westmoreland took command of MAPV in June 1964 and quickly launched an accelerated pacification program known as HOPTAC, or Working Together, emphasizing that it was a collaborative effort with the government of Vietnam, not solely an American initiative. This program targeted 6 provinces around Saigon, aiming to secure the capital and its surrounding areas. Westmoreland described this as a laboratory experiment in pacification. He was hopeful that conditions were stabilizing and believed he could make a difference. To aid his efforts, he requested more American troops, increasing their numbers from 16,000 to 22,000 in the following months as he rolled out HOPTAC. The goal was to first restore security in the zones nearest to Saigon, and then gradually expand government control until all 6 provinces were pacified and the Viet Cong were removed from the capital's doorstep. Although HOPTAC faced challenges, it eventually saw some success. Still, the broader Chien Lang pacification program fell short in re-establishing government control in rural areas. Driven by his interest in pacification, Westmoreland requested an in-depth study of a Vietnamese village as it transitioned from guerrilla influence to government control. This request went to the ARPA R&D field unit in Saigon, and Agile sponsored the study, with Michael Pierce from RAND leading the effort. Pierce, who had interned at RAND while pursuing his graduate degree at the University of Washington, was hired by Jack Ellis afterward. Ellis recalled Pierce as an enthusiastic young social scientist who was proficient in Vietnamese and eager to move to Vietnam, which he and his wife did in 1963. For the village study, Pierce selected Duc Lap, situated about 20 miles west of Saigon, due to its relative security and convenient access to the city. Over 2 months, he safely commuted to observe the dynamics of pacification and the relationships among villagers, the government of Vietnam, the South Vietnamese Army, and the insurgents. Duc Lap, located in Hao Nghia province, was an area where the Viet Cong were notably active. Initially intended as a short-term study, Pierce soon realized that the complex evolution of Duc Lap throughout various phases of pacification warranted a more in-depth examination than a brief report could provide. To avoid a surface-level analysis, he chose to write 3 reports that would discuss the conditions before pacification, the current situation, and future possibilities for the village. The first report, which focused on Duc Lap's experiences after 8 months of pacification, came out in April 1965. It found that the outcomes were varied, indicating both successes and failures in the pacification efforts. Security remained uncertain, even with an ARVN battalion present during this phase, and the village chief was restricted to moving within just 4 of the 6 hamlets. If the battalion withdrew before the village could establish its own defense, the Viet Cong could return within days, if not hours. The presence of ARVN units often felt more burdensome than helpful for the locals. In this initial report, Pierce chose not to address the issues caused by the ARVN 22nd Division in the area. Seymour Dachman, who was acquainted with Mike Pierce, recalled a conversation where Pierce expressed concerns during one of his visits to Vietnam. He mentioned that the ARVN 22nd Division was inactive and corrupt, with villagers suffering while Viet Cong forces attacked nearby. Dachman included this in his trip report to McNamara, who later reached out to General Earl Wheeler, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, asking for clarity. Wheeler responded vaguely, stating that they were on it and the issue was dropped. Dachman noted that Pierce recognized the problem, but no actions were taken, reflecting a recurring theme for outside observers. As General Westmoreland increased the number of American troops from 16,000 to eventually 22,000, with a significant portion as advisors for the South Vietnamese forces, ARPA began to look into ways to better the relationships and effectiveness of the Americans alongside their Vietnamese partners. As Cy Dachman described, the American advisors in the field were tasked with implementing policies from Washington, but had little training to navigate a culture so different from their own. Their visits were often brief, leaving little room for understanding the people they were meant to assist. For instance, U.S. Special Forces advisors faced cultural challenges while working with the Montagnards, caught in the ongoing tensions between the tribes and the Vietnamese. When a tribal chief was asked about the weapons he had requested from the Americans, he stated he would not use them against the Viet Cong. Instead, he aimed to drive the South Vietnamese from his territory. In 1964, Rand tasked Jerry Hickey with conducting a study, which took him 10 months in the field. While he was gathering information in the Central Highlands, Hickey experienced an enemy assault on the U.S. Special Forces camp at Nam Dong on July 6, 1964, which resulted in the deaths of 250 individuals from both sides. This meticulously orchestrated attack, which ultimately failed to seize Nam Dong, received internal backing from the Viet Cong, who had infiltrated the South Vietnamese militia stationed there. The assault involved 900 troops and included mortar support. Many of Hickey's notes were lost during this intense confrontation, but he was recognized by the Special Forces for assisting with the movement of ammunition during the chaos. The surviving commander at Nam Dong believed the attackers were not local guerrillas, but rather a regiment that had infiltrated from North Vietnam. In their interviews, Zasloff and Donnell encountered several North Vietnamese infiltrators, contrasting with the regroupees returning from the south. As Zasloff later noted, their presence indicated that North Vietnam was beginning to send its own troops to the south in response to mounting American pressure, a sign of things to come. For his counterpart study, Hickey spoke with 350 American advisors across various levels, both individually and in small groups. He also visited pre-deployment training sites in the U.S. His findings, shared in a report co-authored with Phil Davidson, another RAND consultant, were published in March 1965. From his conversations and visits, Hickey observed that the relationships between U.S. military advisors and their Vietnamese counterparts often lacked the closeness and effectiveness that were crucial. He pinpointed the key challenges to understanding and collaboration, along with the skills necessary to overcome these obstacles and achieve success. A significant factor for success, not just professional expertise, was the advisor's knack for building rapport with their counterpart, the time invested in that relationship, and how much they shared common experiences, including meals, living arrangements, and even the risks of combat. Hickey suggested that candidates should be evaluated for their ability to work with foreigners and trained beforehand in language skills, Vietnamese culture and customs, the structure of the South Vietnamese Army, and civic action practices. He advocated for extending the tour of duty beyond 6 months, noting that just as advisors were starting to develop a strong working relationship with their counterparts, they would be rotated out. He also recommended minimizing bureaucratic paperwork to lessen the burden on advisors, allowing them to focus on more strategic tasks. Additionally, he encouraged continuity by having outgoing advisors brief their successors and leave behind records about their counterparts and the guidance provided to prevent repeating past errors and save time. Cy Deichmann praised Hickey's report for fulfilling the system's needs, leading to its acceptance. General Westmoreland mandated it as required reading for the Massey V staff, but noticeable changes in advisor selection, training, and placement were minimal. Therefore, while the report had immediate practical value, its long-term impact was less clear. In 1964, Hickey returned to Saigon and observed a decline in the city's condition. Grenade attacks had pushed sidewalk cafes inside, and many elegant French shops in the main downtown area had vanished. He rented a small apartment with a telephone, which was quite a luxury at the time. A genuine anthropologist, instead of being startled by the nearby Vietnamese quarters and the residents living in the small, impoverished area near his building, some working as cyclo drivers and sidewalk food vendors, he found this traditional slice of Vietnam utterly captivating. Because he could speak Vietnamese, he formed connections with his neighbors and, to some extent, became part of their community. He supported the cyclo drivers with generous fares and gave them money for traditional medicine. His cook sometimes brought him delicious beef noodle soup from local vendors. He also took part in annual ceremonies honoring the 5 goddesses worshipped at an altar by an old banyan tree. He keenly observed the daily activities of those around him and the rhythm of their lives. He could tell the time of day by the food offered by the sidewalk vendors: noodle soup in the morning, rice and stir-fried dishes during lunch, and in the late afternoon, snacks along with beer, rice alcohol, and Chinese brandy as people relaxed after a long day of work. While the Viet Cong Motivation and Morale Project made headway in Vietnam, the hit probability study. The goal was to assess the effectiveness of Viet Cong anti-aircraft and small arms fire against Vietnamese and U.S. air operations, and to suggest tactics, procedures, and equipment to counteract this fire. By examining after-actions from Air Force units, they gathered data on how frequently aircraft were fired upon, the number of rounds used, and the altitude and speed of the planes when they were struck. They then created a database and analyzed the information to detect getting hit. Most of the projects Jack Ellis funded through his ARPA budget in 1964 mirrored his hit probability study, relying on statistical analysis to draw insights of statistics to sift through, often getting caught up in the numbers. One of the major statistical projects from this period was the factor and content analysis, led by Ron Jones with support from Joel Edelman. Jones, a former helicopter pilot and a business professor at the University of Missouri in Kansas City, had significant experience programming for large research projects. Edelman, a fresh face from Columbia University, had recently joined RAND's Aero Astronautics department. During his interview, he was told his work might take him to Southeast Asia and Vietnam, which excited him rather than made him apprehensive. He believed he was chosen because RAND needed someone with a background in electronics and communications for the Vietnam assignment. Initially, it seemed he might be sent to Saigon, but plans changed when Ron Jones joined the project, and Edelman was tasked with the factor and content analysis. While he couldn't recall the origins of the project or whether it stemmed from ARPA, there was talk that Jones would lead the effort to create a computer program to identify trends and assess progress. The goal was to establish a way to measure counterinsurgency progress. There was no shortage of data available, covering combat incidents, casualties, and ARVN-initiated attacks, but no one could determine what all those numbers really meant. When they explored the classified and unclassified data they could gather, they quickly realized they were awash in data. Edelman later recalled, "You name it, we had the data for it." They incorporated insights like voting patterns, details on combat incidents from both sides, economic figures about rice production and distribution, weather information, and even data on the relationship between Viet Cong activities and the moon phases, suggested by George Young. They even coded newspaper trends about Vietnam. Edelman remarked that they packed everything into the program, likening it to the Vietnamese version of the kitchen sink. It was a comprehensive effort on a scale never attempted before and involved a large team. Edelman explained that they initially used some off-the-shelf software developed by UCLA's medical school, called the Biomedical Series, but soon realized this was a mistake. They would have been better off starting fresh, but at that point it was too late. The military overseer for the project was Admiral Harry Felt, the SINPAC commander, whom Edelman described as a small, tough man, fitting the stereotype of a World War II admiral. Edelman dedicated 3 months in 1965 to running the program on SINPAC computers, located underground at Sugarloaf Hill in Pearl Harbor. The final outcome, according to Edelman, was a program that generated precise results, yet the team doubted their accuracy. He recalled, "We had precision without accuracy. We could get results down to the second decimal, but had no idea if they were true. The program produced results we could never fully interpret." Part of the issue stemmed from adapting UCLA's software, which felt like trying to patch a 1950s car with homemade parts to keep it running. Additional complications arose from the IBM 7090, the largest and fastest computer at the time, which they used in partnership with TRW. Edelman noted that the computer often failed due to errors in data transfer between tape, disk, and the central processor. The computer made numerous mistakes, disrupting many of our detailed and sensitive calculations. This diminished our confidence in the results. We couldn't honestly claim that what it indicated was accurate because we were uncertain due to the errors. Thus, the program was of limited use for making predictions that would be beneficial for the civilian administration's planning or for assessing progress effectively. I doubt it was ever truly utilized as a predictive tool. The head of operations research at SyncPac, a former University of Pennsylvania professor, was let down because the project didn't meet expectations. Edelman recalled that the pressure was so intense for him that he avoided using computers for more than 10 years. While these statistical analyses and technical research projects, including the earlier ones under Ellis's management, had their value, they didn't contribute significantly in the grand scheme of things. As Frank Kohlbaum explored other research areas beyond social science for RAND to make an impact, he turned to the economics department for a study on the American aid program in South Vietnam. This study was conducted at the request of USAID to better align American assistance with counterinsurgency efforts. It was led by Charlie Zwick, Hans Heyman, Dick Morstein, and Chuck Cooper. In May and June of 1964, these four RAND economists spent 6 weeks in Vietnam, marking the beginning of a series of war-related studies by the Economics Division. This team was formidable, emerging from one of RAND's leading divisions. Similar to the Social Science Division, the Economics Division was established following RAND's 1948 conference in New York, with Charles Hitch as its first chairman. Hitch was born in Boonville, Missouri, on January 9, 1910. He attended the University of Arizona, earning a bachelor's degree with highest distinction after just 2 years. He then went on to Harvard for graduate studies in economics. During his first year at Harvard, he received a Rhodes Scholarship and went to Oxford, where he became a fellow and Don at Queen's College in 1935. During World War II, he worked for Ambassador Averell Harriman's Lend-Lease mission in London, and after the war, he returned to teaching at Oxford. In 1947, he took on the role of visiting professor at the University of Sao Paulo in Brazil, where he received an invite to the RAND conference in New York in 1948. Soon after, RAND reached out to him with an offer to become the first chairman of their new economics division. Most of his initial years at RAND were spent hiring and organizing the division, which included units like economic analysis, logistics, and cost analysis. He brought in notable staff members, including Harry Rowan and Alain Enthoven, both Rhodes Scholars. He also initiated a foundational study led by Albert Wohlstetter, which helped position RAND as a leading strategic research organization. Gus Schubert, who joined in the 1960s, remarked that economic analysis set a high standard, and the work done by Hitch and his team in defense economic analysis was groundbreaking. Over the years, the Economics Division helped to shape the character of RAND's work, emphasizing the importance of cost considerations in decision-making under uncertainty, an approach that became integral to RAND's research efforts. Eventually, the Economics Division, which became a full department in 1960, would comprise 15 to 20% of RAND's research staff, trailing only behind the engineering units. After their time in Vietnam, 4 RAND economists drafted a report, which they later expanded with 2 additional papers. Given that the goal of ensuring a better, freer way of life for the people of South Vietnam was seen as secondary to combating the insurgency, the economists noted that American economic aid's true purpose was not economic development, but rather supporting the war effort. They suggested that aid efforts should focus on garnering popular backing for the government of Vietnam by shifting assistance away from rural areas to cities and towns, the core GVN territories. Their recommendation was to address urban unemployment, approaching 40% in certain localities, and improve welfare as a means of bolstering governmental support and diminishing the appeal of the Viet Cong. As urban instability grew worse, economists put forward papers recommending actions to ease unrest. These included lowering consumer prices for essential items like kerosene, condensed milk, gasoline, and cigarettes, cutting utility rates, increasing salaries for government workers, offering affordable public housing, ramping up public works to generate more jobs and enhance living conditions, expanding education, and improving the business environment to promote private enterprises and boost economic growth. Yet, these practical recommendations faced challenges in the realities of Vietnam. They proposed leveraging aid in rural areas as an incentive to gain support for the government, assuming that peasants would make decisions purely based on economic benefits. The economists argued that American aid should be directed only to individuals who cooperated with the government, rather than being distributed equally to everyone, irrespective of their stance towards the government. By assisting only those who complied, the government could create a visible difference in living standards between controlled regions and those under insurgent influence. This, they believed, would lead peasants to weigh the benefits and decide to support the government to enjoy similar advantages. This idea of using economic initiatives to shape public behavior would later be echoed by Rand economist Charlie. They concluded that effective spending in urban and rural locations would be a more economical approach for the United States than escalating military involvement, which would necessitate sending more troops and likely result in increased U.S. casualties. The Rand report received positive feedback from Defense Secretary McNamara. In a cabinet meeting on September 9, 1964, focused on enhancing the government's position, McNamara supported the economists' viewpoint that applying economic measures in urban areas was vital to quieting student and Buddhist dissent and boosting political backing for the government. He also agreed that a revised aid program would be more cost-effective than military escalation. Secretary of State Dean Rusk stated that money shouldn't be a concern in pursuing victory, to which Ambassador Taylor responded that his team would request whatever funds necessary. President Johnson reinforced that the U.S. should be willing to do what was required in Vietnam, insisting that it was necessary not to spare the horses. However, despite the study receiving a warm welcome in Washington and being considered for policy development, its impact in Vietnam was limited by a shift in leadership within the U.S. mission in Saigon. In an effort to contribute more to the war effort, Rand dispatched a team including William B. Graham, Amram H. Katz, and Leon Gore to Vietnam to identify potential problem areas for Rand analyses. This trio formed a formidable group. William Graham was leading the engineering division. Leon Gore specialized in Soviet studies within the social science department and was recognized for his expertise in Soviet civil defense. Amram Katz was a prominent authority in camera optics, film resolution, and reconnaissance photography. Among them, Katz stood out. Born in 1915 in Chicago and raised in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, he graduated from the University of Wisconsin at Madison with a physics degree. After working with mathematical statistics at the U.S. Census Bureau in Washington, he joined the photo lab at Wright Field in Dayton, Ohio for the U.S. Army Air Corps during World War II, focusing on optics and reconnaissance. Katz became part of RAND in 1954, initially without a specific role in reconnaissance, but with the understanding that he could pursue his interests freely. He later remarked on RAND's intellectual openness in those early years, highlighting how the contract with the Air Force fostered this freedom. He described it as the most remarkable thing ever written, summarizing its essence in a single sentence. Work hard, do good, and if you find something that interests the Air Force, let us know. Katz attributed his work on Vietnam to this openness. Reflecting on how he was recruited by Kohlbaum to join Leon Gore and Bill Graham in Vietnam, Katz recalled sitting in his office one spring day in 1964 when Frank Kohlbaum asked if they could have some coffee together. Kohlbaum initiated the discussion by stating that the United States had an abundance of weapons and strategies for handling nuclear warfare, yet faced challenges in limited warfare, guerrilla tactics, and nation-building amidst the turmoil in Southeast Asia. When Katz probed about Kohlbaum's plans, he replied that he was seeking 3 experienced, creative individuals to travel to Vietnam, assess the situation, and help design a research initiative for Washington. He mentioned Leon Gore and Bill Graham, prompting Katz to realize he was the third person. Preparing for his journey, Katz revisited the subjects of Southeast Asia, Vietnam, and national liberation wars, recalling that diving into such a complex topic was a struggle, akin to running a sprint. The trio of RAND experts would return with insights for research, but it was Gore who made a significant impact with his idea to examine how military operations, especially air power, affected the Viet Cong. This proposal resonated in Washington as the U.S. intensified its military involvement. The focus shifted from merely understanding the Viet Cong to determining how to undermine their efforts. By the time the Viet Cong Motivation and Morale Project report was released in March 1965 and circulated within the government, the U.S. had committed to direct action. Some criticized the report for lacking actionable insights into how to counter the Viet Cong. In light of this criticism, the evolving American strategy, and a client's request, Rand redirected the study towards exploring enemy vulnerabilities in relation to military operations. Gore's proposal, while not directly collaborating with the economists who might not have been aware of his ideas, inadvertently aligned with their approach. He aimed to complement their carrot strategies with the stick of U.S. air power. Guy Pauker took this opportunity to outline the new direction of the Viet Cong Motivation and Morale Study during a briefing with the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Instead of underscoring the enemy's strengths, as Zasloff and Donnell had, he highlighted the vulnerabilities that could be leveraged. He also offered the hopeful notion that the struggle against the Viet Cong could turn out positively. The view he presented of the insurgency sharply contrasted with what Zasloff and Donnell had shared just 2 months earlier. Pauker believed the insurgency could be weakened due to certain vulnerabilities among its core members and their supporters. The ranks of the regroupees, those seasoned fighters from the War for Independence against the French, were gradually diminishing through attrition. This essential backbone of the insurgency could potentially be dismantled through prolonged conflict. Additionally, the insurgency could face further challenges by encouraging more defections from its younger, less experienced followers. While Zasloff and Donnell identified a complex array of reasons behind these young men joining the insurgency, such as anger about social injustice, discontent with the government for being seen as American puppets, a desire to defend their homeland against perceived American aggression, or simply to escape tough personal circumstances, Pauker viewed them instead as individuals who were either persuaded, compelled, or swept into the Viet Cong. Consequently, he argued that they lacked strong ideological commitment, had lower morale, and were more likely to defect. Zasloff and Donnell did not focus on the vulnerabilities of the enemy or strategies to take advantage of them. However, Pauker proposed that military actions could diminish the insurgents' resolve and lead to a positive outcome in the counterinsurgency effort. These operations could, through attrition, break the backbone of the Viet Cong hardcore, while employing various military tactics and weaponry could erode the morale of lesser members and encourage more defections. Pauker expressed to the Joint Chiefs that the careful examination of how these tactics and weapons psychologically impacted the susceptible Viet Cong held significant promise. This careful analysis of the psychological effects of military initiatives was precisely the direction Leon Gore was pursuing in Saigon with the Viet Cong Motivation and Morale Project. Under Gore's guidance, the project would expand in both its reach and impact as Washington officials looked for evidence of success, yet it would also find itself entangled in controversy. In 1964, while the Vietnam War was heating up but hadn't become full-blown for America yet, U.S. military and intelligence officials were scrambling to figure out how to tackle a guerrilla insurgency like nothing they'd faced before. The government in South Vietnam was struggling, the Viet Cong were gaining power, and in Washington and the Pentagon, there were heated debates about how to leverage America's military technology to turn the tide. This video zeroes in on a special mission during this time, a trip to Southeast Asia by Leon Gore and his colleagues from the Rand Corporation, Amram Katz and Bill Graham. Their mission was part of a larger effort by the U.S. Air Force to find out how air power could be effectively used against insurgents. Gore, who had already stirred controversy with his work on Soviet civil defense, arrived in Vietnam with firm beliefs about using overwhelming force, and he left convinced that unleashing air power could crush the guerrillas, if only Washington had the guts to do it freely. This is a story about how one Rand analyst's early views in Vietnam pushed the Air Force to want to ramp up its bombing campaign, and how it highlighted deeper struggles within the American government about how to fight and win such a unique war. By the time Frank Kolbohm asked him to join Amram Katz and Bill Graham on that trip to Southeast Asia to scout for research opportunities, Leon Gore was already recognized, not just in government circles but by the American public too. Born in 1922 in Moscow to a father who was a Menshevik, a group allied with the Bolsheviks during the Russian Revolution, Gore's life took a wild turn. When Lenin wiped out the Mensheviks, his family fled first to Berlin in 1923, then to Paris, escaping the Nazis, and eventually made it to Hoboken, New Jersey, after fleeing Paris on the last train out in 1940. Gore often expressed his gratitude to the United States for providing a safe haven for him and his family. During World War II, he joined the U.S. Army as an infantryman and fought in the Battle of the Bulge. Later, he worked in the U.S. Army Counterintelligence Corps, interviewing Nazis and their supporters, using his skills in German, French, and Russian. He got his bachelor's degree from New York University back in 1949, and then completed his doctorate in political science at Georgetown in 1961. Before joining RAND's social science department as a Soviet expert, he worked in the Air Studies Division at the Library of Congress and taught at Howard and American universities. At RAND, Gore was part of a team focused on Soviet studies. Some of his colleagues were well-known scholars, but he didn't necessarily stand out among them. He examined how politically vulnerable Moscow was during World War II, looked into the Soviet control during the Nazi siege of Leningrad, analyzed the Soviet Army's stance since Stalin, and studied Soviet civil defense. His research on civil defense really caught people's attention. Gore claimed that in the 1950s, the Soviet Union was busy building a strong civil defense program, which gave them an edge over the United States. This program's aim was to safeguard the Soviet government, citizens, and economy from all sorts of attacks, enabling the country to bounce back afterward. Some believed it might hint at a nuclear threat towards the U.S. Gore's findings challenged the military idea of mutual assured destruction, which suggested that neither the U.S. nor the Soviet Union could survive a full-blown nuclear war, and therefore wouldn't start one. During a visit to Moscow, Gore even took photos of what he said was a secret blast door in a subway station to back up his claims about the program. At a congressional hearing on U.S. civil defense readiness, he reportedly showed that picture during his testimony. Once he wrapped up his research, Gore went on a briefing tour in Washington, sharing his insights with top Air Force officials like Secretary Eugene Zuckert, defense leaders like ISA Director Paul Nitzes, and various congressional committees and civil defense officials. Zuckert was so impressed by Gore's presentation that he even wrote a memo to Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara to praise it. So, copies of the study were sent to McNamara and Deputy Secretary of Defense Roswell Gilpatrick. The study caused quite a stir, and soon Gore was being invited to speak at public events about Soviet civil defense. He took part in interviews for newspapers and shows like CBS, The Huntley Brinkley Show, and magazines such as Time, Newsweek, and Life. Random News noted that they lost track of how many times Gore appeared in public, saying everyone, including Leon, had lost track of it long ago. All this attention sparked a big demand for the book version of his study, which came out in 1962. Gore's work stirred up controversy, especially regarding whether the Soviets had any civil defense systems. His findings faced scrutiny, even from within RAND, where some believed he had exaggerated the Soviet capabilities. But the U.S. Air Force was happy with his work. Air Force Secretary Zuckert saw it as evidence that the Soviets were a bigger threat than previously thought. As Gus Schubert put it, it showed that the Reds were red and highlighted how dangerous the Soviets really were. General Curtis LeMay, the SAC commander, thought the best way to deal with the Soviet threat was to ramp up America's military strength. Gore's study became a tool to push for a bigger budget for more bombers and missiles, more fuel for the fire, as Gus put it. Joe Zasloff remembered Guy Pawker saying that Gore became a hero to the Air Force because he revealed the extensive underground shelters the Soviets built to guard against an American atomic attack. This discovery meant the Soviets believed they could survive a second strike, which gave the Air Force solid grounds to request a budget increase. By the time Gore made his first trip to Vietnam in 1964, at the urging of Frank Kolbohm, he was already well regarded by the Air Force. However, he wasn't sent to Vietnam with Amram Katz and Bill Graham just to search for research opportunities. Their trip was set up specifically at the request of the Pacific Air Forces. The Air Force headquarters wanted to figure out how to better evaluate and improve counterinsurgency operations. They were especially interested in the role of air power. Before going to Vietnam, Leon Gore was already seen as a supporter of using air power in counterinsurgency. After he returned to Santa Monica, he shared that his trip was funded by the Air Force through Project RAND. One main goal of the trip was to understand more about how air power could be used in those conflicts and what challenged concerns at PACAF headquarters. They were worried about the increasing role of the U.S. Air Force in Vietnam. At that time, Air Force discussions focused on how air power could weaken the insurgents in the South and which strategies would be most effective. Since sending Air Force units to Vietnam in 1961, there was a strong desire to fully utilize air power there. Gore himself had conversations with Air Force officials about how effective air power could be against guerrillas. In a 1972 interview, he mentioned having multiple discussions with them on that topic. In a related report on Viet Cong motivation and morale, researchers Joe Zasloff, John Donnell, and Guy Pauker briefly addressed how air and artillery strikes affected local villagers. Based on interviews with defectors, peasants, and officials, they concluded that these strikes had a negative impact politically. Some of the Viet Cong they talked to said that when a village gets hit by bombs or artillery, people start to really hate the Army of the Republic of Vietnam and the Americans. They noted that the Viet Cong often slipped away before the attacks or found safety in the tunnels they had dug. But the civilians? They were in a tougher spot. They didn't want to leave their homes or their land because they were deeply rooted there. Plus, if they left, they worried about losing their livelihoods and facing financial troubles. The RAND analysts pointed out that bombings didn't happen in a political vacuum. When villages were hit, the Viet Cong were right there, ready to take advantage of the situation, rally support, and recruit new members. Leon Gore, Amram Katz, and Bill Graham spent a few months in Asia from July to October 1964, with a whole month in South Vietnam. In Saigon, Gore learned about Rand's interrogation project. Tella Zasloff recalled when the three men stopped by the Rand villa at 176 Pasteur. They just walked in without saying who they were, maybe thinking she already knew. Amram Katz tried to charm her, but she felt uneasy. They asked to see Joe Zasloff, and when Tella said he was out, they wanted her to show them his office. Gore began flipping through the files on top of a cabinet. Finally, Tella mustered the courage to say, "I think you should wait for Joe." Gore glanced at her, but then paused. There was tension between Zasloff and Gore, yet the Zasloffs hosted a big cocktail party and dinner for the Rand group later on. Gore would later share how, during his time in Vietnam, he visited an interrogation center in Saigon and read some documents. That's how he got involved in prisoner interrogation. At a conference in McLean, Virginia, in the fall of 1985, to reflect on the Vietnam War, Gore mentioned that while in Saigon, he had looked over some interrogation data and some Air Force reports on their progress. Gore, after talking with his colleagues and reflecting on his trip, became convinced that the Vietnamese guerrilla movement could be defeated from the air. If the Air Force wanted a strong endorsement for air power in Vietnam, Gore certainly gave it to them. In his report when he got back to Santa Monica, he urged for fewer restrictions on using air power. He did clarify, though, that he wasn't saying we should just drop bombs without any thought. He mentioned things like initial impressions and tentative findings, but one thing was clear. Air power was already damaging the guerrillas and could do even more harm if it was used fully, without worrying about negative reactions from civilians affected by the strikes. His earlier research included interviews with Rand, seized documents, and talks with U.S. intelligence people and Vietnamese askers, and it led him to conclusions that went against what others had stated. Gore pointed out that none of the sources he looked at showed a case where someone joined the insurgency strictly because civilians were hurt or killed by bombings. His findings seem to challenge the common belief that collateral damage automatically makes more Viet Cong. He emphasized that we need to look into this deeper, because this possibly wrong idea has pushed for tighter controls on air operations and how targets are chosen. These restrictions could have, in fact, made air power in Vietnam less effective than it should be. Many Vietnamese who didn't really side with either group tended to stay neutral and would just go along with whoever was in charge at the time. So, limiting the use of air power didn't necessarily mean that people would suddenly support the government more. Plus, airstrikes didn't automatically lead to more civilian support for the Viet Cong either. Gore pointed out that if this conclusion is right, it means the current rules limiting air support meant to protect civilians might actually be too strict and could even backfire. He noted that by keeping up continuous pressure, air power could really help against the Viet Cong. Gore felt that just looking at enemy casualties and damage wasn't enough to measure air power's effectiveness in fighting insurgents. We should also look at how air operations hurt the enemy's movement, morale, and their ability to plan and recruit new fighters. When viewed this way, air power was indeed making a difference. Reports showed that even with the current limits, air operations were significantly affecting the Viet Cong's movements and morale. Air power could reach insurgents hiding in remote areas that the Army of the Republic of Vietnam were too scared to enter. It could keep the Viet Cong on the run, ruin their crops with chemical sprays, and make life tough for them. In this way, it turned guerrillas from hunters into the hunted. Gore noted that documents and interrogation reports revealed that the Viet Cong were more afraid of aircraft than any other weapon. He mentioned that while attacks causing civilian damage might scare people, they could be justified if they significantly hurt the Viet Cong or disrupted their plans. Gore believed that using air power more effectively might lead to more ground attacks and help in bringing peace. Overall, he saw great potential for air power in Vietnam and a larger role for the Air Force in the conflict. He suggested that more information should be gathered to find ways to use air power to encourage positive changes in the population's behavior. Since it seemed like villagers often blamed the Viet Cong for air and artillery attacks in their area, Gore noted that the fear of these attacks, linked to the presence of the Viet Cong, might be used to encourage locals to share information and work more with government forces. Right now, these villagers faced no consequences for keeping quiet about the Viet Cong, so they were more afraid of the insurgents than of the government. Actual or threatened airstrikes could pressure villagers not cooperating and show that the government had power. They could also push civilians out of Viet Cong territories into government areas where they could be better managed and screened. Mao Zedong had likened guerrillas mingling with the population to fish swimming in water. What Gore was suggesting was to drain that pond by bombing villages, forcing people to escape to government-held areas, and thereby cutting off the Viet Cong's popular support, leaving them stranded like fish out of water. Gore stressed the need for better intelligence to truly understand the impact of air and artillery attacks. He included a lot of ideas in his report about needing more in-depth information, further research, and a deeper comprehension of the situation. These were critical to back up his initial findings and find better ways to use air power in Vietnam. He wrapped up by mentioning that defectors and prisoners could provide valuable insight and experience if the right questions and requirements were used for gathering information. Just 3 weeks later, William F. Dorrell from RAND's Social Science Department wrote a detailed critique addressed to Joe M. Goldson, the new head of the department, who took over after Alex George stepped back to focus on research full-time. Goldson had been with RAND since January 1948, working in various roles within the Social Science Department. Before Goldson became the department chair, he was the associate head and led research on the political and legal sides of outer space development. David Mozingo, a China expert from the Social Science Department, remembered that Goldson, unlike the brilliant Alex George, didn't have a strong academic or professional background. He felt Goldson was outmatched by the social scientists in the department, which made it tough for him to lead effectively. William Dorrell came to Rand in 1963 after working with the CIA. He specialized in China, but found himself deeply troubled by the situation in Vietnam. In October 1964, he wrote a paper on Vietnam for Pennsylvania Governor William Scranton, who was competing against Barry Goldwater in the Republican primary. Dorrell had advised Scranton on foreign policy. In a memo to Goldson, he expressed concern about Gore's report, questioning whether it was genuinely a research proposal or just a way to justify ramping up U.S. air operations in South Vietnam. Dorrell criticized Gore's arguments for being skewed to support his conclusions. He pointed out flaws in the logic, like how claiming that airstrikes didn't push civilians to join the Viet Cong ignored the bigger picture. While civilian casualties alone might not lead to recruitment, they were part of a broader pattern of violence from the Saigon forces. Dorrell warned that increasing suffering among the population could turn more people away from supporting the government, even if they didn't join the insurgents. In short, he concluded that Gore's report implied that if all the facts were made clear, the U.S. response might look very different. Ramped up air operations in Vietnam, feeling it wouldn't spark much backlash from civilians. They were hopeful for a noticeable and quick boost in military conditions, which was crucial for peacekeeping efforts to work. Dorrell wrapped up his memo by wishing that Gore's findings would be viewed more positively than his own by others at Rand. Despite his concerns, nothing changed. Gore's report found its way to Washington and Saigon, with Ambassador Taylor requesting copies. The results were shared with the MATV staff and sent to the Special Air Warfare Center at Eglin Air Force Base. Key military leaders, including General Glenn W. Martin and General Arthur C. Agan, received the tentative findings too. After Gore returned from his trip, he shared his thoughts with the Chief of Intelligence of the Air Force. They talked about air power's influence, and Gore suggested that instead of just theorizing, they should simply ask the Viet Cong. The chief liked the idea and said they'd have their team check it out. Gore reminded him that the U.S. military couldn't talk to Viet Cong captives and defectors, but Rand had the green light to conduct interviews. Impressed, the chief made sure the Viet Cong Motivation and Morale Project could move forward. Because of Gore's insights, Colbohm and Gore briefed General Jack Thomas, the Assistant Chief of Staff Intelligence for the Air Force. By December 1964, Rand decided to expand the prisoner interrogation project, focusing on how military actions, especially airstrikes, affected the Viet Cong and what their weaknesses were. Gore later suggested that his role in Vietnam happened almost by chance. Gore remembered a conversation with the Air Force Chief of Intelligence who asked him, "Do you speak French?" When Gore said yes, the chief declared, "You're off to Vietnam. It used to be a French colony, so go." Gore noted that Frank Colbohm was all in favor of this. They were supposed to land an ARPA contract, and Gore received around $100,000 and was told to get going, which he did. Most people at Rand in key roles seemed pleased for Gore to carry on the Viet Cong motivation and morale study. It was a way for Rand to stay involved. There's no record of anyone trying to stop Gore from taking on this new task. The project got funding from ARPA-AGL, but was meant for the Air Force. The Social Science Department provided the overall guidance. Gore was chosen deliberately because he supported the air war idea, and two key staff members at Rand confirmed this. Jim Digby, who later took over as the ARPA Agile contract manager, remembered that Frank Colbohm picked Gore to counter the findings from Zasloff and Donnell, who said air power wasn't effective. After reading Gore's 1964 research proposal with interest, Colbohm told Guy Pauker in early 1965 that the Motivation and Morale Project was shifting towards the effectiveness of air power, with Gore at the helm. Colbohm's choice of Gore, who had no experience in Asia and focused on Soviet civil defense, has even led to theories about a conspiracy between Colbohm and the Air Force to produce results that would favor using air power in Vietnam. According to this theory, backed by a historian from Carnegie Mellon who studied Rand's work in Vietnam, some Air Force generals approached Frank Colbohm. They complained that Zaslav and Donnell were too lenient on the Viet Cong and suggested he find a hardline person who would present air power positively to make the Air Force look good. Gore was seen as that person, and Kolbohm chose him. Initially, Gus Schubert said there wasn't any proof to support this theory, but by 2004 he admitted that the idea of a deal between Kolbohm and the Air Force is probably right, and if so, then it was shameful. Jim Digby, another senior member at RAND, later confirmed that Kolbohm and Gore agreed to look into how the big bombers affected Viet Cong morale. But Joe Zaslav insisted he wasn't sticking around. He had teaching obligations back in Pittsburgh and didn't plan to stay with RAND in Vietnam after finishing his study. The reality was that RAND didn't ask him to continue. The project was passed on to Gore, who would steer it in a new direction. It's interesting that if Kolbohm picked Gore to deliver what the Air Force wanted, he didn't fully buy into the idea of indiscriminate bombing. He thought the best use of air power in Vietnam was to strike with slow-moving planes and helicopters, not to destroy entire villages. Others in RAND shared this view, believing that massive bombing could spark resistance, rally support for the enemy, and push them to fight harder, similar to what happened when the Allies bombed Nazi Germany from 1944 to 1945. Hans Speyer found the idea of bombing civilians not just personally distasteful, but also ineffective, proven by the strategic bombing survey done after World War II in Japan and Germany. Frank Kolbohm himself was against bombing North Vietnam, convinced it wouldn't stop supplies and would boost enemy morale instead. He argued that he was one of the few who knew about the secret talks in late 1964 that led to the decision to bomb the North, and he tried his best to prevent it. Kolbohm's stance against bombing the North and random strikes in the South, along with his reputation for standing up to the Air Force, even General Curtis LeMay, makes his choice of Gore confusing. Maybe he thought catering to the Air Force was necessary for RAND to maintain its relevance as Washington pushed to escalate and win the war. One senior RAND member summed it up this way: "You hire an architect to build a bridge to San Francisco. If he says it can't be done, you fire him and get someone else." The big question for everyone, even the president, was, how do we win this war? RAND was all about getting things done. When Frank Kolbohm sent Gore to Vietnam, the management committee was all in. They all backed the war. Nobody raised a fuss. RAND thought Gore's mission was a great idea. At least that's what they believed. David Mozingo reflected later that RAND's leaders saw Vietnam as a real chance for the organization to showcase its talents, just like they had in a previous strategic study. Mozingo said RAND would step in and help figure out how to win the Vietnam War, or at least contribute to the victory. But that was a risky call. It meant they ended up supporting policies that the Kennedy and Johnson administrations would have pursued anyway. In the end, RAND became just another tired horse plodding down the long road of the Vietnam War. With the green light from his superiors, Gore returned to Saigon on December 12, 1964, ready to lead his project. The work would kick off in January 1965 and take about 5 to 7 years to finish, involving field data collection, analysis, briefings, and report writing. Meanwhile, Susan and David Morrell believed that Gore came to Vietnam to champion air power. Susan, still working as RAND's administrative assistant in Saigon, picked Gore up at the airport. As they drove into town, she tried to chat with him, asking if he would use the existing Zaslav-Donnell questionnaire or create a new one. Gore tapped his briefcase and said, "I have the answer right here." Curious, she asked what he meant. He replied, "When the Air Force is footing the bill, the answer is always bombing." That left Susan speechless, and she thought, "I'll never forget this moment." David Morrell recalled taking Gore to the Rex Hotel for dinner on the rooftop. He was stunned when Gore claimed, "I've got all the facts here." How could he have all the answers without asking any questions? Interestingly, David didn't remember Gore mentioning anything about the Air Force covering the costs. Susan Morrell was sure that Gore had a plan all along, and she could remember it clearly. It felt like a light bulb went off for her. Both stories from Morrell show that Gore seemed to already know the answers he wanted from his research. Even though Susan left Vietnam in March 1965, she pointed out that Gore was crafting questions that aimed to justify more military action, more Air Force deployments, and extra bombing. He believed that if they went after the Viet Cong in the places they feared the most, the enemy would back down. Simple enough, right? But that's not how things turned out. David Morrell also got involved with Gore's study and noticed results that were quite different from the Zasloff-Donnell findings. He remembered the focus shifting to how villagers reacted to the bombings, as reported by those they interviewed, like prisoners and Shio Hoi. He thought Gore was trying to show that villagers saw the bombing as a result of the Viet Cong's presence, not as American actions. The difference between the Zasloff-Donnell and Gore studies was like night and day. It's important to mention that neither Susan nor David had access to Gore's study after they left their jobs in Vietnam, so their memories were based on what they experienced back then. Susan saw Gore as a man with a mission. He knew his purpose, which was to create a report that would back up the Air Force's plans. If he succeeded, then he was doing his job well. Susan also described Gore as one of those Eastern Europeans who found refuge in the United States and held strong anti-communist feelings. Gore came to Vietnam, believing it would be good to reduce the number of communist countries in the world. He often said he wanted to help the United States because he was grateful for the refuge they provided him and his family. He had a strong dislike and distrust for communism. The reason? Communists persecuted innocent people. Like his relative in the Soviet Union who ended up in a gulag prison camp simply because he was related to someone they didn't like politically. "We're judged by what our parents do," he would often say about them. Figuring out Gore's true motives isn't easy. David Mozingo thought Gore might have taken the Vietnam job because, similar to others involved, he saw it as a chance to advance his career. This idea seems to hold up when you look at what he did next after his big role in Soviet civil defense. Once that was done, he found himself without a solid job and led Project Star, which focused on how to protect the United States president from threats and during election campaigns. It's possible he was at a career crossroads, and the Vietnam assignment felt like a golden opportunity, especially with support from Air Force leaders and Frank Kolbohm. As Mozingo put it, Gore had hit a dead end with Soviet civil defense and was eager for something that could elevate him. When Gore got back to Saigon, he ran into trouble with Joe Zasloff, who was busy finishing his own study to head back to the United States. Gore said Zasloff wasn't helpful at all. He wouldn't assist with finding interviewers and was annoyed that Gore was working on a project for the Air Force. Both Gore and Zasloff remembered a confrontation about a week after Gore returned, where Zasloff accused him of pandering to the Air Force. Despite this, Gore managed to put his project team together quickly and got to work. By 1965, his project would be the biggest RAND effort in Vietnam, in terms of resources and attention. Before he left Santa Monica, Gore spoke with Joe Carrier, who was back in cost analysis, and asked if he'd be interested in coming to Saigon to lead a team of Vietnamese interviewers. He told Carrier to expect to stay for a year or more. Gore wanted to bring someone else on board too, realizing the project would be too big for just the two of them. Carrier recommended Tony Russo, also from cost analysis, who was interested in going to Vietnam. Carrier was the first American team leader to land in Saigon in January 1965. Tony Russo, an Italian-American from Virginia, had earned 2 master's degrees at Princeton, one in aeronautics engineering and another in public affairs. He switched to social science because he wanted a change, hoping it would take him out into the world and let him hit the road. At Princeton, he heard about the RAND project from Klaus Knorr, a famous and conservative strategist. Knorr said RAND was looking into a way to interrogate Viet Cong prisoners, but had faced obstacles because Ngo Dinh Diem wouldn't let Americans talk to them. When Russo learned about this, he was eager to join RAND. In 1964, a professor tasked him with organizing a conference on the space program, where he invited David Novick, who headed RAND's cost analysis department. After chatting with Novick about a job at RAND, Russo was offered a position. He was determined to get to Vietnam. He felt a sense of purpose, believing it was the key public policy issue at the time. However, he was torn about Vietnam. The idea of the Viet Cong as fighting peasants seemed both romantic and legitimate to him, but then there was President John F. Kennedy opposing them, and Russo admired JFK, so he thought the president must be right. This contradiction sparked his curiosity, and he wanted to dig deeper. While working in cost analysis, Russo caught wind of the Viet Cong Motivation and Morale Project. He consulted with Joe Goldson, Joe Carrier, and David Novick, who were hesitant about him joining, likely wanting to ensure he was serious and not just on a whim. Then he spoke to Chuck Thompson, who was chosen by Gore to be his deputy, and just like that, he got hired. Russo felt that was mainly because no one else wanted to take the plunge. Thompson was the administrative officer of the Social Science Department, handling budgeting, reporting, and personnel, while also dealing with command and control issues and U.S. civil defense. In Saigon, Leon Gore's right-hand man, Thompson, played a key role in shaping the questionnaire and dealing with team matters. He often co-wrote reports, and whenever Gore headed back to the U.S., Thompson stepped into the role of project manager. Tony Russo, who became friends with Thompson, remembered how much Thompson looked up to Gore, calling him a great talker and a bright guy. Russo described Thompson as a rugged, gray-haired guy in his 50s who carried himself like a strict schoolmaster. Gus Schubert, who would later lead the Viet Cong Motivation and Morale study, noticed that Thompson often hesitated to challenge his superiors and seemed to lean towards keeping the peace. This was evident in his interactions with Gore. Some Randy team members in Saigon felt that Thompson would go quiet around Gore and let him take the lead. Ardith Betts, who later joined the Rand team, recalled how, once Gore was away, Thompson would take charge and act like the resident expert, holding court at 176 Pasteur. She got the impression that Thompson never felt comfortable disagreeing with Gore on any findings or research. To her, Gore was like a god, clearly the main authority. Tony Russo mentioned that Thompson felt frustrated being second in command, but didn't have the guts to challenge Gore. Both men, according to Russo, showed little interest in truly understanding Vietnam and its people. Before leaving Santa Monica, Thompson brought Russo to meet Gore at his home in Pacific Palisades. Russo found Gore warm and charming, a handsome man in his 40s with gray at his temples and a spark in his eyes that showed he loved life. His Parisian accent gave him the classic continental professor vibe. Russo felt excited about working alongside this worldly figure in Saigon. He remembered Gore mentioning that the Air Force was uneasy about the Zaslav-Denel study. Then, on February 22, 1965, Chuck Thompson and Tony Russo got on a Pentagon flight headed to Saigon. When Russo got to Saigon, he met Steve Hosmer. Steve would come and go often to handle administrative tasks and sometimes fill in as a temporary manager. Russo remembered Steve chatting a lot about VC terrorism. That really fired Russo up against the Viet Cong. He thought to himself, those guys, they need to be put in their place. Back then, Russo was just a young guy, pretty naive. War was still a big mystery to him. He often wondered, why do people even go to war? He didn't know much about Vietnam, but he imagined it as a primitive and dangerous place. He pictured farmers planting corn right outside the Rand office and worried he'd end up in a fight where he'd need special shoes to avoid stepping on punji sticks. But life in Saigon turned out to be totally different from what he expected. The food was fantastic, and living there was nice. He found a cozy apartment above a little French restaurant that had amazing steak tartare. It was close to downtown, just a block and a half from the Rand Villa. As he put it, you could live in Saigon and not even notice there was a war. There were other things that made life exciting too, like the tricky local politics. Plus, he loved flying around in planes, meeting people for interviews. Overall, it was a wonderful adventure. Russo's thrill about living in such an exotic place was shared by Leon Gore. Leon found the mix of war and peace both mind-blowing and amusing. On a trip to Vung Tau, once known as Cap Saint-Jacques under the French, he watched as aircraft dropped bombs and rockets from afar. The action went on all day and all night. Flares lit up the night sky, and in the morning, huge bombs shook the town again. But at the beach, kids were playing soccer, American soldiers were trying to charm their girlfriends, and Leon and his friends enjoyed lobster and steak while watching the battle unfold across the bay. Tracers zipping through the sky, black smoke from explosions, planes diving, and helicopters bringing in troops and evacuating the wounded. As the team leader, Russo needed to oversee 3 or 4 Vietnamese interviewers from a group of about 10 for the whole project. When it came time for field trips, the Vietnamese could only fly on American planes if an American was with them. So, Russo had to travel alongside them. An American's presence reassured everyone that the Vietnamese weren't Viet Cong and could be trusted. Every few weeks, Russo would take his team to a provincial town where they lived just like the locals. They'd find a hotel where a room cost around 50 cents a night before prices went up. They enjoyed meals in restaurants that served delicious local foods and different rice dishes. Their stay lasted 3 to 4 days, during which they conducted interviews with prisoners, defectors, and refugees. There was no central list of defectors or prisoners, so the team never knew who they would meet when they got there. They could only talk to whoever was available. They couldn't choose a scientifically valid sample. For instance, when they arrived at a Chio Hoi center, they'd chat with the director to find out which defectors had the most interesting stories to share. Depending on the center, they could see anywhere from 10 to 100 defectors hanging out in the courtyard. This led many Americans to believe that the Chio Hoi program was just a chance for the Viet Cong to take a break from the war and recharge before heading back into battle. Security was pretty relaxed, so the interviewers sometimes took defectors to a cafe or back to their hotel for a beer to build rapport. Russo usually stepped back during the interviews because he worried that his presence might sway the responses. He preferred to let the interviewers do their thing while he explored the area or talked with Vietnamese and American officials. He noticed that the Americans seemed disconnected, feeling hassled, powerless, and isolated because they mostly stuck to their compounds. To talk with prisoners, the team would head over to the provincial jail. They typically found lower-ranking officials here, since the higher-ups ended up at the National Interrogation Center or the Military Interrogation Center in Saigon, both funded by the CIA. Russo and his team used a questionnaire that Gore had modified. It was based on one created by Zasloff Donnell, but shifted focus to military operations and weapons. They asked questions like which weapons scared the Viet Cong the most and what kinds of attacks left them feeling defeated. The military was eager for those answers. Gore said he often heard from them, "We can't ask these men ourselves. Can you find out how this weapon affects them? We need to win this war, and your help is crucial." Gore took those requests seriously and crafted his questions accordingly. He noted, "We weren't conducting detailed studies in the field. We weren't doing academic research. We just designed questions to get the information we needed." He remembered changing the questionnaire regularly based on where the interest was coming from. Sometimes it was guidance from Washington, other times from conversations with MacV, or simply an instinct that they needed to dig deeper. Gore viewed his work as focused on military goals, aimed at aiding the war effort. Even though his team kept gathering data on motivation and morale, leading to some real studies later, he felt that this project wasn't just about continuing Zasloff and Donnell's work. That wasn't what the Chief of Intelligence of the Air Force wanted. He was focused on the war itself, on making it more effective. The military wasn't interested in broader social or political studies. It might have started that way, but by the time Gore got involved, it had shifted toward a more intelligence-centered approach. This new approach, Gore explained, came from the Air Force's reaction to his briefing after his first trip in 1964. He had shared that there was really good intelligence to be gained from interviews and interrogations, particularly for things like target marking. "That's exactly what Air Force intelligence wanted," he recalled. Tony Russo remembered Gore often saying at Rand, "We've got the best damn intelligence in the war." On his first trip, Russo brought along 3 Vietnamese interviewers to Quy Nhon, a coastal port town. Phan was a cultured pipe smoker who spoke limited English but had a flair for it. He'd even described things like the wavering ambience wafting from the village. Nien was a quiet man with a quick grin, who often dozed off at his desk after late nights at Vietnamese opera, Kai Luong. Thang sported a thin mustache, thinking he looked like a suave playboy. Rousseau noted that Quignon was mostly deserted, surrounded by the Viet Cong with hardly anyone around. An official from the local USAID mission met them at the airport, brought them to a modest hotel, and lent them a Land Rover for their stay. One night, as they headed down from their second-floor rooms for dinner, one of the interviewers opened the car door and went pale. "Ho Chi Minh Piastre," he exclaimed. They found North Vietnamese currency with Ho Chi Minh's face on one of the car seats. It felt like a warning from the Viet Cong. They feared the Land Rover was booby-trapped, but a thorough search found nothing suspicious. The interviewers were spooked. They had no idea what would happen next, but the field trip itself went off without a hitch. Rousseau recalled that the visit to Quignon was one of the scariest field trips. It was a real trial by fire for him, stepping into the war with seemingly no one around. That was just typical of that conflict. A more direct encounter with the war happened during another field trip to Roc Gia, close to the Cambodian border. As Rousseau and his team walked to a restaurant, they heard a loud explosion. When they arrived at the scene, the restaurant had been obliterated, and they were faced with the devastating aftermath. Gore brought Bonnie Lieb on board to edit the translated interviews and got Roselle Foy to help out as a secretary. Rita McDermott, who worked as an administrative assistant for Joe Goldson, suggested sending the two women to Saigon. She believed their presence would enhance the quality of the translations and keep up with the paperwork. McDermott had been with Rand since its days with Douglas Aircraft, so she was considered a veteran there. She picked Lieb and Foy because she thought they were strong women who wouldn't get too homesick. Joe Goldson was hesitant about the whole idea of sending them to a place like a war zone, but McDermott chimed in, "Come on, it's not a war zone. Saigon is the Paris of the East, and they have nice bathrooms." Frank Colbohm shrugged and said, "Why not?" So Roselle and Bonnie made their way to Saigon after signing a year-long contract. Bonnie later admitted they were both looking to escape the U.S. for a bit, each for personal reasons. During that time, Americans had a certain mindset. Vietnam was seen as a poor country caught up in conflict, not at all like the comforts they were used to. Back then, most Americans didn't really understand foreign cultures, so unless someone had a strong desire to live in Vietnam or a compelling reason to go, they usually wouldn't jump at the chance. Foy ended up leaving Saigon before her year was up for personal matters. Meanwhile, Lieb, working as an editorial aide in Santa Monica, was tasked with polishing up the interviews in Saigon without altering their content, and she also handled payroll. She learned that, in Vietnamese culture, subtlety was key. The best way to communicate to someone they were on the red list was to withhold their bonus during Tet, the Vietnamese New Year. On top of that, she did the banking, which often took ages due to the clunky systems left behind by the French and the laid-back attitude of the clerks, who often vanished for hours to grab a paper or have coffee. Laib also took on other errands, like picking up the mail from Mass EV and shopping at the military PX, along with overseeing the domestic staff. She brought in a new cook who was great at making stuffed roast chicken or poulet farci, and he wanted to serve it at every formal event, even cocktails. Slowly, people in Saigon started to hear about the Rand Project. Even though it was supposed to be classified, everyone in the American government and media seemed to know about it. Gore took advantage of the many small cocktail and dinner parties at the villa to share insights and his takes on the Viet Cong. For almost a year, they hosted dinners every night with guests like George Carver from the CIA, Barry Zorthian from the USIA, and various high-ranking military officers. Many senior American officials would swing by 176 Pasteur just to get Gore's read on the insurgency. According to Joe Carrier, Gore had not just the ear of the military and the embassy, but also of visiting journalists, including some big names like Joe Alsop, who dined there. The villa became a hotspot for visiting dignitaries. Folks like Senator-elect Walter Mondale and Henry Kissinger would pop in. It was quite the exclusive hangout for important Americans. The Rand Villa was packed with both American and Vietnamese staff, eventually including 7 Rand team members and around 20 Vietnamese interviewers, translators, and typists. Joe Carrier's and Chuck Thompson's bedrooms doubled as office space during the day. One morning, Thompson woke up late and found the 3 typists, whom he called the 3 Graces, already hard at work at their desks. He had to ask them to leave so he could get ready. It wasn't easy for either the Americans or the Vietnamese to juggle work and personal life so closely. To escape occasionally, the Americans would retreat to the Cercle Sportif, the fancy club created by the French, for meals, swimming, or tennis. Meanwhile, the Vietnamese toughened it out. Unlike Zasloff and Donnell, who waited until they finished gathering and analyzing data before sharing their results, risking them becoming outdated, Gore acted quickly and shared his findings promptly. In fact, his oral presentations were his best and most effective way to get the information out there. With Chuck Thompson's help, he put together a briefing by breaking down the interviews that had taken place. It was a simple cut-and-paste method. He pulled out various questions, coded the answers, sorted them into different piles, and examined what the results meant. Gore typically started his presentations in Saigon, briefing the MACV staff, sometimes even General Westmoreland, the Air Force, and the embassy. Those who heard him described Gore as a skilled and lively presenter. He knew how to capture attention and command respect, and it was during his briefings that he truly shone, making a stronger impression than in his written reports. His briefings had a way of sounding much more optimistic, and because they came before the written reports, they had a bigger impact. People who attended his briefings, both in Saigon and Washington, noted that Gore was a tireless optimist. One official even called him the Joe Alsop of Rand, suggesting that he portrayed the military efforts as successful and insisted that more force would bring the enemy to the negotiating table. Gore believed he contributed significantly to the air campaign by connecting the morale of insurgents to bombing. At that time, there was intense debate among American officials in Saigon about whether the airstrikes were helping or hurting their cause. Some thought the bombings just angered the Vietnamese more, making them resist harder. But Gore, using Rand's reputation and the interview data as proof, claimed that the bombings didn't provoke a negative response. In fact, he argued that they actually separated the villagers from the NLF. Tony Russo, who attended several of Gore's briefings in Saigon, found that U.S. military officers were eager to accept his conclusions about pushing back the Viet Cong. Their uncertainty about the enemy and the effects of their operations likely led them to believe they were making progress. The Air Force, for instance, really didn't have a clue about how much impact its bombs were having on the Viet Cong. Most of their strikes were on targets they couldn't even see. After Gore's briefings, officers would crowd around him with questions about things like anti-personnel weapons. Gore usually had answers ready, and if he didn't, he had this upbeat, can-do vibe that the military appreciated, promising to follow up in about a week. He frequently briefed the Air Force in Saigon, sharing a lot of valuable information he picked up from interviews about the bombing. For example, he pointed out that when a bridge in North Vietnam was destroyed, they could just build a floating bridge instead, so bombing it didn't necessarily mean it was out of action. He suggested that instead of hitting a bridge at night, it would be smarter to drop bombs nearby where enemy troops gathered before crossing. This was the kind of useful information he provided, since the interview project only offered interesting tidbits and impressions. Gore didn't mind this aspect of intelligence gathering. He believed they were there to help with the military efforts. Looking back, he wasn't sure if the information was really helpful, but it did seem to put the military at ease. As the first translated interviews rolled out under Gore's direction in early 1965, they created quite a buzz among military officials in Washington. Their connection to what was happening in Vietnam was often limited and scattered. For Gore's audiences in Washington, especially in the Air Force and the Office of the Secretary of Defense, his briefings reinforced what they already believed or eased their uncertainties. After finishing up in Saigon, Gore would head back to the U.S., stopping to update SINPAC and PACAF. In February 1965, just a couple of months into his study, Gore had a briefing with Admiral Ulysses Grant Sharp, the SINPAC commander. Gore knew there was a way to take advantage of the enemy's weaknesses when it came to air power. Unlike Zasloff and Donnell, who shared findings that weren't very helpful, Gore suggested using airstrikes to target enemy morale. Tony Russo pointed out that this connection between bombing and morale was a fresh idea that caught Sharp's attention. In February 1965, Sharp wrote a memo to General Westmoreland, passing on Gore's insights about the psychological impact of airstrikes. Gore believed this was an area worth exploring further. When Sharp mentioned the first use of U.S. jets in Phuoc Tuy province, he hoped Westmoreland could launch more missions like that. He supported Westmoreland's view that air power needed to be better utilized in South Vietnam and committed to working on lifting restrictions. In his response, Westmoreland mentioned that he and his team had also spoken with Gore and largely agreed with his conclusions. Still, he seemed a bit let down that the negative psychological impact of airstrikes wasn't as strong as they had hoped. Yet, he stood with Sharp in believing that they needed to use air power more aggressively, stating, "We are now fully committed to winning the war in Vietnam, and we must take the necessary measures to bring this about." However, winning, according to Westmoreland and the Joint Chiefs of Staff, didn't quite line up with what President Johnson's civilian advisors envisioned. McGeorge Bundy and McNamara aimed to weaken the enemy in both the North and South until they felt they couldn't win and would then negotiate peace. On the flip side, the military wanted to cripple the North's ability to wage war while also defeating the Viet Cong in the South, or at least making their insurgency unsustainable. For the military, ramping up air power was key. The Joint Chiefs of Staff wrote to McNamara, asking to ease restrictions on U.S. airstrikes in South Vietnam, along with pursuing the Viet Cong across the Cambodian border to hit them where they hid. General John P. McConnell, the Air Force Chief of Staff, pushed for sending more air squadrons to Southeast Asia and lifting limits on air campaigns against North Vietnam, while intensifying bombing in the South to knock down Viet Cong forces. Even though the civilian and military groups aimed for different outcomes, both sought to inflict serious damage on the enemy. In this context, Gore's insights on the Viet Cong struggles were well received by everyone involved. In March 1965, Gore wrapped up his first interim report, building on what he had shared in his briefings. This report, which would eventually be updated with more interviews, included the usual disclaimers about the tentative nature of the findings, needing further verification with other evidence. Still, despite potential inaccuracies, from the 45 prisoners and defectors he interviewed in January 1965, Gore was convinced that the consistent information and support from other intelligence sources proved the data was mostly valid. His report reinforced earlier conclusions from his 1964 proposal about air power's effectiveness and eased concerns that bombing would create backlash among civilians. The report highlighted that the Viet Cong feared air power more than any other weapon. It restricted their movement, disrupted their operations, and lowered their morale without sparking resentment among the local population. For instance, Gore pointed out the Viet Cong were afraid of being spotted and attacked from the air, even in places they thought were safe from ground forces. He noted that some of his sources reported heavy losses due to surprise air attacks. The threat of air power alone was enough to disrupt their logistics, hinder food production and transportation, and keep them constantly on the move, making their already tough lives even tougher. Gore specifically mentioned the types of bombs that terrified the Viet Cong the most. Napalm was at the top of the list, followed by 500-pound bombs and bomb clusters that caused the most destruction and casualties. He also discussed how air power contributed to a rising sense of vulnerability among the Viet Cong as they realized they didn't have the right weapons to defend against it. Gore observed natural human feelings like fear and discouragement when faced with overwhelming force. He interpreted these emotions as signs of weakening morale among the enemy, leading him to feel optimistic about U.S. strategies. He confirmed that ongoing and planned air activities were beneficial. Just like he did in 1964, He recommended boosting ground and air harassment to take advantage of the Viet Cong's weaknesses. He believed that a relentless harassment campaign, backed by constant air surveillance, could increase casualties among the Viet Cong. It would disrupt their plans, lower their spirits, and limit their movements and ability to act. This, he argued, would set the stage for the South Vietnamese government to strike back at the Viet Cong, essentially turning the tables on them. He also suggested implementing an effective psychological warfare program, combined with credible appeals to both the Viet Cong and civilians in their areas, to tap into their vulnerabilities and encourage defection. Gore pointed out that his research showed air power's impact on civilians. He noted that nobody reported civilian damage as a reason for joining the Viet Cong. In fact, many captured Viet Cong members stated that attacks on villages didn't drive people to their ranks. When the U.S. Embassy in Saigon shared Gore's study with reporters in fall 1965, they only labeled it as a RAND report. Neil Sheehan, from the New York Times, later commented that the study found peasants blamed the Viet Cong for destruction and loss of life in their hamlets. He noted that many reporters shrugged off the study, seeing it as just another instance where the government found a think tank to support its views. David Morrell mentioned that the MAC-V staff preferred Gore's conclusions over those from Zasloff and Donnell. In March 1965, excitement buzzed through MAC-V headquarters because America's real troops were finally arriving, sparking hopes that they would quickly stabilize the situation and allow for a swift exit. At the same time, American families were being told to leave Saigon, and the bombings up north had kicked off. It felt like the U.S. was finally serious about winning this war. There was this major in the J-2 division who was so confident that if they sent one strong American battalion to Ca Mau, the southern tip of Vietnam, they could march right to Hanoi without facing any resistance. Morrell recalled that there was this vibe that American technology and soldiers would easily overpower the Vietnamese, who seemed like a disorganized bunch. In Washington, one high-ranking official expressed similar thoughts privately, claiming that these scruffy beards and beggars, like Ho Chi Minh and his crew, can't beat us. Frank Colbaum shared that optimism when he visited South Vietnam at the end of April. Upon his return, he suggested victory was possible. He noted that the bombings in North Vietnam were lifting the spirits of both the South Vietnamese military and civilians, pointing out at least one silver lining to the air raids. He also took an interest in Gore's work. When Colbaum spoke with American officials, he found some high-level support for Gore's efforts. Alexis Johnson, the deputy ambassador, was really excited about RAND's work in Vietnam, particularly how it could reveal vulnerabilities to psychological warfare. Some officials even told Colbaum that the RAND interviews are producing more intelligence on various topics than what the entire intelligence community is putting out. Whenever they need info, they reach out to Leon. For example, last Saturday, when they sought insights about how airstrikes affected the Viet Cong, they turned to Gore because the only place that had that info was the RAND building on Rue Pasteur. The RAND team worked all Saturday afternoon and then delivered the report by car. Colbaum heard positive feedback from SINPAC, recognizing it was RAND's work and the best information they had. The team was getting all kinds of insights beyond what they had initially set out to find. According to Colbaum, RAND had a great reputation in the area. People really appreciated their work. He praised Leon Gore, saying he was doing an amazing job. This strong support helped Gore stay in his role, even when he faced tough criticism later on. From 1965 to 1967, RAND was very active in Vietnam. Alongside Gore, other team members were busy with operational research. One particular consultant, Ted Britton, focused on bringing students together and steering them away from political protests. Colbaum had dinner with Britton while in Saigon and simply mentioned that Britton was doing a bang-up job, without going into details about what that meant. Britton, who was a professor at Cal State Sacramento, had been an advisor to the Diem government from 1959 to 1961. He helped set up the secondary education system and even made some documentary films about Vietnam. After Diem's fall, George Tanham suggested RAND hire Britton in 1964. during a chaotic time when Vietnamese students were increasingly active politically. They were a restless group, strongly opposing the military leaders running the country. Protests were common, and they often descended into the streets in defiance. Britain's role in Saigon as a RAND consultant involved studying the youth of Vietnam. He looked into their political dreams, motivations, and attitudes. Backed by the U.S. aid mission, he arrived in Vietnam in October 1964 to conduct interviews with young people, their leaders, and government officials. He was expected to write a report, but it seems Rand never received any analysis from him. Instead, Britain seemed more like an organizer than a researcher. He launched a summer youth program in 1965, creating 200 work camps across Vietnam. This initiative attracted over 8,000 students, getting them involved in various projects like building roads, housing for refugees, schools, orphanages, and bridges. The summer youth program was a key part of the U.S. efforts in Vietnam that didn't involve military action, and McGeorge Bundy mentioned it in a memo to President Johnson on June 28, 1965. He pointed out that the youth and students were volatile and restless, which meant they could stir up political trouble. To keep that from happening and guide their energies into something positive, the U.S. mission in Saigon backed a program to send thousands of city kids into rural areas for civic projects. Bundy noted that the program got a warm reception from various political and religious groups, and the CIA kicked off a side initiative with student organizations. Tony Russo described Britain as laid-back and liberal, like a scoutmaster. He was living in a big villa in Saigon, where students often hung out. Britain would visit the Rand villa regularly, but didn't talk much about his job, which made Russo liken him to the quiet American, a character in Graham Greene's novel who was an intelligence agent and provocateur. Russo also felt Britain seemed like a second-tier CIA guy. There was some grumbling from the Rand crew about Britain not producing a report, but folks softened their criticism because he was credited with keeping the Saigon student movement calm. The consensus was that if he could keep those kids off the streets, he had done his job. Meanwhile, Frank Colbom enjoyed some VIP treatment during his time in Vietnam, meeting multiple South Vietnamese and American generals. One of the most striking sights for him was a stash of weapons found in a mangrove swamp outside Saigon. These weapons, brought in by sea, included tons of Russian howitzer ammunition, anti-aircraft guns, Czech submachine guns, and East German flamethrowers. They were packed so well that they could be buried in the sand below low water, but dug up later in perfect condition for use. Colbom was a classic Cold Warrior and fiercely anti-communist. He believed that the weapons from the Eastern Bloc proved the U.S. was fighting global communism in South Vietnam. In a meeting with some Vietnamese students, he told them straight up that the U.S. was in Vietnam for self-interest, mainly to push back against Chinese communist expansion. He even added, "Honestly, we don't care if you're free. That's not our concern." But not everyone shared Colbom's optimism. Lyndon Baines Johnson was feeling the heat from rising discontent over his war escalation, both in Congress and on college campuses. The first teach-in against the war kicked off at Michigan State University in March 1965. He was also under pressure, both international and domestic, to halt the bombing of North Vietnam. On the ground in South Vietnam, the bombing and sending Marines hadn't improved the situation much. By early June 1965, a group of about 1,000 guerrillas took over the district capital of Dong Xoai and attacked a U.S. Special Forces camp located 90 miles north of Saigon. South Vietnamese troops tried to push back, but lost at least 900 men in just 4 days. General Westmoreland, concerned that the South Vietnamese forces were close to crumbling, requested more U.S. troops from Sinpak. He wanted the total number to reach 175,000, both along the coast and further inland. He also asked to change the mission so U.S. ground troops could go on search and destroy operations, shifting their role beyond just protecting American bases. He felt it was time to forget about enclaves and take the war to the enemy. Westmoreland's plan was to use American troops to fight the increasing number of North Vietnamese regulars sneaking into the South, aiming to kill more of them than they could replace. His deputy, General William DePie summed it up with, "We are going to stomp them to death." On June 18th, President Johnson, worried that a major troop buildup would undermine his Great Society program, decided on a more gradual approach. He partially approved Westmoreland's request, committing 123,000 troops to Vietnam. He agreed to switch the mission from defensive to offensive, and McNamara supported Westmoreland's war of attrition strategy. Among President Johnson's top advisors, George Ball, who was the Assistant Secretary of State, stood out as the only one willing to speak up against the war. He played his usual role of the skeptic, pushing back on the idea of increasing military involvement. In June 1965, Johnson asked Ball to write a memo, and in it, Ball suggested that the U.S. should cut its losses in Vietnam. He kicked it off by stating he believed we are losing the war in Vietnam, and offered ideas on how the U.S. could either pull back from the conflict or at least reduce its troops in South Vietnam to match what was realistically possible. He thought that even if America ramped up its efforts with more airstrikes in the north and sent more troops to the south, it wouldn't guarantee that the U.S. would achieve its goals. Plus, increasing bombing in the north could anger the Soviet Union and China. On the ground in the south, sending in more American forces could drag the U.S. into a long and bloody war with no clear end in sight. Ball believed that a tactical withdrawal from Vietnam wouldn't spell disaster. He noted, "In our anxiety to build up support for the struggle in South Vietnam, we've exaggerated what a tactical withdrawal would mean for our power and prestige." While leaving might create some immediate issues, especially in Thailand, he thought the U.S. could act quickly to prevent any significant long-term fallout. He pointed out that the global community already saw the Saigon government as weak. If America chose to face the truth and pull out, friendly nations probably wouldn't see it as a failure to meet commitments. Instead, they'd likely view it as showing that we had actually fulfilled our promises to Vietnam. Ball then highlighted the differences between North and South Vietnam. He referenced a study on Viet Cong motivation and morale to back his claims, stating, "Politically, South Vietnam is a lost cause. The country is worn out from years of fighting, and the people are tired of it. The Viet Cong, as the study shows, are fully committed. Hanoi has a structured government with clear goals and discipline. The government in Saigon was a complete joke. It really felt like South Vietnam had an army, but no real government at all." Ball summed it up by saying that sending more American troops into a land war there would be a huge mistake. He believed that if there was ever a time to start pulling back, this was it. But Rusk and McNamara had a different take. They thought America needed to commit more militarily. Rusk argued that leaving Vietnam would hurt America's credibility, which could lead to major disasters and possibly even a catastrophic war. Meanwhile, General Curtis LeMay used a RAND study to push for bombing North Vietnam, while Ball cited a different RAND report to argue for withdrawal. This showed just how influential RAND was in Washington, but it also highlighted how selective officials could be with the findings that fit their agendas. In the end, Ball's memo didn't lead anywhere. His mention of the Zasloff-Donald study seemed to be the last time that report was referenced in official talks. At that point, Leon Gore took center stage for the Viet Cong Motivation and Morale Project, leaving Zasloff and Donald behind. Happy with his take on the data, since they never pushed back or asked him to change his approach. However, some of his colleagues were skeptical. As early as March 1965, when Gore first published his paper, many analysts questioned the quality. Recalled a heated talk by Gore in a conference room. During the speech, someone in the audience got so fired up that Gore himself got annoyed and snapped, saying, "Oh, simmer down." If Rand wanted a say in Vietnam policies, it looked like Gore was making headway. Just 3 months into his project, Gore received an invitation to Washington to share what he found. Unlike Zasloff and Donald, whose report never got to Robert McNamara, Gore was set to brief the Secretary of Defense himself. McNamara had learned about the RAND project during one of his visits to Saigon. He asked for a paper from Gore's team, and it needed to be on his desk by 7 the next morning. The request came in at 10 p.m., and Gore and his crew worked overnight to pull it together. Later, McNamara became a big supporter of their work. Gore recalled telling him that enemy morale had dropped due to the bombings, explaining that North Vietnamese soldiers were feeling low because they were drafted from the north and sent south without wanting to, or they were just worn out from the tough journey. McNamara only had a few questions for clarification, and he seemed pleased and engaged, finding the study valuable. Then, out of nowhere, McNamara asked, "What's your budget?" Gore said it was about $100,000. McNamara followed up with, "What can you do with $1 million?" Gore replied that he could expand the project, conduct more interviews, and produce more reports. McNamara responded with, "You got it." This stunned Gore. Suddenly, he had $1 million, equivalent to around $10 million today. It turns out Gore's briefing made an impact on McNamara, who later referenced prisoner interviews that showed the bombing in the north had hurt morale in the south. As Guy Pawker put it, McNamara was lapping up Gore's work like good scotch. By August 1966, John McNaughton, representing McNamara, would ask Gore for monthly reports tracking changes among the Viet Cong. After that first meeting, Gore had to brief McNamara in person every 3 to 4 months. Sometimes that happened in Saigon, where the defense secretary made several visits, or in Washington. Gore was moving up the ranks in the Pentagon. His briefings for the Secretary of Defense became the talk of the town. Everyone wanted to know what he was saying, especially the Joint Chiefs. For them, it was essential. On top of that, Gore was sharing his reports far and wide. He distributed them along with interviews from POWs and defectors. These went to MACV J2, the Vietnamese J2, with names blacked out to protect those who were critical of the South Vietnamese Army, PACAF, SINPAC, OSD, and more. To Gore, McNamara was his main boss. "I'm reporting to the Secretary of Defense." This didn't sit well with General Joseph A. McChristian, the new head of J2 at MACV. He tried several times to take over Gore's project, unhappy that Gore was updating McNamara on the war without going through him. McChristian believed that intelligence should be under his control and demanded that Rand's reports pass through him. Gore stood his ground, telling MACV, "McNamara wants it. You can't stop it." Once, while briefing at SINPAC, Gore spotted McChristian in the front row. McChristian had to sit through Gore's update on the war, and it didn't sit well with him. Even though things were uncomfortable for Gore, McChristian couldn't do much, since Gore was fairly well protected at that stage. Gore became quite the star of the briefing circuit. He gave so many presentations that he lost track of the total. His staff would later say that he was always ready to give a briefing, turning those sessions into what they called quickies. However, these conversations hardly discussed the Vietnamese. It felt like the Americans were not advisors, but in complete control. On a typical day, Gore painted a picture of a constant flow of military advisors and a barrage of phone calls asking for advice or documents. He shared with a friend in Santa Monica that MACV had started using their data in messages to Washington. Barry Zorthian, the head of USIS, would send reporters to the villa to get background information from Gore. American journalists would mention Gore and Rand in their articles without naming them. Gore's influence stretched even to Vietnamese government officials. He recalled a time when a group approached him to discuss a coup. They wanted him to be a bridge to the Americans, to gauge how they'd feel about toppling the government. Gore felt a strange mix of curiosity and discomfort sitting in a house in Saigon talking about such weighty matters. He asked them, "What would you put in place?" and ended up giving them a lecture on politics, urging them, "You can't just be against something, you need to stand for something." Later, Gore thought the attention was over the top. He was running a tiny operation compared to the military, State Department, and CIA. When a friend said he sounded proud, Gore acknowledged he came off as boastful, but clarified he was just pleased with how the project was unfolding. He loved leading one of the most fascinating studies he could ever take on, and admitted he'd miss it if he had to step away. Still, he understood it wouldn't be easy for Rand to find someone to take his place. Looking back, Gore didn't expect the fuss and didn't seek any spotlight from high officials. He thought he'd just be briefing the Air Force Chief of Intelligence, not the Secretary of Defense or others of that level. He found it all puzzling, wondering why things turned out that way. He believed he was simply doing what he was asked, and beyond that, he didn't know. At that time, some folks noticed that he seemed to really enjoy the spotlight, not just in Saigon, but also in the power circles of Honolulu and Washington. Briefing McNamara and the Joint Chiefs seemed to boost his spirits. One time, he was asked to give a briefing for SINPAC. When he got there, the entire staff and the commanding admiral were all lined up in this huge auditorium, waiting for him. On another occasion, a Navy admiral invited Gore and Chuck Thompson to the carrier Coral Sea to brief the pilots bombing North Vietnam. When they arrived, the admiral came out on deck to greet them personally. There was also a time when he was flown to Clark Air Base in the Philippines to brief General John Dale Ryan, the commander of the SAC, about B-52 strikes. These bombers had wings stretching 185 feet and could carry 37,000 pounds of bombs over 7,500 miles. They were originally built to penetrate deep into Soviet territory, but starting in June 1965, they were turned loose in South Vietnam at General Westmoreland's request. Gore reported that the Air Force thought any area hit by B-52s was neutralized for a month after the attack, so they wouldn't target the same spot again for weeks. But the Viet Cong figured this out and would move into the bomb craters, knowing they were safe for a while. Gore later said it was quite the challenge to explain to the SAC commander that things weren't working as he thought. Gore's insights reached the highest levels of the U.S. government. Because they came from outside official channels, they carried more weight than information from within the government. This made them popular with top officials. Besides briefing Robert McNamara, Gore also spoke with McGeorge Bundy and Walt Rostow. He almost got to brief Secretary of State Dean Rusk, and at one point, he nearly had a chance to brief President Johnson himself. Reading some related memos reveals that the usual cautionary notes were set aside, and the positive spins were clear. Enemy morale was slipping. U.S. military operations, particularly air power, were making an impact, and they should be used even more aggressively to wear down the Viet Cong. In June 1965, McGeorge Bundy, who was LBJ's national security advisor, shared Gore's study with the president. He painted a hopeful picture about the effects of air power in South Vietnam. Bundy told LBJ that air attacks, surprise strikes, and ongoing harassment had really damaged the Viet Cong's morale and shaken their confidence in winning. He emphasized Rand's recommendation to step up harassment from the air, day and night. This would heighten the Viet Cong's fear of being detected and attacked, disrupt their daily lives, and lower their spirits. As the conflict intensified, Washington was eager to gauge the effectiveness of military pressure. Gore's research became a go-to source for officials looking for reasons to be hopeful. In a memo dated July 10, 1965, Chester Cooper, who worked under Bundy, offered some encouragement. He summarized Rand's latest findings based on interviews with captured Viet Cong fighters and defectors. He pointed out that in the first half of 1965, intensified operations by Vietnamese and American forces had significantly hampered Viet Cong actions and lowered their morale. Cooper credited air power, which Gore's study identified as the U.S. military's key asset. He highlighted the impact of airstrikes, fast jet bombers, and fearsome sounds, along with reconnaissance, napalm, and helicopters. Cooper anticipated that Viet Cong morale would keep sinking, especially with B-52 bombers in play and U.S. forces moving offensively. He concluded that Rand's insights could be viewed with high confidence and likely applied more broadly to Viet Cong attitudes. He added that, at least for optimists, there were reasons to be hopeful. Inside the administration, Gore's insights particularly struck a chord with Walt Rostow, a known optimist and hardliner. On July 16, 1965, the day after getting a briefing from Gore, Rostow wrote a memo called The Enemy's Troubles to Secretary of State Dean Rusk. He also sent copies to McGeorge Bundy and Bill Moyers, Johnson's press secretary. Rostow expressed that he found Gore's insights very intriguing. He noted that Gore had highlighted weaknesses in the Viet Cong, which he believed offered some hope. For Rostow, this meant that the U.S. should keep pushing forward with its plans and aims. He trusted the study Gore presented, pointing out that it was based on 250 interviews that were well-designed and balanced. Rostow emphasized that the Viet Cong were feeling pressure in their efforts to escalate the fighting in the Central Highlands. This region had seen General Westmoreland's strategy of attrition against North Vietnamese troops, backed by powerful airstrikes. Gore pointed out that as the Viet Cong aimed for a bigger offensive, they were becoming more exposed. To reach this last stage of their revolution, they had gathered heavy weapons from Eastern Bloc countries and bolstered their ranks with more recruits from the south, along with more troops flowing in from the north. However, this push came at a steep cost. They started facing their own logistical and political headaches, similar to those of the South Vietnamese government. To get more fighters, they had to resort to pressure and force, which left them with many unwilling and poorly trained troops. With a larger force to sustain, they raised taxes and seized more food from the locals. This shift damaged their relationships with the communities they controlled. On top of their self-inflicted issues, they were also grappling with the increasing use of U.S. air power, which had ramped up since February 1965. Rostow echoed Gore's findings about how air power affected Viet Cong activities. He pointed out that, surprisingly, despite the bombing getting harsher, the local people didn't turn against the government. Instead, they blamed the Viet Cong for the destruction. In fact, the increased airstrikes had a silver lining. More villagers ended up fleeing to areas controlled by the government, and more Viet Cong started to defect or return to their home villages. Factors could turn into a significant trend. He noted that the Viet Cong were losing members faster than anyone had realized. The interviews from Rand painted a clearer picture of the pressures the Viet Cong were under during that crucial summer campaign. Rostow stressed that these interviews highlighted what the U.S. needed to do to increase the chances of getting Hanoi to negotiate and eventually withdraw Americans from Vietnam. To achieve this, he urged prioritizing political strategies based on the insights from those interviews about the Viet Cong's mindset, their strength, and the population they controlled. Next, he suggested ramping up airstrikes in South Vietnam to the fullest extent. This heavy focus on air power, combined with better intelligence, could be a game-changer in modern guerrilla warfare. He also argued for increasing the costs for Hanoi in continuing to back the Viet Cong, targeting more crucial sites where civilian casualties would be minimal. Lastly, Rostow recommended that the Rand findings be shared with congressional leaders, Vietnamese officials, and allies who were confused about the Viet Cong's strategy and issues. Gore also encouraged U.S. officials to disrupt the enemy's ability to wage war. Ambassador Maxwell Taylor addressed the crop destruction program using chemicals in a cable to the State Department on July 5, 1965. He mentioned that an early Rand report showed this spraying hurt the crops managed by Viet Cong production units. As a result, their food supplies got even scarcer, pushing them to find food elsewhere. Taylor didn't name the report's author, but it had the usual signs of Leon Gore. He pointed out that since Rand calculated that a significant portion of the Viet Cong's manpower was involved in food production, the spraying hit their resources hard. The Rand report noted that although villagers were unhappy about the crop destruction, it didn't seem to inspire them to join the Viet Cong. Still, the spraying affected civilian crops and raised health concerns among the locals. Based on the Rand findings and Mass CV's reviews of the crop destruction since July 1964, Taylor suggested in his cable that they expand the program, aiming to cut off food sources for the Viet Cong. He also recommended changing the guidelines to allow for crop destruction in more populated. Those areas were strongly controlled by the Viet Cong, and if it could lead to significant military gains. Taylor considered the alternatives for dealing with Viet Cong-controlled regions, abandoning them, bombing, or launching ground attacks with air and artillery support. He thought destroying crops to starve the VC and their supporters would be comparatively less risky for civilians. While he acknowledged that many people would resent the crop destruction, he believed they could reduce that resentment through a stronger psychological warfare and civil affairs approach, redirecting anger away from the government and toward the Viet Cong. The idea that air power affects enemy morale and fighting capability would come up again later, promoted by Gore as well, along with the suggestion to continue the current strategy to wear down the insurgents and break their will to fight. Later reports indicated things were getting worse for the Viet Cong, showing that increasing pressure might actually push them closer to their breaking point. In a report co-written with Chuck Thompson, Gore pointed out that not only was morale plummeting, but the Viet Cong's hope for victory was fading too. Challenges kept stacking up for them. Many units were worn out from the endless moving, digging shelters, and dealing with food shortages, which hurt their fighting capability. Plus, defoliation and crop spraying were making it harder for the Viet Cong to find food. Inside villages where the Viet Cong had a presence, local feelings were turning against them. People were frustrated because the insurgents couldn't protect them from GVN airstrikes and ground attacks. Villagers were starting to see the Viet Cong as a liability since their presence led to more air raids. Just as Gore had mentioned in his '64 report, the stronger U.S. and GVN firepower was shifting villagers' attitudes. It was driving a wedge between them and the Viet Cong, pushing more locals toward GVN areas where life felt safer and more stable. Dissatisfaction began to rise, especially with the draft of young men and skyrocketing taxes as the Viet Cong hurried to boost their ranks. Some units' quality suffered because they ended up with poorly trained and resentful draftees. Morale dropped too, not just among the fresh recruits, but even some veterans. High taxes and the extended time away from home were making life tough for their families. Gore suggested they do more to exploit these weaknesses, affect Viet Cong morale, and sway the villagers' views. He called for a mix of military, political, and psychological strategies to achieve this, believing that if they played it right, more Viet Cong might desert, and the crucial support for their movement would diminish. Gore's optimistic take must have resonated with the folks at the Secretary of Defense's office. In August 1965, things felt hopeful for Robert McNamara. As he set the wheels in motion for a bigger war, he projected confidence. On August 11th, he went on TV to share some news. He said the body count was looking good. The Viet Cong had lost about 7,000 fighters between May and July, while the Americans had lost only 3,000. Plus, the enemy had pulled back in recent months. General Maxwell Taylor felt confident too, predicting that the communist push would be beaten by year's end. Gore and Thompson found that there were signs pointing to potential success in the ground war in the South. This was part of a two-pronged secret strategy that Westmoreland had discussed with McNamara when he visited Saigon on July 17th. The main focus was to weaken the Viet Cong and North Vietnamese forces, showing that they couldn't seize the South by force. The second part aimed to lessen Hanoi's support for the Viet Cong and make it too costly for them to keep doing so. This strategy had the backing of the president and the top military officials, including McNamara, as a way to end the war, thinking it would lead to a settlement. But looking back, McNamara would reflect on this plan as flawed. They had assumed that the communists would struggle to replace their losses with new recruits from the south and reinforcements from the north due to all the military pressure and airstrikes. Another wrong idea was that the U.S. and the South Vietnamese forces could force the Viet Cong and North Vietnamese into a more conventional battle. The hope was that U.S. mobility and firepower, alongside intense bombing, would push the enemy to negotiate. The last major mistake was thinking that if the Viet Cong and North Vietnamese didn't fight on U.S. terms and instead went for hit-and-run tactics, the U.S. and South Vietnamese forces, supported by solid pacification efforts, could effectively combat guerrilla warfare. They believed pacification would stop the enemy from recruiting fighters in the South and finding food supplies for their troops. However, by mid-1965, things seemed to be on the up for the Allies. Gore and Thompson's findings suggested that the trends were favoring them and turning against the enemy. Gore's briefings and reports unfolded during a time when violence was rising in Vietnam. The U.S. was sending in more troops and ramping up its firepower, while Hanoi responded by sending more soldiers, weapons, and supplies to the south. In this tense standoff, the U.S. had the advantage. The kind of destruction it could unleash on South Vietnam soon caught the media's eye back home. The first B-52 bombings made headlines, and as civilian casualties began to rise, the press started covering stories about villages accidentally bombed and airstrikes that hit Vietnamese civilians, who may or may not have been Viet Cong. Anti-war feelings started growing in the U.S., though protests were still pretty scattered. On June 26, 1965, a group of artists protested outside RAND's headquarters, upset about the organization's ties to American foreign policy in Vietnam. Then on July 7th, Brownlee Hayden, who was in charge of public relations at RAND, invited some members of the Artists' Protest Committee to the Santa Monica office to talk about the war. Joel Edelman, who took part in several educational events as a volunteer representative from RAND, later described Hayden as almost a picture-perfect ambassador. Edelman thought Hayden was a gracious, upper-class type who could fit right in at a fancy dinner party in Boston. He found Hayden to be well-spoken, knowledgeable, and liberal in many ways, but still supportive of the military. Most in the military community respected him because he understood their perspectives and spoke their language, giving him the ability to connect with everyone involved. Edelman considered Hayden a master of his role and a great man who did a lot of good for RAND. At that meeting, Hayden agreed to a public debate at the Warner Playhouse on August 3rd. He invited Guy Pawker, Bill Dorrell, and Bernard Brody, a well-known professor from Yale, to be panelists representing RAND and the pro-government side. A group of academics would present the opposing view. Dorrell wasn't sure why Hayden chose him for the RAND team, but suspected it was to balance out the stronger voices of Pawker and Brody. However, he intended to use the opportunity to express his own anti-war beliefs and had prepared a statement to share. When William Stewart, the Air Force guy at RAND, overheard Dorrell in the hallway, he told him he shouldn't proceed with his plans. This only fired Dorrell up more to criticize the war and the U.S. involvement, even more strongly than he had intended. On the day of the debate, Dorrell showed up at the theater and was hit by the sight of a packed